It doesn't.
The Coriolis doesn't exist.
It doesn't, and it doesn't even matter. It literally does not matter. Like
It's a solar force.
Like you or your balloon or whatever is such a tiny little thing in the blend of like the wind and the rain and the weather, that when you go up in your balloon, it's not like at some point you're some like kind of special thing that like all of a sudden the earth just like starts spinning underneath you as if you can just stop, like as if you can just pause physics.
Can I hold
in the sky and see the earth going under you? Like
right. I'm done.
You're moving with everything.
Listen, I'm done with your hot air balloon explanation. You provided me with absolutely no substance. Have an amazing day, my guy. Be well.
I'm sorry, but like,
yeah, saying it does that because it does that is not sufficient, right?
You're blown about by the winds. Like, what can I say?
I'm
like,
too small and too minuscule to understand the grand picture. I withdraw my question, my guy. I apologize so much for asking that question. No.
No, it's not about being too small or anything. Like, it's like your craft is subject to the same physics that the rest of the world is. Like,
yeah,
it's
cool.
just like
cool, man. Yeah, that's all cool. But we have Neil deGrasse Tyson on television saying the Earth turned underneath a football. Therefore, a goal was scored by an American football team.
No,
right?
False.
We have snipers.
False. No, you don't. And snipers do not count the Coriolis effect into their shots.
If we pull up the tweet where he says that, what are you gonna say?
That he's being either A, jackass, or B, overly technical about like bullshit that actually has no accountability into the overall physics of the matter. Like, no.
Yeah, because he's a liar like NASA and all these other clowns.
You're not going to get any argument from me on that. He's a
inconsistency.
He's at least an asshole. At least a major asshole.
Nice inconsistencies within the people who actually work for the grand picture of heliocentric models.
Clay, you're very low. Maybe your mic is.
I don't care about these people, dude. That's not what matters to me.
Right, but that is the globe rhetoric, that the Earth turns underneath stuff, right? 15 degrees an hour.
It's not rhetoric. It's not rhetoric. It's observation. It's every single observation we have.
So every video of anti-flat earthers showing that snipers have to account for the rotation of Earth are all done, right? Are all can be dismissed. And Neil deGrasse Tyson going on Twitter saying the Earth turned underneath a football is also wrong, right?
It doesn't even matter if we talk about Coriolis. Coriolis doesn't exist according to its own definition.
And it's not about. It's not even about. Yeah.
It says in physics the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force, and then when you go on to the next Wikipedia, a fictitious force, also called a pseudo force or Adlambert force. I don't know what language it is. Probably French.
Not about that. It's not about Coriolis. Okay. The question asked earlier is about it was a basic question of why do objects in motion stay in motion, right? And what's funny is I don't know if any of you all have heard of Tyler Goldstein, but Tyler Goldstein has a very interesting him and a few other physicists are trying to bring God into the equation and trying to bring purpose into the equation of physics, and they've noticed that like physics hasn't made any steps forward in the last like 50 to 100 years, like basically since Einstein. Like Einstein was also himself like full of it, and like
needed the technology to go to the moon, right?
Well, I mean, the thing is like they're asking. The thing is like in physics they stopped asking questions about why and how and about why.
Right.
and like about not why and how, but why.
Right. That's why we still have physicists telling you that the Earth is a spinning ball. That's the problem. They stop asking why and how.
Well, exactly, and I mean, Tyler Goldstein is like, well, like, I mean, maybe we need to have a physics that includes, like, I mean, I would highly recommend his channel, but like, I mean, he's talking about like sentient singularity. Like, how do we like build a physics that's based on the existence of reality being sentient, right? Like the idea that like, and his whole thing is like, look, like physicists probably don't want to confront this because they probably, I mean, they don't want to confront the idea that God's real and therefore that he's judging their lives, like that they ought to live a certain way, right? I think he's absolutely right. I think he's onto something, and what's interesting is like talking to guys like Eric Weinstein, which is like, I mean, Eric Weinstein is like one of these, guys out of like mathematics and out of like the new, I don't know, like the Jordan Peterson types and all these sort of, I don't know, like I've, like, but the point is like he's like there's a pressure in the physics community.
Yeah, I don't really care, right? I don't really care.
Well, you should care.
This is in the physics forum.
You should care.
This is in the fixed physics forum. So to conclude, I really don't care what people think about what physics should be, right? I don't really care. So the point here is we asked you why doesn't Earth turn underneath a hot air balloon? You said inertia. Then we gave you the Neil deGrasse Tyson. We gave you the Neil deGrasse Tyson example. You said, well, he's just a dumb astrophysicist.
No, you didn't show me that. You actually didn't show me that.
So okay, let me tag you in the tweet because
go find it.
Yeah, it's so. Do you really think we make this up, right? If we say this,
actually, yeah.
We do not,
yes,
what?
Yes. I think that you do make this up. I think
don't read the tweet for me. Read the tweet for me now. I tagged you in it. It's 8 minutes across the hour. Read it. He even is on television, on video, saying the exact same thing. Read the tweet out loud.
Hold on. I'm trying to like find what you're talking about. Okay, here we go. Today's Bengals winning OT field goal was likely enabled by a 1/3 inch deflection to the right caused by Earth's rotation. Okay. In the North Hemisphere, Earth's Coriolis force deflects airborne north-south projectiles to the right about 1/2 inch per 50 yards.
Okay. So he did say that. I didn't make it up then, right?
No, like, what, I mean...
Like, did I make it up?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Are you calling me a liar?
No.
Well,
you said I made it up. This is the tweet.
Yes.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
You just seen the evidence. Now you're still.
I'm not saying. No. I'm not saying you're a liar. I'm saying that this here is 1/2 shit posting, 1/2 1/2 inch per 50 yards.
Right. So the Earth turned underneath the ball.
So are you serious? So you seriously think that that the 1/2 inch per 50 yard Neil deGrasse Tyson tweet from October 11th, 2015 is like the definitive, it's all bullshit thing? Like, no, that's what I'm saying no to. And that's why I'm saying, on one hand, you're not a liar, because I don't think you understand what he was saying.
What? So you're a mind reader then? What was he trying to say?
No, I'm not a mind reader.
Did I walk into a live Neil deGrasse being thrown under the bus statement?
Yes. And all of us agree that Neil deGrasse Tyson is a piece of shit that deserves it. But
why?
He made this up. He said I made this up. Neil deGrasse didn't say this. He said I made this up.
No,
Neil deGrasse didn't say.
I said you made it up. I said you made up the whole thing. Like, you're taking a thing and you're making it into something. Like you're taking something that he said and you're making it into something.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Neil deGrasse Tyson being thrown all under the bus because the claims that he makes, which are the actual globe claims that he runs around teaching people, the Globers can't argue. That's why this guy, whoever the fuck he is saying what he's saying. It's hilarious. Enjoy it, people.
That's what I'm saying. They're so inconsistent within their own arguments.
We're so inconsistent that
you have no arguments, dude. You literally You literally say that the guy.
I have no argument.
Did a quick calculation.
You literally say that the guy who is on TV, who is the most famous proposer of the heliocentric religion, is an idiot and has no knowledge what he talks about, even though he's an astrophysicist.
Calculation.
1 second.
The winning field goal in that game was aided by 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation.
A direct quote, William. Did you hear that?
I did. Yeah, I did hear that.
Okay. A direct quote.
What I'm wondering is,
Please proceed to throw the astrophysicist under the bus. We're all listening and enjoying it. Thanks.
What I'm wondering is
Englishman's whole career.
What I'm wondering is how do you explain that? Like, how do you explain
Maybe you should go ask him. Maybe you should ask him.
There's something very simple here. When a star is
we're not going to jump.
He's diverting.
We're not.
I'm diverting.
Yes.
Okay, so
it's what you always do, you guys.
No, you guys.
Yes.
You guys. No, I'm not.
You think you're the first one acting?
I'm not you guys.
Calm down.
I'm not you guys. I'm an actual person who's having a conversation with people here. So treat me that way, and you can be treated likewise.
You told me I made it up, right? So, and then when we asked you, so the ball deflected because of Earth rotation. Why doesn't it happen with the blimp that is filming?
All right. So what we have to look at then, if you're willing to actually do this, is the amount that he's talking about in that specific example. Are you willing to do that?
Sure. So the ball is for 10 seconds, 15 seconds in the air. How long is the blimp filming the game in total? How long is the American football game?
Yoke Smasher with the Coriolis flicking a sniper with that's funny.
So how long is an American
Coriolis
football game?
effect is fake.
Hold on, I'm trying to find this thing that you actually posted. Hold on. I mean, so what if the Coriolis effect is fake, dude? What's the big deal?
Well, then we agree.
I'm trying to. I'm
Can we
trying
say
to
that
find.
about the curvature too? I mean, we could just throw the whole shit out and.
No, of course not. Literally, the problem.
I mean, what the hell are you talking about? So what if it's fake? It's the claim in your model.
Dude,
we know Neil deGrasse is a liar.
Chocolate.
Yeah,
we agree that Neil deGrasse is lying.
I mean, how many more aspects of your model are you going to throw under the bus in 5 minutes that I've been here?
Dude, chocolate. If you're gonna talk about then look at the one grade school ass model that I threw out here, which is
model.
Yeah. There's a
he doesn't want to. He wants to look at the sky instead of what actual.
No. I want to know why. Like, okay, so.
I don't care what you want. I want to know why you're throwing your man's under the bus when he's the one making the claim of the model, which is the actual claim of the model, and you want to now throw it.
He's not my man.
What?
He's not my man. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
That's your man, bro. He's
no, he's not.
Teaching the bullshit that he came in here to defend.
Don't even fuck around like that.
He's your chief, bro. Don't be mad at me about it. It's okay.
False. I'm not mad at you. You're a liar. He's not my chief.
Guys, I'll be honest. 1 second. I'll be honest. This is the first time I hear Globy attacking the priests. I'll be honest. I didn't thought that was a thing that they actually do not believe their own priests anymore. Which shows.
Clay, they've been
they don't believe their own
for
priests.
years now.
What are you even talking about, dude?
It's their favorite game. Chuck them under the bus.
What do you mean? That's their game, dude.
All of them are under the bus. Michio Kaku,
it's not a game, dude. Why can't you get over yourself and realize we're all playing the same game, which is to understand what we're
doing? I'm Joe Biden's husband.
We're not playing any games. We're doing victory laps here at this point. It's 2020.
Yeah, we're kind of just laughing at you. Yeah, you think you're the first who's done this?
We're trying to understand what's actually going on in the world.
Who's this we? I am trying to understand why you are going against your own claim, which is your own man's claim that there's a Coriolis force or a Coriolis effect in the first place.
False.
How's that false? You just said it.
You did just say that Roger made it up completely, and then we just played the so
I said false, Chocolate, because you said my old man. And that's false.
I didn't say your old man. I said your man's.
Whatever you said was false. I don't report to whoever you think.
Let's keep diverting instead of answering the question.
Let's get something straight. You don't disrespect me like that, and I won't divert any longer.
I don't give the slightest of shit. I'm not sure you know.
I didn't think you did because you're a disrespectful little shit.
You're talking about.
That's right, because you're a liar. You're a liar, and you.
Dude, can you
shut the fuck up, you fucking clown? You've been in here for half an hour screaming over everyone, and you haven't said one smart thing. Just shut the fuck up.
Can you not do that because you accused people of lying first of all, and I showed you evidence, and still you wanted to turn the whole table in a way that he's still lying, even though you heard the quote by the own person by itself, and now you're just looking to the mirror of your own afflictions, my dude. You're just looking in the mirror, looking at your own personality. You're looking at the mirror. You're looking at the mirror of yourself. That's why Gem Panda does the same thing. You're just looking at the mirror of yourself. That's why you're now saying, "Oh, you guys are blah 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 blah."
You think so when I'm looking at Neil deGrasse Tyson, but that's not the case. So because I
was made up, didn't you, dummy? And then you turn around and call Chocolate a liar. You just lied. Okay.
Right.
I called Chocolate a liar because he was insisting that I'm. Because he was insisting that I'm some kind of follower of these people or whatever. But that's a lie.
Because if I go knock on my neighbor's door, they're going to go on YouTube and they're going to find Neil deGrasse Tyson and they're going to call me dumb because Neil deGrasse Tyson said X, Y, and Z. Then I come to you and present, hey, look, my neighbor. And you say, well, Neil's dumb, your neighbor's dumb. I'm actually
dumb. I'm going to ask you, what do you think? No, I'm going to ask you, what do you actually think? Just like Roger and I were having conversations, just like other people and I were having conversations in this server before. There's plenty of conversation that happened in here that was perfectly fine before people started like hurling accusations based on like you're associated with this or that or whatever.
That's not the point.
That's such a crap, dude.
That's not the point, man. I just explained.
That is the point. No, the point is this.
I understand that. I get under your I get under Glober's feelings, right? I get on your nerves, and I get that, but I don't give a shit about that.
I'm not a Glober. You're not a flat earther. We're two men who believe things. And
okay, fantastic. The only thing I wanted to illustrate is how I walked in, and the first thing I'm hearing is another Glober throwing their man, Neil deGrasse Tyson, under the bus. Which is weird to me because he's the guy that's been assigned to run around and teach everybody about this crap. But when you guys want to come in here and defend it, all of a sudden the shit that he says, the guy that's paid to run around and teach it, is wrong.
The Earth is flat.
So if you've got your own lecture, your own TED Talk, one of your own presentations that you would like to show us, please link that in the live stream voice text, because that would be great. And then maybe we can hire you instead of Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's actually supposed to be running around teaching people this shit. Okay? Do you think maybe you're throwing him under the bus because the claims that he's making are not right? I would agree with you there, but that's the problem. And you know whose problem that is? It's yours.
I don't know Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't care about what he says.
It doesn't matter, William. That's not
it doesn't. I agree. It doesn't matter.
Neil, the point is that
who the fuck is Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Other NPCs, they do. Okay, the point isn't that you worship him. It's that if I go to my neighbor or some random person on the street, they go to Neil, right? So you're throwing.
I get that.
The point isn't that you go kiss his feet or anything like that. So stop trying to take it personal.
No, but I'm not taking it personally. What I'm taking personally.
William, can I ask a question?
Is that somebody's saying that I worship him or I follow him?
Here you go, taking it personal again. Come on, dude, let it go.
No, because it was literally done that way.
Guys.
You're just telling us your feelings now. Okay.
I'm not trying to concern trolling, but could we get back to something constructive, maybe?
Exactly. Yeah. Like, who cares?
I want to ask you a question if I can. What
calculation? And I tweeted the winning field goal in that game was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation.
The winning field goal of that game was aided.
Don't do it, Neil.
By how much?
Throw you under the bus.
By how much? No. But let's.
Posted a link. I also posted a link. Please check.
So yeah. I got the link. So like. Shit. Okay, so like, it's this. All I found was a 6-minute link. So.
Was aided by 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right.
1/3 of an inch.
So that means from the moment that the guy kicks the ball and it hits the goal frame, it has moved 1/4 of an inch.
No, it's like that's actually not what that means. But like, okay, fine.
Isn't that what he said? Am I wrong?
Yes.
Wait a minute. Now you're confused, dude. You just said he didn't say that.
No, I'm saying you don't understand what he said.
Oh, wow. So you're the interpreter. You have to magically interpret the words he said. We don't understand.
I don't have to magically
repeated what he said.
Today's Bengals winning overtime field goal kick was likely enabled by a 1/3 inch deflection to the right caused by Earth's rotation.
Oh, 1/3, not 1/4. My bad.
1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation.
Yeah, but he's actually not saying that. He means something else, right?
Yeah, you don't understand the words he just said. After actually saying it, you don't
he's
understand.
He's speaking in code. Only Globers can understand.
So what you're imagining. Hold on. So what you're imagining.
Don't need to imagine anything. The man said it himself.
Yeah, you just go with what he said.
No. To
discuss with the new.
Dude, do you not speak language? Like when people speak things, you imagine things. That's how it works, dude.
No, but I don't have to imagine my own thing. He just said it, and I just we're going with what he said for now.
Yeah, and when people say things happen in your brain. That's called imagine.
Yeah, but I don't have to imagine anything other.
What did Neil deGrasse Tyson mean then?
So you're so wise. So you're so wise that you perfectly understand everything you read all the time.
Whatever. What did Neil deGrasse Tyson mean then? Now that we can't comprehend what he said.
I don't know. Yeah, there's the fucking punchline.
Wait, hold on. So you don't know what he said, but you know enough to tell us that we don't understand what he said when we clearly do.
And we just
you are kind of stupid, aren't you?
No, I'm a special type. I'm a special type of fucking smart, dude. You're fucking stupid. When you hear something, you automatically
I know you are, but what am I? That's what that sounds like.
Yeah, exactly. It sounds like that, dude. Exactly. That's how stupid it is.
But what did
you just snatched your own wig off in front of the entire room.
Why you gotta pretend like you know everything?
None of you guys understand. This is how funny this is. None of you guys in this room understand what this man just said. Excuse me. None of you guys in this room understand what this man just said. Okay, someone asks you, what did he say? What did he mean? Oh, I don't know.
Oh, well,
that's impressive, my friend.
Well, what happens is the ball got kicked up in the air, and then the Earth.
Now you understand. So now you understand, or you didn't understand 30 seconds ago when my man asked you, what did he say?
No, when I just said that right now, the explanation that I just gave, I don't think is actually how it works. I don't think I understand what he's talking about.
Wow.
Okay. Thank you.
But I just gave an explanation that I think you would understand, and you don't
understand it though.
Yeah, actually, so they kick the field goal, right? They kick the field goal, and then the Earth turns underneath it.
You understand, but you don't understand it, dude. Come on.
So they kick the field goal, and the Earth turns underneath it, and then the field goal goes in because the Earth is turning. Right? Is that the idea?
That's what he said.
Is that so difficult, or
well,
where does it get more complex?
Where it gets more complex is that the ball has the inertia, and there's
when it's sitting on the ground under the guy's finger, or what?
Yeah, like where it gets more complicated is like how the Coriolis effect works. Where it gets more complicated is I don't know how it fucking works. That's where it gets more complicated. Where it gets more complicated,
is that I don't know how it works.
Yeah,
I like this guy. This guy's fun.
I mean, I literally just made up how I think that you think it works, and you agree.
Why are you doing that? We're asking you to take a stance, Goofy.
Yeah, because I'm proving to you that I understand how you think it works, and I don't think it works that way, and I don't know how it works.
You're trying to imagine.
No, I'm not trying to do anything, dude.
Let's consider this. He was saying this to the everyman guy in America that was listening to that podcast or whatever show he was on, and that was a regular Mr. and Mrs. USA. They would understand it exactly as he said it. Because the Earth is rotating under the ball, they scored that goal. That is what everyone would understand. If there is some underlying things, like a secret that only you know, please enlighten us.
There's no secret, man. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson was saying, like he was being a fancy boy. He's a little fancy boy fucking asshole, and like he was being like,
Can you change him? Can you change him because he's not good? You are better.
2 minutes
Can
ago,
you change him until
he didn't say that? So
I
trust on what he really meant.
Can you go on television, please? Because we don't want to watch anymore Neil deGrasse Tyson. I want to watch you.
Dude, I would love it, man. Like he's an asshole, dude.
But we need to pay you, and we need to give you PhD, and we need to give you a lot of other things.
I know, man. You got to give me a lot of things, dude. Just wait, you know.
Well, the other guy had a really good question. If there's a secret underlying message, what is it? Because you're telling us we don't understand the simple message that he put across to Mrs. and Mr. USA.
No, it's not.
Great point.
No, it's not.
You're tap dancing around this.
William, only short question, and I'm
not tap dancing around anything. I'm saying that I don't.
You are.
No, I'm not. I'm saying I don't understand how the Coriolis effect works exactly, so I don't know what he means.
Only short question.
What was that you about trying to explain what you think we would understand it? What was that all about?
Because what you're imagining is
we're not imagining anything. He just said it, and we just
you are. We all imagine things when we use language with each other. That's what language is, dude.
No, that's just you.
No, that's what language is for everyone. We use words and we imagine things, and hopefully they correspond with what we really mean.
Well, when I say flat Earth, what do you imagine?
A flat Earth.
What's that? What is that?
But
you're just saying words. Okay, what do you imagine?
Yeah, I don't
Remember,
know.
when Neil said
at first, you know what? Okay, so flat Earth,
something. So what do you
flat Earth? What I used to imagine with flat Earth was the Atlantic Basin model. But after a while, I understood that like flat Earth doesn't necessarily mean Atlantic Basin. It means a whole cornucopia of possibilities that don't include definitely not a spinning ball.
Anything,
what flat Earth tends to mean? I'm literally explaining to you right now what I think when I think flat Earth is that it means it's definitely not a spinning ball hurtling through endless dark. Blah blah.
Tap dancing again. I asked you what you imagine because you said we have to imagine something, right?
What do you mean? What I imagine? What I imagine is a bunch of possibilities that I'm enumerating to you right now.
So you don't imagine anything, then? That's the point. You don't have to.
No, I literally imagine all of these things that I'm explaining to you right now. What is like?
So, like, how do you draw that on paper?
I would write it down and with words.
You draw.
So hold on. So hold on. Is imagination to you restricted to the visual spatial? Is that the only way to imagine things to you is by seeing?
Well, when you asked me about Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? You said I had to imagine something. Well, what do I imagine? Words?
Sure.
That's what I told you. I just go with what the words is, and you said that was wrong. I have to imagine something. So
well, the reason that I said it was wrong is because it wasn't necessarily that.
Come on, man. Dude. I'm just doing laps around you at this point, trying to demonstrate that you don't have to imagine things.
Well, you didn't have to either. You didn't have to imagine that it was like Lucy in the football, right? Like he's not saying like the football gets kicked off and all of a sudden the Earth is like spinning underneath it.
That's kind of what he's saying.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but what I'm saying, exactly, dude, and you just proved it, dude. It's like
you're making this more complex than it needs to be.
No, but
tying yourself into a pretzel here.
Yeah, but you just verified to me that like you think that that's what he's saying. I don't think that's what he's saying.
No. I just verified that's what he said. I don't think anything. That's what he said.
You literally think that's what he said.
The clip like 6 times. Do we need to play it again? Come on.
We don't have him here to verify.
I gave you a link. I just played.
We don't have him here to verify that that's what he thinks.
Different links. Dude, I gave you 2 different links.
Dude, you're being totally uncharitable. Like, if you said
this is my home team. Dude, this is my football team. What are you talking about? I just gave you 2.
If you said some things
on the news,
if you said some things, and like somebody was like, "Did you mean this?" And you were like, "No, I didn't mean that."
Don't follow the things that I say on Twitter, okay? This guy's
no, of course not. I know he's an asshole and he's sloppy.
Again.
No, I'm not tap dancing.
Again, insulting the people in here, man.
I already demonstrated that I thought that you all thought that it was like some kind of like Lucy with the football, like, and that's not how it works at all. That's legit not how it works.
You're debunking the thing that you think. Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that.
Yes, I'm saying. You just said, I think you guys think this, and that's wrong. That's your idea that you just.
Yeah, I think that you're wrong about a thing that you're making up. It's called the straw man argument.
That's you that made it up. We didn't.
And you're full of it.
Care what you think.
No, I didn't make it up, dude. You made it up.
We don't care what you think.
You heard a little.
What you can demonstrate.
You heard a little whisper out of a shithead called Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's a dummy. He's an asshole, dude. Like, why are we even talking about this guy?
Just because you have a hate boner for Neil deGrasse Tyson, like
hate boner, man. That doesn't even begin to describe it. Come on.
That doesn't mean he didn't say what he said, bro. And then that also doesn't mean that we're coming up with some weird, silly idea. No, you came up with that. And you're trying to pin it on me.
Hate boner.
Here's what he said.
CB. It's a fucking hate boner. Wait, do you follow Owen Benjamin?
Not anymore.
So, first of all, no. I just, dude, honestly,
he did a weasel earther role.
I don't think that.
Yeah, we know you don't think
that he.
We know that.
Thanks for clarifying that.
I don't think.
We know. That's a process.
And yet I was able to explain to you how you thought Neil deGrasse Tyson was explaining things. And I said, I don't think that that's how it is. Like, I don't think that what he meant to say was the ball gets kicked up and the earth moves under it. Like, that's not what he means.
The link and read what he really meant. That way you don't have to just say everybody's wrong.
I don't care.
Right.
I don't care.
That's what you're doing.
I don't care. I don't think you understand the Coriolis effect or what he's talking about at all.
You don't know anything, apparently.
No.
You're just saying that no one knows, I don't know, you can't know, no one knows. That's what you're doing right now.
No, that's not what I'm doing.
Yeah,
what I'm doing...
We asked you
no.
the truth and you don't know what it is.
Well... We
other guys question what's the underlying message if it's
we didn't get to that
know what it is, dummy.
We didn't get to that point.
No, you said you didn't know.
We did not get to that point.
Well, but go ahead. Well, he asked you the question,
this guy isn't for real. He is training as a disinfo agent, part of his training.
It's all there.
So part of my hold on. So part of my training as a disinformation agent is to come here. Trinity, like this is some kind of fucking dojo?
You're weaseling again.
Information agent?
That's so fucking crazy.
Trained for that?
Why would you think that that's like something that somebody's doing?
Yeah. Can't read the link that I sent you.
That's fucking crazy, dude. How would you actually think that I'm like...
Hey, Will, why can't you read the link that I sent you, but you're reading...
I mean, Danny, honestly, Danny, like, I don't understand the Coriolis effect. Like, I can't explain it in plain English right now, but I know what I don't know. I know what I don't know.
So why are you arguing the Coriolis effect if you don't know what it is? And
I wasn't.
You don't agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson. So if Neil deGrasse Tyson's explanation wasn't correct, what was incorrect about his statement regarding the football?
He doesn't.
What was incorrect regarding his statement about the football is that first of all, let's just look at it from an observation perspective. He has no data. So clearly he's speaking in ignorance. He doesn't have enough data to say that that's the case. So he's clearly just using conjecture and his own knowledge of how certain forces work to be a fancy boy and say a fancy thing. All right.
So what data specifically?
This is gold.
Well, obviously he doesn't have like inch by inch like geolocation of the ball. He doesn't have.
Is that required?
Yeah, it would actually, and you would also need to have the wind direction and the barometric pressure at every square inch on the trajectory of the ball, because you would need to have the force that was applied to the ball from the point of its impact to the point of its destination all the way through. That means all wind forces, all air pressure forces, all temperature differentials, fucking everything. He doesn't have the data.
So you're mad at NDT because you're throwing him under the bus because he's making the globe look bad. Is that what you're saying?
No, he's speaking like a fancy faggot boy out of conjecture because he's a fancy little boy.
Hey,
like
that's an offensive.
We get it, dude. Here you go.
Like,
with your hate motor.
He does that shit. He does that shit all the time. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson does that shit all the time. Where he dropped the mic. He was like, "I'm gonna drop the mic." Drop the mic.
He proved gravity.
I was like, dude, like, shut up, dude. He's a fancy boy. He loves doing that. He loves feeling fancy. And you know what? Maybe
aside from the character of Neil deGrasse Tyson, right?
Like, who cares? Like,
within his explanation, so you would agree that the Earth does not spin under the football, correct?
Well, no, in a way that's like it doesn't just like spin underneath, like you kick it like Lucy with the football. It doesn't work that way. From what I understand,
stop then. Does the
from what
at any point?
So no, but yes.
No, but yes, we got it. Okay, so
no,
with a sniper,
actually, no, but no,
and
no, but no. No, but
okay,
no.
No and no. Gotcha. So within ballistics, does the Earth move under ballistics, causing the Coriolis effects?
Are you wondering like what the Coriolis effect is?
It's a yes or
and
no
to what
question,
magnitude
dude.
is
Stop
it?
tap dancing. Just answer yes or no.
No, it's not. No, it's not about tap dancing and yes or no.
Yeah, I know it's not about tap. That's why it's a yes or no question. Just say yes.
You're a simpleton and you're looking for some kind of nonsense, dude. Like, no,
does the Earth move under the football? You said no, so we asked, okay, does the Earth move under ballistics? It should be a simple yes or no.
No, of course not. It doesn't work like that.
So thank you.
Do you even understand like what the Coriolis effect is?
So we got it. We're just trying to figure out if you do. Okay. So what in your world can you give an example of the Coriolis effect?
In my world, absolutely nothing. Like exactly, dude. Yeah, exactly. Whoever crickets, I'm like, exactly.
We'll move past
nothing. Dude. What?
Then we'll move past. We'll move past Coriolis because you have no practical example. You don't agree with one that Neil deGrasse Tyson, a science communicator, has given.
No, he gave a.
We don't need to talk about it anymore.
A football that was like possibly a third of an inch one way or the other.
We understand what he said.
It was really stupid.
Let's move past Coriolis since you don't have a
he couldn't even speak to any of the wind in between where it was kicked.
We heard you.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't, because you actually don't care about the truth of the matter. You're trying to just conjecture that, like, oh, well, because therefore, then there's no such thing as the Earth is round.
Is that why you're reading the chat instead of the link I posted, or what? Because you cared so much?
The Coriolis would have to deal with the
posting stuff like clownness.
Coriolis would have to deal with the Earth's movement, not its rotundity.
The Coriolis effect would have to do with the Earth rotating.
Movement? Yes, right? Correct. So we have no practicals. Yeah, we have no practical example of that, right? So we can't use Coriolis as any type of.
So the Coriolis effect
Can you just let me speak for a second?
Yeah.
You like to talk over people quite a bit.
Sorry,
so we've gone to the point where you don't have any practical example of the Coriolis effect. You don't seem to have the ability to articulate what it is. So we can't use Coriolis as any type of example of the Earth's movement. Do you have any other examples, experiments, or measurements of Earth's movement that we could talk about?
Oh, okay, that's where you're going. Examples of the Earth's movement?
Yes. Because within the globe model, the Earth is spinning.
Yeah.
Do you know how many times it spins a day?
Once. Good. I mean, there's an easy one.
Yep. Threw you a softball. No Coriolis effect on that softball I threw you. You knocked it out of the park.
Yeah. So the easiest one in terms of the movement of the Earth is the regularity of sun up and sundown, and the independence of that based on where you are on the Earth.
Okay, so your proof, for lack of a better term, or an example of Earth's movement, evidence regarding Earth's movement is things in the sky move.
Yeah.
Okay. So when I walk outside and I see movement within the sky regarding the sun, the moon, and the stars, I also see movement in the sky regarding birds and airplanes. Should I assume that those birds and airplanes are stationary and that the Earth is moving underneath them?
Sure.
Dude. Yeah, when I turn my ceiling fan on, my room starts spinning.
Yeah, sure. No, when I was a kid, I used to look at the ceiling fan and try to imagine that. You never did that?
That's what you're doing now in reality.
No.
Yeah,
it's actually not.
Yeah, you see the sun and you think your house is moving.
The Earth is flat.
No.
Oh, okay. So you don't think your house is moving?
Sure.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I mean, are you okay with entertaining various ideas, testing them this way or that way? Are you capable of that?
How do we test if the Earth moves?
Well,
Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah, we do. What you do is, I mean, if you don't have literally a rocket to get away and go look at it, right?
What?
Well, nobody does. So.
Yeah, exactly. So, like,
why do you think you can leave anyways?
What you do is yeah, I know. Right? What you do is you use the preponderance of the evidence, or you collect evidence and you see what it points to.
Okay, what evidence specifically? I'm looking around. I don't see any evidence that this place is moving. So what evidence?
I don't know. Like, I have a telescope. Like, I look at.
There is no evidence.
I mean, everything. So everything except for other planets.
Wait, so you look at something else that moves?
I'm looking on the window. I see the cars moving, so therefore the Earth is moving, right?
Come on, man.
What makes you think that the Earth is moving and not the stars? You need to prove. If you said that the sun and the moon isn't the same size, you need to prove it. Because we see from the Earth that the moon and the sun has the same size. So if you say that it's not like that, you need to prove it.
If they were the same size. Yeah, if they were the same, exactly. If they were the same size,
hey,
the thing is, if they were the same size,
your tap dancing shoes are. Let's put those to the side because we're talking about how the Earth doesn't move, right? So you see things moving, like when I turn my ceiling fan on, I see my ceiling moving. If I see a plane flying across the sky, I see the plane flying across the sky. I don't think I'm all of a sudden. Okay, so why do you think your house is moving?
Well, the reason that I think that the sun is stationary relative to the Earth is because of how the observation of it is confirmed by other people in other places.
But we're talking about direct evidence. We're standing here on the Earth. What direct evidence do you have to lead you to even think for a second that your house is moving? You're talking about stuff you saw on TV.
No, Roger, I'm sorry.
You said I'm moving, so
Roger, some appeal to complexity. By the way, I'm not just appealing to complexity. That's not just.
Okay, focus.
That's not how that works. Like, that's not how that works. No. The fact is, there are others who also see.
Yeah, on TV.
The same.
Yeah, I'm talking about your direct evidence. I'm talking about you and direct evidence. You go outside. I'm looking for evidence to find out whether this place or not. I'm not telling you to turn on the TV and listen to what.
Not up to me. Like, I'm talking to a friend who's in Australia, and like the same thing is going on there.
So because there's
the TV is telling him also.
So
not the TV. Not the TV is telling him. Like
he visually sees the sun moving, right?
Did your friend in Australia said that he's with his head upside down?
Yeah, and Napalm said it perfectly. Your friend sees the sun moving also. So how does that help you? That's not direct evidence that this place moves.
The way that it helps me is he sees something that I also see. And the two observations at the same time are only possible if
no, that's not how that works. Because you're gonna imagine some weird flat Earth in your head where the observation doesn't match, and then say flat Earth doesn't work. That's not how that.
I mean,
works.
if I'm trying to understand,
the point is, you see the
if I'm trying to, so the thing is, if I'm trying to understand,
right there,
the thing is, not only that, so I have a friend who's a pilot. Like all the instruments use a globe. All the charts are assuming globe. Like I've been in the Navy, in sailing.
This place doesn't move.
I've been in the Navy. We use globe charts for sailing.
Oh, you've been in.
Hey, that's not true, man. I use Navigraph when I play my flight simulator and stuff. And
the problem is that people are so it's round.
Dude, listen. No, you have no clue. Navigraph uses the same charts that is being used by the official.
I have
by the official. Yeah, then look up Navigraph, man. It's based on a flat map. It's not based on a globe.
False, dude.
Yeah.
Anyone is.
The guy who plays Sims like for 3 years and is highly interested in navigation.
Navigraph? Is that what you're talking about? Navigraph?
Yes, Navigraph, yeah.
Navigraph? Simulated flight, real navigation? Yeah, it's simulated flight. Like, what are you even
They use, listen, okay? Please.
What is flight planning?
The charts that are being used, okay, for Navigraph are charts from Jeppesen, and Jeppesen charts are also used in real life. Do you understand that?
Yeah, those charts assume a
globe, dude. Show me a Jeppesen chart. Listen.
Yeah.
Show me a Jeppesen chart that assumes a globe, okay? Show me that.
It doesn't, dude. Show me when it doesn't.
Every Jeppesen chart shows the flat map. It doesn't assume for any globe. Show me a Jeppesen chart. Show me a Jeppesen chart that assumes a globe.
Jefferson chart?
Yes.
Jefferson chart.
Let's just remember that the original question,
like Thomas Jefferson.
And you move
like
to
Thomas Jefferson.
No, Jeppesen. Jeppesen. It's a Boeing company.
Jet.
Oh man, I sent you the link. Oh, come on, that's not that. He has no clue what he's talking about.
Yeah, this is exactly my point, right?
You can't speak English, dude.
What direct evidence do you have when you leave your house and you go and talk about how the Navy uses maps? The hell's that? That's tap dancing around.
Direct. No, it's not tap dancing.
Yeah, exactly what it is. Come on.
What is direct evidence?
I'm asking.
You're gonna talk about like the only possible evidence for you is stuff that requires. No, the only possible evidence for you, if you're gonna trap yourself in this little world.
I'm asking you a question. The question on your house.
I'm not trapped in some little world where the only evidence for me is things that I like sense directly.
William, you don't know the meaning of the word evidence, so why you keep using it?
Everything is evidence.
No.
Yes.
Stories aren't evidence, dude.
No.
Yes.
No. Are you kidding me?
Unicorns are not evidence.
Everything is evidence.
There is no experiment that proves that the Earth moves.
If you keep doing this, William, you're gonna get banned in this server. So my advice to you is to come with your feet down to the ground. And when we talk about the meaning of the words, we do have dictionaries where you can check, verify.
My ceiling fan moving isn't evidence that my room moves. So no, everything isn't evidence.
Okay. It would be, except it would be like
no, it wouldn't be. Don't.
No, it's evidence of something. It's
evidence that the things in the sky move, right? So the sun and the moon, we see them move in the sky. So you're claiming that the opposite is taking place, meaning everybody in the world experiences the sun and the moon moving in the sky. So if your claim is contrary to what everybody in the world experiences, you need to have some extraordinary evidence regarding your idea that we are moving and not the celestial objects.
So your idea that so you just said it was great. It was a really interesting thing. Like
Stop trying to do that. Well, my interpretation of what you guys are thinking is this, so that's wrong, and therefore
you said was like the.
It's just like the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing. We all
I'm just trying to reiterate what you said.
We all heard what William. We all see the sun moving. You don't have to.
William.
No, so your idea was so the fan moving is not evidence of the ground moving.
Regardless, your example was the sun and the moon, right? I see the sun and the moon move in the sky.
Those were like the fan.
You see the sun and the moon move in the sky.
Here's the difference.
Do you not?
That's what you see.
Difference. Here's the difference.
Do you see the sun and the moon move in the sky, William?
Here's the difference.
No tap dancing.
Here's the
William.
difference. No, when one person sees their
William, you've been asked a question, a simple question.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah.
We're not gonna let you ramble. You were asked a question. Answer that question or get ejected.
Yeah, this is called tap dancing. Answer the question.
Yeah.
When one person sees it.
Okay, don't just immediately start tap dancing again.
You were asked a question.
Well, William,
answer the question.
Can you answer just a simple question, right?
What's the question?
Answer the question.
What's the question?
Do you see the sun and the moon move in the sky?
Yes.
Okay. So if you see the sun and the moon move in the sky, what specifically leads you to believe that those objects are not moving and that you are actually moving? And what evidence do you have for this being the case?
Say again.
So you see the sun and the moon move in the sky the same way that everybody else does. We've established that. Yep. So what leads you to believe that those objects are actually standing still and you are the one that is moving? What evidence do you have to back up this?
Other people's observations.
So here's the thing, William. Here's the thing. Everybody else in the world, all the other people in the world see the same thing that you do and that I do, which is things in the sky are moving. So other people will be experiencing the same thing you do, which is objects in the sky moving. What leads you to believe that you are the thing that is moving? And what evidence do you have?
Well, he said it's strange men told him strange things, and he
because if you are the one who affirms something contrary to what we see, you are the one who has to prove it. Right?
No, they're seeing things from another perspective.
So you're just believing what they say because we all see the same.
No, we don't. That's the thing, though. We don't see the same.
What are you talking about? We all see the sun moving. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is,
and
how can you
somebody with the same size?
Like,
whoa! He just
no. Listen, that's like saying when we play the Neil deGrasse Tyson clip. That's like saying we don't all hear the same thing. Yes, we do.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do. What are you talking about? Objectively, the words he spoke went into all of our ears the same way.
So
you can say you're
wrong. You're wrong.
The same thing.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
You can say I don't know.
You're wrong. So when somebody in the southern hemisphere. There's
no hemisphere. You haven't established that.
Whatever. When somebody in the south sees the sun rise and set, when they point at it, it will go from the west. It'll rise in the west and it'll set in the east, right?
That is 100% incorrect. Everybody on Earth sees the sun rise in the east and set in the west.
Okay. Everybody. So they'll see it rise in the east, set in the west. Okay,
you don't know.
Yes.
You don't know
everybody on Earth.
The sun rises.
All right. No. Thank you.
You're talking with us.
Thank you for correcting me there. But they'll look.
Wow.
They'll be looking.
The sun rises in the east, sets in the west. It doesn't matter. The sun moves. That's what you're saying. You're telling us the sun is moving.
Yeah, but they'll be looking. But they'll be looking generally to the north.
You don't know that. Are you there?
No. If they're in the south.
Depending on the time of the year, yes, their direction may be that they're looking generally in the north, but that does not prove anything,
there we go.
right?
Yeah,
because
they're
looking
hey,
in the north.
Let me give you an example real quick.
And they're gonna be looking at it rise to their, like, if they look to the north, if somebody in the south looks to the north,
yep,
then they're gonna see it rise on which side of them?
Yes, on their right and set on their left, same way that I can do the same thing where I live.
In the northern hemisphere, we're gonna look south and see it rise on our
you realize
left and set on our right. Is that
let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Napalm, let him finish, bud.
So we're not going to see the same thing, right? So somebody in the southern hemisphere is going to see it rise on their right and set on their left.
So this is the problem. This is the problem you have.
The northern hemisphere is going to see it rise on the left and set on their right.
This is the problem you have. This is the problem. This is the problem you have. Listen. This is the problem you have. Listen. This is the problem you have. The way you're looking is arbitrary. It's practically just subjective. In other words, stop. Let me finish. I told him to let you finish. Hold on. I told him to let you finish. Let me finish. Because the way you look doesn't change the direction whether north, south, east, or west. Right. So if you're looking north, yes, it will rise from your right side. If you look south, you'll rise from your left side. So that doesn't change. North and south, east and west do not change. You change.
Yeah. Your perspective changes, but the cardinal points, they do not change.
So
yeah, here we go again with that map, right?
So
you did this 3 times already.
So no, I only did it once already.
Okay, so let me count the.
Sorry, the other time was with the was with this
right.
one.
And what was told to you? What was told to you?
That's not our map.
What was told to you?
That's not our map.
Okay,
you're like, that's not our map. I mean, right? Whatever, dude. Like my
that's not
point.
Flat Earth, dummy. That's just some.
I know, but my point is that.
But it debunks the flat Earth, right?
The preponderance of the evidence, the best explanation for the observations that happen. So you asked me, like,
that's a story attached to what you see.
What do you see? No, it's not a story attached.
Yeah,
what do you mean? So okay. I'm sorry.
Crazy,
mathematics is just a story. 1 + 1 = 2 because it's a story. 2 + 2 is 4 because of the story.
Globe got all y'all brains hostage.
You said explanation.
Terrible.
Yes.
Oh man.
This is the thing, man. They taught you in school. This is what always happens.
Oh man.
They taught you in school. They taught you in school that 1 + 1 is 2, which is true. That you believe everything else they tell you as well.
No.
Yes, pretty much.
No.
I mean, you believing that they tell you that the Earth was a ball, that you can stick to a ball from underneath, and nothing will happen, and all the water just forms to it. You know, and that's not part of our observation. And you didn't question it because you were too young to learn, to actually be able to say, how did this happen? Or even question their theory, because 1 + 1 = 2.
You haven't developed a critical mind, and you started the process of heavy indoctrination.
Wait, hold on. I haven't developed a critical mind.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you are in a process of heavy indoctrination already.
You know what? You're right.
Yeah. So,
you're right.
I can tell that it's not much that you know about the heliocentric model.
Right. Hold on. I don't mean to be rude. I don't mean to be rude.
I don't
mean to be rude. I gotta pee. I don't mean to be rude, but I gotta
listen, William.
No, listen.
When you defend something,
listen.
When you defend something that you have no clue about,
I think he has to leave.
Yeah,
I think he has to leave.
Something.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think he left.
No, I just gotta pee, dude. Just gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah, he's got.
Okay, go right ahead, man. Go right
I was like, I don't mean to be rude, but like, I don't mean to be rude. I'll be right back. I'm so sorry, dude.
Make sure you pay attention to which direction the water swirls so you can debunk the flat Earth.
I will not take a video, actually.
Well, I didn't say anything about a video. I'm just saying, keep a close eye on that.
William,
William, sorry. Seriously, sorry.
Let him use the restroom. Let him use the restroom.
Yeah. If the Earth
he has to go use the restroom, man.
Would you be interested to find out?
GBG. Wait till he comes back, though. I mean, he'll be back.
Oh, okay.
So we now have an astrophysicist who throws the astrophysicist under the bus. Awesome stuff.
The funny thing
he's an astrophysicist?
That was great. I walked in right into that. I was like,
no. Danny Faulkner said, Danny Faulkner disagrees with the explanation Neil deGrasse Tyson gives of the Coriolis effect.
Oh, so, Danny Faulkner also disagrees.
No way.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
If you read what I wrote earlier, you would see that I'm not in agreement with Tyson. His statement about the Earth turning underneath things is part of the simplified discussion of the Coriolis effect that has led flat earthers astray on the Coriolis effect. But what I then wonder is, was Neil deGrasse Tyson talking to only flat earthers, or was it a show for globe believers? So globe believers don't pick that up, right? They don't pick that up from the most famous astrophysicist in this world. So only flat earthers are picking this up, and globe believers, they say, well, of course Neil deGrasse Tyson, the most famous astrophysicist, is wrong, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Is that what it is then?
How could Neil deGrasse Tyson be wrong?
How could he be wrong?
That's heresy.
And why would he lie?
Because he's the guy who actually makes the globe claims.
And why?
These guys don't want to do that. These guys want to remix the globe claims and then argue that with us. Right? They strawman their own damn selves all the time.
And why
which is the funniest part.
Why aren't astrophysicists coming in action? Because this makes them look bad. A known astrophysicist throwing the most known astrophysicist under the bus. That's a bad look. That's a really bad look.
The funny thing is, these other astrophysicists don't come out of the woodwork until the flat Earth community points out the absurdity of what Neil deGrasse Tyson says.
Right.
You would think if they're a community of scientists trying to find the truth and working within, peer review groups, that they would immediately jump on Neil deGrasse Tyson to correct what he's saying. But they tend to wait until the flat earthers have a issue with what Neil deGrasse Tyson says in order for them to then claim that Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong. But none of them seem to come out on the media to dispel what Neil deGrasse Tyson is spewing. They tend to do it only in communities of flat earthers that they throw Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus. So maybe Danny Faulkner should write a book about Neil deGrasse Tyson and how incorrect he is, instead of focusing on the flat earth community. Maybe he should do a little house
with that more.
Maybe he should do a little house cleaning in his own community first.
And it's not like Tyson's independent. There's people around him that are telling him, keep going, do what you're doing. Wouldn't you imagine that? I mean, why are they putting him on Star Talk and on all these programs,
Yeah, they're giving. They let him take over Cosmos, which was the most historic science show of all times when Carl Sagan was on it. Yeah, when Carl Sagan was on it.
So
he's got the green light.
Faulkner and this guy that was in here earlier, and everybody else that's thrown Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus are also throwing Carl Sagan under the bus. That's adorable.
And even Neil deGrasse Tyson had to kind of throw Carl Sagan under the bus regarding his explanation for the Eratosthenes experiment, right? Didn't Neil say, actually, we need 3 points to do this, but Carl seemed just fine explaining it with 2 different sticks, right? But apparently we need 3 in order for it to work. So why was Carl Sagan leading us to believe that we only needed 2 in order to show the rotundity of the Earth? It seems like they can't get their story straight, and when called out, they change their story, but they change it just enough to where they can still hold on to their ball.
Then you ask Faulkner, and he's going to say, no, you need 10.
What?
Don't you see, guys, that when you have a shadow being cast over a flat surface, it doesn't have a length and width?
No, like, can't you see that if you...
Yeah, shadows work only on a globe. Yeah, that's what they are trying to say.
They only work the way we observe them on a globe. Like...
No,
yeah.
Much like this very simple diagram that I can't believe that you don't understand. Like,
no, unfortunately, you're the one that doesn't understand that it works the same way.
No. I can't believe you don't understand that.
William, no. Listen, William.
No,
when you go to Paris and you look at the Eiffel Tower, it's a very tall pole. Yeah, it's very tall. Okay. The sun is above it, and it's casting a shadow, and the shadow is much shorter than the height of this Eiffel Tower. Yeah. So they are saying this shadow can't work only on a globe, Only on a globe it can have that shorter length or longer length or equal,
So, I mean, like...
Did you catch anything he just said?
How does the measurement of a shadow prove the curvature of a surface?
One measurement does not.
Yeah, exactly.
So check this out. I put a meme in the.
I don't know why. Like,
listen. I put a meme. If you look at voice stream, look at voice text.
Who?
At the voice text, I put a meme there.
I mean, like, who?
You.
No, I mean, like, who is this saying that?
Elbow TV.
About
should be the last one. 60 minutes after the hour.
60 minutes after the hour. Oh, like in live stream voice text?
Yes.
Or in live stream 2 voice text?
No, it should be the first one.
Live stream.
Okay. Are you Flat Earth Buddha?
No, that's the bot. Yes, that called it up.
Well, I mean, I guess like what's the
right? So, can you tell me which one is a ball and which one is a flat surface? Which one is curved and which one is flat?
I don't know. Like I'm not trying to do. I'm not.
No, I mean, can you tell me which one is flat? Because that's pretty much what they're saying. You're saying that it can only work. Hold on, listen. You're saying that it can only work on a curved surface.
Dude, I'm not seeing the thing that you're trying to share something. I'm not seeing it.
Right. So didn't you just say that the shadows only work on a curved surface? That's the way we observe it, and that's the only way it could work.
Can you like re-share whatever?
When we're talking about Eratosthenes, we're just talking about Eratosthenes, and they're telling you that.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, 100%.
Right. So and you see those two images right there, one up probably above the other. Can you tell me which one is a flat surface and which one is a curved surface?
I can tell. You're Flat Earth Buddha?
I'm not Flat Earth Buddha, but that is the meme. Doesn't matter.
I can tell you that they are not the kind of experiment that we're talking about.
This is exactly the kind of experiment you're talking about. We're saying
we're not. No, we're not.
What? It's not even an experiment. It's an observation.
No, we're not. It's one. It's one. By the way, no, because it's a one. No, because
okay. Explain to me. What am I showing you?
You're showing me 2 data points.
Right, and they're both shadows, right, being cast.
one's flat, one's curved, right?
Right, correct.
Right, yeah, correct. So like, but the problem is like the Eratosthenes experiment as it's done today is done with hundreds of people.
It doesn't matter.
It really does though. It actually
So another one on
because we're in geometry. I don't know, like how do I explain like why does that matter? Why does it matter that hundreds of people took angular measurements to say the sun at the hundreds of people?
What kind of angular measurements?
William, have you ever been to the circus?
Dude, you're just straight up disrespecting
Go ahead,
primary
Elijah.
data.
Yeah, speak with Elijah now.
What kind of angle measurements are you talking about?
So what kind of angular like they measured the angle when they took a rod?
What kind of angle?
What do you mean? What kind of angle? The experiment, like why? Like you already understand.
Well, you see,
they have a stick. No, so I'll explain it. Like they have a stick that is of X height, like 1 meter, 1 foot, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they at noon there's a shadow cast, and they look from the end point of that shadow up to the top of that stick, and that's the angle, right?
You got it.
And the most ridiculous part is 2 hours ago we went through this all, and now you're doing it again.
Yeah, and by the way, it's tiresome because this has been done.
You're not getting it, are you, Will? You're not getting it.
One of the bunch.
What you're not getting is that
we're explaining it to you. We're educating you.
It might be something
we don't get it.
No. I see what you posted here. No, I see what you posted here. Where like you can make it look like they're the same with one data point.
Yeah, no. Well, your favorite guy, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he says it works on both too. How about that?
No, he doesn't.
Explanations. First, we could have a flat Earth with a sun that's small and close by, so that the light is second well.
Yeah, we could.
So I thought he didn't say that.
We could first we could have that.
I thought he didn't say that. Wait, how about Vsauce?
It turns out, dude. It turns out that people who are smart, which he is, but he's an asshole.
I know you have a hate boner for Neil deGrasse Tyson. So how about Vsauce?
It turns out
Eratosthenes measured.
It turns out that people who are smart can entertain ideas. They go, on one hand, it could be like this. On the other hand, it could be like that. Like on one hand, flat Earth could be a demonic trick to make people think that everything's about materialism and the shape of the Earth.
The globe could be that.
Or we could just be Christian and not care about the fucking shape of the Earth and like move on with.
Why? No. Listen. We can't be disciples and in the same breath say that the cosmology from book 1 is wrong. Because that's exactly what the Catholics did when they started teaching this stuff 500 years ago with no proof.
Here we go.
Is there a problem with what I'm like? I think
no. I'm saying you're
not triggered, are you? Because I was talking and now.
I'm saying.
But this sounds nasty on the YouTube live stream. You're talking and I'm talking at the same time, and it sounds like.
I'm sorry. I'm in a pat on the back. No,
so it sounds like a problem.
I
think he's in agreement with you.
Hell yeah.
So is this a problem where you're not going to be here long? Because
I did not. I am sorry. I did not mean to discourage.
Just turn the rumpus down a little bit, okay? Well, thanks.
Yeah, just try to have a conversation, bro, instead of just talking over whoever's asking questions. that'll work out much noise. Like, we could all just calm down, or you should calm down, because you're just talking over people, and it's very aggravating.
Okay.
Okay? So,
I would ask that if
Eli, what's good? Go ahead.
In return, like, if you're gonna ask me questions. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So, 500 years ago, the Catholics who infiltrated the theology of, the Holy Writ, they decided, well, we're not going to go with the cosmology, which coincides with what we actually experience. We're going to start telling people that we're moving around the sun. Then they started kicking people out of the church, and then people made their own church, and then they were like, well, why is everybody going there and rejecting us? Seems like we should get on the bandwagon of rejecting the very thing that we're also propagating. So then you have 100 years ago, Edwin Hubble basically telling you, yeah, there was never any evidence to suggest that what we previously thought was wrong. But religiously, we believe what we believe today. That's what he said. So I don't know what you're talking about when you're talking about, how about we just be good Christians and not care about creation?
No.
Yeah, and it's false, right? We have Danny Faulkner here constantly, who is a Christian, and he does care because he wrote an anti-flat Earth book. So,
okay, and I apologize if that was,
Can I quickly say just one thing? When you're a Christian,
I kind of want to. All he said was no. I want to hear him respond.
Elijah, one more thing. You should look into biblical
all he
cosmology.
said was no. I want to hear him respond. Fresh thoughts after what I said.
That's your response. Okay. Sorry, Elijah. I'm just gonna. There we go. I just wanted to
Yeah, it's okay. Know what? Know what specifically, and why no?
I mean, man, just the gist,
okay, what about it? Give me a summary. Give me a gist.
That's so I got into flat Earth because this trust.
I didn't ask you why you got into flat Earth.
I know.
What about what I said?
I know. But what about what you said? Right? But what about what you said? That made me say no is, the history of the church and where it went wrong. I agree with you, but the point that I was coming from was not the same thing.
Well, I was making my own point.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I mean, man. That's what I mean, and that's why thank you.
Also, what I said was completely valid. Then is what you're saying.
I mean, 100%, man. I was not saying no to you're wrong or something. It's not some kind of fact versus fact or some shit. It's about experience, qua experience. So
what do you mean that I say disciples? You can call. I mean, whatever. You say Christians. Why are you saying, right? When after what I've just said, justify your statement that we can be Christians and not care about the fact that the earth was created versus evolved from who knows what.
Yeah, that's the no, yeah, because it was created, absolutely, is the first thing. And the second thing is that the idea that it is flat or this or that based on some
isn't flat just a description of things?
No, I'm not gonna during this segment go down that road, but
hold on. Either we're gonna have a conversation where
okay, yeah, fair. Never mind. I pull it back. Go ahead.
No, when I say either we're going to have a conversation or not, you can't just keep on talking about what you're not.
That's why I said I pull it back. Yeah.
Okay, so what are you saying then?
I'm saying I've investigated this route, and as a Christian,
what route?
Flat Earth.
I mean, but again, my question was, it isn't flat just an aspect of things?
No.
So what is flat then? What's the definition of flat?
It is a
description.
Hold on. Let me try to because the problem is that
I need to wait for you to Google it, man. We can just educate your dumbass on what flat.
No. Because when you bring up the Atlantic Basin, then that gets rejected. All of it gets rejected. So I'm trying to encapsulate my experience.
Oh, what do you mean gets rejected? A basin is basically something that holds liquid, which wouldn't be the outside of a spherical surface.
The Atlantic Basin gets rejected by.
What do you mean by rejected?
Others. So
I don't get that.
Eli didn't reject it. So.
But you know what? I don't even care because that really is nor here nor there. What's the definition of flat?
No, it's not about that. It's about the.
No, hold on. This is what I mean by we either gonna have a conversation and we're not, or we're not. You're not gonna say.
You know what?
You're not gonna say you disagree with the flat bit, the flat thing, the flat, however you characterize it, and then I say, well, how do you define flat? Because I need to understand what the rejection is.
Elijah, my rejection is that I think that the quote-unquote flat earth movement, or the whatever you want to call it, all of this stuff around the shape of the earth and it being I believe that the pressure to sow discord in the idea of the shape of the earth is satanic.
William,
what's that have to do? Clay,
can I quickly say something?
Clay.
Just short.
No, Elijah's talking.
Hey, Tens. Everyone.
And
what's that got to do with practicality? Well, what does a movement have to do with actual things? Because a movement, last time I checked, is something that people attribute to some kind of togetherness, versus, again, somebody measuring a table is level or flat. So what?
I mean, if you talk to Goldstein,
no, what I'm saying is, who cares about a movement when the Earth is actually flat? If the Earth was actually flat, then obviously we would have a bigger problem than focusing on how demonic the flat Earth movement is, right? Especially since
if the Earth was
I would think that most people would think that a lie, and people propagating a lie, trying to hide the fact that it's a lie, I would think that they would think that was demonic.
Yep, exactly.
Right. Exactly. So what does the flat Earth movement have to do with the discovery of the lie?
Exactly.
So again, what's your point?
He said exactly to. I'm good, man.
All right. You can go ahead, bro.
No, Elijah, man. No, you're cool, William, man. You said, what does it have to do with the discovery of the lie?
William, how can something?
It is the lie.
William, how can be something satanic if it is literally the biblical cosmology? Read it. Have you ever looked into biblical cosmology? What it says?
No.
The ancient Israel.
I have.
Yeah, so you're going to go up into heaven and tell all the apostles that they were wrong about describing a stationary flat plane? Are you going to do that?
Have you read? Do you read Hebrew?
Hold on.
Have you read the Bible, brother? I don't need to read Hebrew. I don't need to read. I don't need to read Hebrew, dude. We have translations. What are you trying to say?
Play. My bad. Hold on.
I'm saying you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so if he doesn't know what he's talking about, why did all of those issues begin when heliocentrism began 500 years ago? What do you think the argument was about?
It's not about that, man. Like
well, I'm sorry. Don't tell me what it was.
No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to have that kind of attitude with you.
No, I don't care about the attitude either. I just want the question answered. What do you think it was about?
I think it was. Yeah, I think it was political. Like, because I think you're talking about Galileo, or you're talking about like which figurehead in history are you talking about?
Copernicus.
Copernicus, yeah, because Enlightenment. Notice that we live in the era of
Enlightenment came after. Enlightenment came after. So
why did the quote-unquote Enlightenment has its martyrs, and
okay, so the Enlightenment. Listen, bro.
William,
listen.
Chill.
I am listening.
So all of
but
these
when you hear Eli start speaking, you gotta chill so that he can get his point out, and then you can have a back and forth convo. You keep talking over people.
I'm sorry. I thought I was
just relax. Just relax, man. Talk to people. We're just people.
Right? I know,
just
man.
Relax, man, and have a convo.
I know.
Okay, Eli.
It's all good.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's all good. I know.
So when Clay says, "Don't you know that the earth describes the earth as or creation as one way," and you say, "No, that's I disagree with that." Do you read Hebrew? Well, first and foremost, that's not in like the beef isn't in contention. The beef literally is heliocentrism, and then the study of the universe, aka the Enlightenment, physics as people know it today, all of that came from this faction of the church. All of it. Under what justification? None, because that's what Hubble said 100 years ago, 400 years after, 200 years after this so-called Enlightenment. That's what he said. So again, all of these people getting kicked out of the church, this Protestant Reformation, all of these people dying because the Catholic Church wanted the Gregorian calendar. That was the issue. So no, it's not this cut and dry. Well, obviously the Bible is about the very thing that these people were persecuting actual Christians for.
I don't know, but wait, hold on. Hubble.
What?
I'm sorry, like you mentioned that, like Hubble.
Yeah, I did.
So if I can try to reiterate and understand where you're coming from, it's that the church was marching on, and the place it went astray was the Protestant Reformation as as made evident by Hubble, which is counterintuitive for most, because like most people who are going to say that it went astray are going to talk about they're going to talk about Calvin.
No, what I'm saying is they said that the earth was revolving around the sun. They made a calendar also promoting the fact that we're moving around the sun. This was the whole change of cosmology. What are you, Copernicus, bro?
Okay, Copernicus. There we go.
And his priestly uncle, and all of these other priests, and all of these other, high figures in the church. Just like today, right? Yeah, so anyway, so obviously the question was, Is the Earth standing still and things moving in the sky like we've always known and believed? Or is it what these church people are saying? Is it that we're moving around the sun? And then somebody like John Calvin or somebody like Martin Luther comes along and says, why the hell are y'all telling people that? And this is where the beef begins. But see, 400 years after that, the question of whether the Earth is fixed or moving, Hubble says this. I quote, "The assumption of uniformity has much to be said in its favor, but we would not expect to find a distribution in which the density increases with distance symmetrically in all directions. Such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous in a sense to the ancient conception of a central Earth. The hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would be accepted only as a last resort in order to save the phenomena. Therefore, we disregard this possibility and consider the alternative, namely a distribution which thins out with distance. The unwelcome supposition of a favored location must be avoided at all costs."
At all costs.
This isn't even the one where he says that the hypothesis that the Earth doesn't move.
Are you talking about Hubble?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Hubble, yes.
Because like,
so my point. So again,
it's like, hold on.
You don't have to act. Hold on. You don't have to act confused or.
I'm not acting confused. I am.
Okay,
confused.
so let me summarize. Let me summarize then, if you don't mind. Before you continue to speak on the thoughts that I just gave you, let me summarize.
I don't.
Actually, you know I have a mute button, right? You can talk if you really can't control yourself, but you'll be on mute, so I'll be able to get exactly what I need out when I'm speaking. So again, the summary is that there were people 500 years ago telling people, hey, the Earth is moving. And then a predecessor, Edwin Hubble, 100 years ago, said, well, we don't have any evidence for that. That's kind of odd, isn't it? What do you think?
Thank you for unmuting me at your question. You're actually honest. I do not think stop typing. Listen, Roger. Come on, like
focus.
I do not think that Edwin Hubble meant what you said when you quoted it.
Here we go again, just like with the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing, right? You have to interpret everything.
Hold on, can I finish this point? Can I finish this very briefly?
It's just a habit you have.
No. The difference is...
Yeah, you've done it 3 times now.
Huge difference in this point is that Hubble, first of all, Hubble is dead. And second of all, he did not say that.
He didn't say that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God. Yeah, he did.
No.
So, if we show
No, he didn't. Show me the full quote in...
We're going to have to do this again? We already did this twice. When you're like, oh,
wait, so if we do this again, and we show you the quote... Hold on. Wait. If we show you this quote, are you going to do what you did? Listen, man.
That's 3 times in a row.
If we show you this quote, right, and we establish that he did say this, are you going to do what you did before and say, well, so he said that, but he doesn't. That's not what he actually meant.
Yeah, blah blah. Yeah.
Right, and then when we ask you what he actually means, you're going to say, I don't know. Like, let's just clear it up now. Right. Like, are you going to do the same thing? Are you going to see the quote and say, oh, okay, he did say that, but he doesn't know what he's talking about? And then when we ask you, what is he talking about? You're going to say you don't know now? Because we already did that a few times.
I mean, hey, maybe I'll squirm around. Maybe I'll squirm around.
So now that we got that out of the way, you don't have to do all the squirming. We could just set it up right now. So the guy did say that.
No, share it. Because I don't think Hubble actually said what you just said.
Where's the other quote?
Then what?
Where's the other quote where he specifically states that the ancient I know.
Sorry.
Yeah,
So,
it seems
the quote.
My bad, Elijah. Yeah, we need a mod hovering over his mute button because
it's bad.
It's so bad.
Yeah.
And this is not the first time, right? We told him Neil deGrasse Tyson said that. No, he didn't. Showed him a tweet. No, he didn't tweet that.
No, that's not what I said about Neil deGrasse Tyson. I said that you did not understand what he was talking about.
At first you said he never said that. That's right when I jumped in. That's why I got my soundboard out to play the clip, because you were like, no, he never said that. You're lying. It's like, okay, well, watch.
Yeah, because at first we were talking about like a balloon going up and the Earth turning underneath the balloon. And that's not the same thing.
It is the same thing.
Talking about the Bengals clip. That's why I jumped in.
Never mind.
Literally not, dude.
Never mind. We're giving him an tangent again. So please provide the quote, because Hubble did say that.
Dude,
there's the other one that actually, like, when he says he specifically uses the word the ancients hypothesis cannot be disproven. The hypothesis about the stillness of the earth.
Yeah, I don't know why globalists think that we make this shit up. It's their shit. Why do they think we make it up?
I don't.
Because it makes the globe look bad.
I'm not, dude. I'm not. It's not about that.
Stop
this is not
saying
some kind of ego shit.
Then stop saying he didn't say that, because when we quote somebody, you know damn well we are going to back it up. Stop saying he didn't say that. Okay?
William, you need to formulate a better argument than nuh-uh to everything that you say. Nuh-uh.
No.
Nuh-uh. That's not a good argument, man. You need to listen to what's being said and try to formulate a good argument for your position.
Okay, thank you.
Or concede that you don't have an actual argument, and then we can just move on. There's no point in arguing for an argument you don't have.
Well, sometimes there's just a lack of understanding, right? So, like,
but the problem is that you're telling people who understand this shit, who are trying to teach you the shit, that they don't understand. And then when they ask you, well, what do they mean? You say, I don't know. Conceding that you don't understand. That makes you look really silly. And we don't want people to run around looking silly. That's why we're here. Because everybody's running around thinking they live on a magical spinning water ball when they don't. They experience the exact opposite of that every day. And then when they want to argue it and defend it, they can't, like you. Listen. I understand you've been taught this shit since you were a kid, right? We all have. But at some point, you got to start some type of critical thinking for yourself instead of regurgitating the same story that we've all heard, that you've heard since you were 5 or 4 or whatever the hell it is. Okay? Because this globe model that you guys claim makes you guys sound really silly, which is why when I came in before, I said, this is why you guys all throw your Neil deGrasse Tysons, your Brian Coxes, your Michio Kakus, who else did you throw? Eratosthenes and Edwin Hubble all are under the bus now because you can't agree with anything they say, who are the people who purport this model. Does that make sense?
Well, it makes sense. It makes sense.
No, it doesn't make sense.
Generally,
an article.
Yes, it does. It generally makes sense.
If I go to my neighbor, they're gonna all those people as geniuses of reasons why I'm dumb and how the Earth isn't flat. They're going to use those people that you just chucked under the bus.
Well, none of those people are here talking. It seems like they're running interference by sending their pawns to go and work for them, but we're not seeing astrophysicists try to deal with the Earth being, round.
They can't. They can't do it. They have we got clips of young Moses talking to these cosmologists, and he couldn't come up with an experiment.
Eli, something happened to your mic, brother.
Yeah, Eli, you're definitely really low, bro.
It's really kind of hard to hear.
Oh,
you missed.
Would be better.
Elijah, your mic is dead.
But the main thing is they're sending out their pawns and loyal servitors and trying to avoid this subject like the plague. So we're going to have to use common sense to ferret out their bullshit while they hide in their ivory tower and send out their pawns and servitors to enforce the system, essentially.
The problem I have with the pawns is they all have different messages, right? This guy's in here
I was just going to say that. The pawns are coming out with different shit.
And they're each saying each other is wrong, and then they're saying this the high guys are wrong. It's just a total chaos, dude. You can't even get them. You can't hold anybody accountable because they all just chuck each other under the bus.
That's an interesting thing that you say about everything being chaos.
William, hold on. Eli, you back?
Does it still suck?
Yeah, you should still.
No, regardless of our specific disagreement right here, the thing that your guy just said about this, because the only reason that I'm interested in this whole subject in the first place is that I don't trust the system either, and I looked into Flat Earth for a while, and I don't trust all this shit. So to me too, it's what is going on, right? And No, but so your observation that there's this
you can't look into Flat Earth without validating that it's
No, but let me do you mind if I just do this really quick and I'm done? I'll do this really quick and I'm done. There's this visualization that I have that I think I share with you of a system that's operating, that's intangible, that's that's also nonsensical, that is false and corrupt and spewing forth and needs to maintain. So it sends it pushes out narrative and message and all this falseness to maintain itself, and that structure is something that I can see and also am sickened by and don't like, and so I think we see the same thing, and I don't like that, and I don't want to be a part of that, right? I see a structure of falseness repeating itself and doing it in clever ways and not and I don't want to be a part of that, right? So I don't see myself as part of that.
Me either. That's why I'm not a part of it either.
Yeah, and I don't think any of you do either. I don't think anybody actually does. But that's the weird thing is I'm finding myself here being you're saying it's sending its minions out to defend it. It's I'm not a minion.
Yes.
I'm not a minion of the globe. I'm not.
You are defending.
No, but I'm not. That's not who I am. That's not where I come from.
But look,
period.
But
that's
you're
the funny thing.
routed by this information system. Do you know what inundation is?
Of course, dude. Yeah.
All right, so that's how it's done. It's not it's the idea that people think media.
Your mic is still highly compromised.
Hold on.
That's better. Whatever you just did.
There we go.
The media and the food sources and all the entertainment companies. Well, that would be under the media. Like, to think that this is just an eclectic group of people or things or companies is like insane. When we know that these are coming from, or the information is coming from, what appears to be a single source, whether it be the origin of a lie or some other whatever. What I'm trying to say is this, that when we say that they're sending their minions out, we're saying that because of what we're experiencing. So I came into this place, into this realm, arena, conversation with the idea that, well, in order for me to refuse that the earth is flat and believe that the earth is a sphere like I do believe back then, speaking retrospectively, then I need to understand how it's a globe. So upon investigation of what I could actually do as an individual to figure out that the earth is a globe, I actually found out there are methods to validate whether or not that the earth is a globe. And I have invalidated that with measurement, with observation, which go hand in hand. Basically, it's the only way I can do it, other than observations about the moon and yada yada yada. But the whole point is, all of us and all of flat earthers, that's how they got here, investigating the globe. Everything that you don't like is, again, another product of the media. People who think they have to argue this at all. People who think, oh, well, flat earth is dumb. Even people who aren't that harsh, but they're like, these people, I didn't know that they existed. I wonder what the psychology behind that is. Like, what's going on over there with those weird folk? Like, this is the approach that people take because they've been inundated with that feeling from various media sources. All you got to do is Google or YouTube Flat Earth, watch like 5 videos, and then you'll understand exactly what I'm saying.
No, I know. Like, it's not some kind of fascination in people's psychology or whatever. Part of me that understands, like I said earlier, the spiritual aspect of it, I believe, is wide awake. But the main line for me is, it's an interesting puzzle. Like, it's just, like you said, on the baseline, there's what we see with our senses, what we understand to be happening. We look around.
Like you understand that that's the default, right? If anything, that should be your default, is what you experience with your senses, right?
Yeah. Like literally look up, and like it goes, like the sun comes up here, goes over there, right? Chocolate,
right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So instead of trying to experience what somebody told you that you're experiencing in a book, why don't you just let the earth itself tell you or show you what it is by how it represents itself? See, the craziest part is that people think that we live on a globe and try to express to us how it's so negligible that we live on a globe that it just appears and feels to be flat, stationary.
You mean because it's like so big and stuff?
Yeah, reasons, right? There's always reasons. There's an excuse for why, we're supposed to see curvature, but it's so big that you can't see the curvature. Well, which one is it? Right? So you don't see it, but somebody told you in a book or in a magazine or on a TV show that it's there. You've never seen it, you've never experienced it, we don't measure it, but that's what they tell you, right?
Like, I guess
you don't have to accept that. You're not 5, you're not in school.
I know.
Right?
I know.
where the teachers are telling you what you have to think, you can critically think for yourself.
Yeah. This
is the weird part about people wanting to attack flat earthers. We're just people that were just like y'all, that learned the same shit, that say, hey, there's something wrong with what I've been told.
No, it's not about that, man. It's like
it shouldn't be about that, but for a lot of people, that's what it is about.
No, I know. But like, what I mean, like, but like, I guess like why for you, like, I don't know, like, why does it matter? Like, what, like, one way or the other. Why does it matter?
If you were adopted, right, and your mother and father, and I hope they're around. I'm not. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, you're talking example. Yeah.
Hypothetically, you were adopted, but you didn't know. And your mom and dad never told you this. You think that they're your biological parents, right? So here's the thing. You start to find documentation that would absolutely be in contradiction to the fact or the understanding or belief that they're your biological parents.
Yeah.
Like birth certificates with other people's names on it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, maybe search results of some.
Shit, man. Yeah, you already threw it out there. Like the point, like your parents been lying about the fact that you're parents.
But it's not just they've been lying. You approach them and you say, "Hey, I've come across this information that suggests that my understanding of you being my mother and father isn't true." And then they tell you, well, that's not true. And then you say, well, justify your reasoning because it's looking like a lie right now.
And they say, well, look at Uncle Tom, look at Uncle Benny, look at Uncle George, look at Aunt Sally, and everybody starts ganging up on you and being like, no, they're your parents, and they're all fucking like determining to say it, yeah.
Exactly. Would it matter then?
Yes.
In that hypothetical scenario, would that matter?
It would in that hypothetical.
Like you're literally trying to tell your parents, dude, you're busted. You're literally telling your parents, dude, you're busted.
In that hypothetical, shit, like.
Does it matter or not?
Well, huge shit.
They're busted. You have the information, and they're lying to your face, even though you have the information. Does that matter or not?
Yeah, of course, it's insane.
Okay,
like,
so if the answer is of course, then that's why it matters here to us. That is. So that's why it matters.
I know.
And it's a perfect parallel.
I know.
Because we do have evidence that not suggests but straight up tells us that what they've told us is wrong. You look up distance to the horizon, you look up any video about the horizon before 2020, they're all going to tell you here's the distance to the horizon based on how high you are above sea level or how high above the surface that you're standing on. That's this formula, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height, is going to give you the distance to that visible blockage called the horizon, that geometric Earth curve obstruction. And then you find out, oh, okay, that's not true. And then people go, oh, yeah, well, it's not true. It is true, but you can't experience it because X, Y, Z. And you're like, no, my experience is that here was the claim. Here's me trying to validate the claim. Here is the claim being invalidated. And they're like, no, it's valid. It's just the reason that you're coming up with invalid results is because you're thinking incorrectly. Well, at that point, it definitely fucking matters, because at the very least, it's highly annoying for people to just be running around here as grown people lying like this. And I'm talking about National Geographic.
Can I carry on the analogy you used, Elijah?
Yeah.
So we're talking about parents and adopted parents, and adopted parents in this case is the heliocentric model. Now, those parents are essentially, a bunch of scientists, all your friends, your teachers, everything that you know and love, which Williams admitted he kind of suspects that maybe they're lying to him, right? But here's the thing. His actual parents, he's suggesting, are satanic in this case. He doesn't know who his actual parents are, so he's afraid of his actual parents. The heliocentric model and the leap of faith, a leap that needs to be taken to leave it, is you need to be willing to accept the unknown, right? There's a lot of like, oh my gosh, where am I now? Like, who are my parents? And it sounds to me like Williams in that transition, like, he's willing to go like, okay, well, my adopted parents, they're suspect. My aunt, my uncles, all my family lying to me, that they're suspect. But he's also afraid of like, oh shit, like what if my actual parents are crack addicts? Like, what if my actual mom's a total psycho? And I think that's where Williams at, if I'm not mistaken, William, and I apologize if I'm projecting or somehow identifying, but I think that's the biggest problem with people who take the leap or actually make the transition from heliocentric to the flat Earth reality in their perception.
I mean, no, you're not. So you're not. You're not off in the sense of. Gosh, how do I say this? Like, you're not off. You're totally wrong. I mean, like, if I'm gonna like,
well, okay,
no, but I'm struggling because I'm saying like, you're not wrong, but you're completely wrong. I had a wonderful childhood. I had an amazing set of parents, but mine was not without pain or distraught or brokenness either. And I don't think many people's are. That's the thing. Almost 40 years old. I'm married now. And
I'm not talking about the analogy. I'm talking about heliocentrism.
And the experience of a lie and being brought into it and being convinced of it and being made to think it, and then being sold it, right? That kind of analogy of that.
Yeah, that's more comfortable. That's more comfortable than being on your own and trying to perceive reality as it is.
Yeah, and I mean, no, for me, like, my upbringing was not Christian. I chose this.
Is flat.
I'm not talking. I mean,
and if it is, then I'm wrong, and that's fine. Like, I'm perfectly fine with being totally wrong about the shape of the Earth. To me, that's fine. And at the same time, I do believe that it's a very big distraction from the from the possible, let's say, like, legitimate nerdy things we can argue about, or the possible nefarious things that are even going on in the world today.
The distraction,
or a lot of other things.
The distraction is the parents saying, no, that evidence that you got, you're interpreting it wrong. That is where all of the negative is coming from. The fact that we've uncovered a lie and people aren't trying to come to grips with the fact that it's a lie. Like, all of the stuff that you're complaining about, all of these other flat earthers that are disgruntled and upset and, all of this extra shit that's happening, this divide that's being caused and all of that. Yeah, some of us have been treated very poorly just for asking the questions. And this is the result of that. Some of them are jaded. Some of them feel like I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do because these people shitted on me for 5 years straight. And so now I don't care about their feelings, especially now that the evidence is on my side. That's how some of them feel. But guess what? That's a result of children simply asking, bro, here's some evidence. What do you have? Not even what do you have to say about it? It's more like, here's some evidence, guys. Look, we're actually all enslaved in this mental program that's not really reality. Guys, I found something. We all need to look at this because I love you guys and I'm telling you the truth. And then some of them just decided to go, oh, you're retarded. Oh, you believe in the flat earth? Oh, da, 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 da. That's how we were met 5 years ago. That's how I was met when I found out about this. So all that stuff that you don't like came from the people that are trying to continue to cover the lie.
I know. It's wrong. Wrong.
Don't feel like you're the only one that's been lied to, bro. Like, it's literally all of us.
No, it's not alone in this. Thing is, like, I'm not. That's why, like, sometimes I've confused some people here. I think by just saying no. Like, sometimes people have said some stuff, and my answer has just been no.
Yeah,
because like
emotionally defensive.
Exactly. No, it's not even
that we
you did it again.
Blame you for.
Well, exactly. It's not even
response to hearing something that should not be, because what we're saying should not be, right?
Yeah.
The Earth cannot be flat because
no.
Exactly the opposite of what we've been
it's not
told.
about that. It's not about that. It's not about that. It's about like the response is like no, like not like there's this whole thing that's going on, and I'm just like no.
You realize you say no as in like you're actively experiencing cognitive dissonance. Like you're seeing the illusion break down in front of you and saying no. Like it's
when you're saying that right now, I'm like no, it's not about me experiencing kind of cognitive dissonance. Like no,
it seems as though because you've been on here for what 5-6 hours now or something.
Yeah, like 6 hours.
It seems like the veil is.
No, I mean I've seen. Like, I've seen the flat Earth picture, right, through the various media, like, for years. And, like, I don't...
Which is fake. That's the thing. That's the thing. Imagine you had a truth, right?
Yeah.
And then your enemy painted a picture of that truth that wasn't your truth, but it was something else. And then they showed it to everyone and said, look, this is this person's truth. You know, that's what they did to Malcolm X.
Seeing that's what I think is...
Hey, do you know that that's what they did to Malcolm X?
Well, no, and that's what I think is screwed up.
And what I mean by that is a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know this or can't find this clip. But Malcolm X describes a time where he didn't want to be a part of the the Nation of Islam, specifically their hall and their meetings and their community, specifically the people that he was in correspondence with. And he said, "I don't need your money. I don't need your houses. I will forfeit all of it. All I want to do is defend myself openly on the platform that you're using to shame me on so that I can defend myself." And they said, fuck off. That's exactly what it looks like today when the flat earthers are like, hey, those images that you're sharing with people of a disk in space among all these other circular planets and all this other shit that y'all are propagating to the people as a broken message, that's wrong. And so now all I have is not YouTube, is not Facebook, because I've been ran off of that. I'm here in this corner of Discord amongst friends trying to tell people who want to know the truth. And then they come in here and ask me why I have to be doing that. Why you got to be doing that, man? I just want to, everybody just should be peace and love. The disrespect.
Well, that's the thing. I'm like, I don't disrespect, but I'm not going to bullshit. I think bullshit is disrespect. I think, like, there's two types of disrespect in my book. One type is the normie Neil deGrasse Tyson type, where they're just like, oh, what? Like, you don't, you know what I mean? Like, there's the disregard, right? Condescension. And the other type is like a zero. I ain't got time for that. Like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I'm not interested in either. It's like, that's for me. I mean, personally, like, that's just not fun. It's also just not enjoyable. But at a more deep level, I just can't live with myself if I'm gonna treat people like they're just, I don't know, like fucking like. I mean, I myself think some things about the world and how it works that is not publicly acceptable or understood or like treated well. So I understand how it can be to be like in a situation where like people would think like, oh, like you're like not
act slightly cultish.
Yeah.
To say, oh, you don't agree with what we say, so therefore we should just kick you out.
Well, that's the thing. We don't even have like the idea that people think we have is the idea that some people have, but it's not really a real idea because it came from the people propagating the lie. Like, that's just 101 obvious bullshittery, right?
Well,
like,
look, exactly.
looky here. Looky here. Look at what these flat earthers think. Like, that's just obvious bullshitter, like territory number one. So number two, aside from the point that we don't have an idea, like, or theology or cosmogony, right? We don't have that. We don't have a cosmology. We don't have any of that. We don't have a system of beliefs to offer people in regards to the sky right now, only because we're trying to come to terms with the fact that what we thought it was, it isn't. So we don't actually have that. We haven't even been given the room to do that mentally, which is wild. You can't come collectively together naturally without, in the way that everyone else can on these platforms that we think are free, that allow us to speak and espouse everything that we want. And we find out that's not actually true. Like, so we can't come together and actually have an idea. We don't have that. So what we do have is the discovery of false knowledge. That's what we have. And then people say, yeah, I understand your ideas, people reject them. No, I don't have ideas to reject. I'm talking about the information that was given to both you and I. That's all the information that I have for you today. That there's an incoherency here in this data, and I can show it to you. and I can show you where to get this data. And they refuse it. Like, you know what? You've been here for 4 or 5 hours. I don't assume that you're going to be leaving, at least right now, after I get to the nitty gritty. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to watch a 1 and 30 something clip second video. So it's 1 and 30 something seconds. We're going to watch that. And then we're going to go on a little journey on Google so that we can, get things understood about what's being said. And then I'm going to show you that at the end of that, there's still going to be bullshit afoot. So, are you in the live stream voice text?
Yeah, let's go.
Creation Bay, you still there?
Yeah, I can do it. Give me 1 second.
All right. So he's gonna play it on the bot, but you won't get the visual. Obviously, just go ahead and click that. It's 1 minute and 38 seconds. You can watch it. Watch the visuals, and yeah.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? Where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved, that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit.
So that was
which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me. If you like this video, there's...
Yeah, so back then they were saying that the horizon, you could visibly see it left to right curving. And, right, they were saying it was a geometric, physical earth hump, a hill of water. Water doesn't do that, ladies and gentlemen, but I rest my case.
Yeah, he was describing the circle around you, because obviously, like, if you were in the ocean and you're like turning 360, it's like it's gonna all appear the same. Like it. Anyway, but okay, so now go to Google, type in distance to horizon formula. You can pick any source, but I mean, I'm just gonna screenshot like the page that comes up, and yeah, it's like this is basically what everyone's saying. This is just the thing. It's not something that can be argued. It's just the thing. It's just information that exists. I'm not making it up. It's just all there. There's a video on YouTube, and there's some search results, right?
Well, and maybe we're just saying all of it.
Well, I haven't made a point yet. Sounds like there's a little bit of a struggle going on, and we haven't even got to the wrestling ring.
I mean, that's just the kind of guy I am. I just like...
I don't know what that means, bro. It's getting weird. All I'm doing is...
I'm saying
we're like 6 minutes. 6 minutes in. Like you've been here for you've been here for hours. I told you what I was gonna do beforehand. You agreed and said, "Let's do it." We're doing it, and now there's resistance. And you're talking through me, and I know that we've spoken about that.
Wait, what? Okay.
So what's the issue, brother?
I didn't think there was an issue. I thought it was cool. We were just like driving, so I didn't think there was like a thing.
So what's the resistance? What's the problem?
There isn't.
So I can continue?
Of course, yeah. Well,
okay. Distance to horizon formula. You see that? I'd like you to pick one and read it.
No, I'm like in the I'm just like dumb when it comes to Discord and like live stream voice text.
Go to Google or whatever search engine you have. Type in distance to horizon formula and then read whatever search result you find.
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, the horizon. Yeah, I mean it's through a formula for calculating the distance. The horizon is square root of the height above the surface. If you're 6 feet tall, blah blah blah. There's a few ways to do it, like whether or not you're accounting for the height of the observer. Not like really. There's like square root 2rh plus h squared.
So pretty simple, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now, let's go to one more video. And we'll be done. Where does this begin? So I want you to play this video from 4 minutes and 43 seconds. Up until the conclusion of the point.
It's starting at 4 minutes, 43 seconds?
Yes, 4 minutes and 43 seconds.
I've seen this.
Right. 4 minutes and 43 seconds.
I think, I'll check it out again. I think I've seen it though.
So we're pretty close to the level of the water, fill the boat out, and watch these horses.
Yeah, so it definitely should be finished by now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I can hear
you. Okay, so
yeah,
like I said, my approach to this is very simple. I don't have an idea. Everything that I just shown you, it was a claim to the distance to the horizon, which is based on the assumption that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. If you click on the first result in Google, the distance to the horizon, basically that's exactly what it'll say. It'll say the words that I just used verbatim. And then, so when you watch that video, and he says at 1.22 miles, obviously, because you see everything that I've shown you there that's on Google, that didn't come from me, but it's just what it is, right? The 1.22 that keeps popping up. That's what he's saying, because that's what he's understanding, right? So he's like, okay, they're at 1.22 miles, so anything beyond this is going to be beyond the what? Horizon. And that's when the stripes will begin to disappear. So the problem with National Geographic and their editors and all of the people that came across this video to edit the video to understand this more than anyone who's going to watch it one time, they all missed the fact that the horizon was behind the boat.
Yeah, but here's what I'm wondering. Okay, so like I just shared a very, very simple diagram in the chat.
That's an orthographic diagram. What are you trying to do with this?
My point is with my current interlocutor, Elijah.
Yeah, what's your point?
So like my point is, if you are traveling west towards the mountains,
Isn't this non sequitur for what I've just laid out?
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
You know, maybe if he needs a breather, just check in a nice guy named Nimbus. He seems fairly neutral to the topic.
It's not. No, it's not. Elijah, this is not. Elijah, this is not a non sequitur, because the experiment that you showed in the video that you shared was about diminishing sight over a distance, right? But like yes. In that video, they were showing
there's no diminished sight because they're seeing further.
I know.
What do you mean?
That's the thing.
Stop. Don't say that I'm showing you something about diminished sight.
I'm not showing
when there's more sight.
I'm not showing you. I'm saying that.
So when I began this, I said the point in what I'm about to do is to prove that the bullshitters come out when the information is there. And so, like I said, I've given all of the information that is separate from me as an individual. That is, well, the problem is you keep talking when I'm trying to finish a point.
I'm sorry.
So, like I began, I said that when it comes to actually accepting information, the truth, people begin to bullshit. And that's the thing that you're addressing, that you're saying you don't like. Why do we have to do all that? Why does the flat earth cause all of this issue, all of these problems? Why can't we all just get along? Why does it matter? Remember, Did you think I was doing this? Did you think I was doing this for nothing? No, my boy.
No. It's not about no.
Oh, my bad.
No.
Hold on. The mute button is like I forgot about
Yeah,
this.
it's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, it is all good. So the point is, people are always saying, why does this flat earth thing matter? Why are you guys causing, why does it have to be a problem? Well, okay. Like right now I'm illustrating exactly what the problem is. All we do is provide information, and then there are people who just deny it to the face to bring up non sequiturs and red herrings and things that just don't address the points being brought up. Frankly, that's annoying and wrong morally. It's disgusting and detestable. The fact that everything that I just did, if anyone's listening in the audience, the fact that it doesn't have a conclusion because you couldn't accept it, because you couldn't let the conversation conclude based on the information that was given coherently, concisely, straightforwardly. There was no conclusion to that. So the conclusion actually is what I initially told you, that in the face of truth, people will bullshit that won't let you simply state what is true. That's what I've demonstrated. Have a good morning.
The silence is deafening.
Oh shoot, are we live still? I did just check in.
Dude, I'm very.
Say hello to Nimbus. It was nice checking you in. Welcome, buddy.
Hey, sorry about that, man.
Hello.
I did not mean to
Yeah, so Nimbus, what's up, man? This is a pretty controversial topic. What's got you looking into this today?
I was just I was on Twitter, and then yeah.
You were on Twitter. What did the people on Twitter say about the Earth?
And they said it's flat.
Did they have any evidence?
No. I messaged someone, and then they sent me this link.
Oh, they sent you a link here. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Bomb has been planted. Well, anyway, where do you want to start? Do you think your house is moving?
I don't know.
Well, if we're on a globe that spins, then all of these houses are moving, right?
Yeah.
So do you think that's happening?
Probably.
Do we have any evidence that that's happening?
Yeah.
Okay, what is the evidence?
Sorry, I guess you can't tell if they're moving.
Oh, so there isn't any evidence?
Yeah, I guess you can.
So when we walk out our door, why would we ever start thinking that my house is moving? Why would we even begin to think that when there isn't any evidence for that?
True.
It's like some stranger came along and said some strange things about your house moving in. We're just going to believe him?
No.
All right, well, that's good. So how about, so the Earth doesn't move, we've established that. So what about, when they say, when we go to the beach and a sea goes out, I'm sorry, let me say this again. When we go to the beach and a boat goes out to sea, right, don't they say that it's being blocked by a curve of Earth?
Yeah.
You can't see the boat anymore, right?
Yeah.
So wouldn't it be blocked by a hill of water, a hump of water?
Yeah.
So when have you ever seen water do that?
Never.
Me neither. So why would we believe that water is doing that?
I don't know, because it's
Right.
like a surface.
Yeah, I mean, they show us from the NASA pictures. They're showing us hills of water, lakes, and oceans, big hills. But when we go out and check in reality, I don't see any. You said you don't see any, right?
Yeah.
Right. Well, so we're 2 for 2 here, right? If they say the Earth is 70% water, that's a lot of water that's not curving. So when they say flat Earth, we're not talking about, the grass in your backyard. We're mostly talking about the water. So Earth can't be a ball if all the water is flat. Just saying. All right, well, so that's 2 for 2. You want to try for 3 for 3?
Sure.
We got one more for you. This one's a little bit more complex, but I still think it's fairly simple. It's about gas pressure. So you'll hear some examples here in the server, like maybe a car tire. If you get a flat tire, you need the tire is the container. The gas pressure inside the tire is what we're getting at. So you need the tire or the container to contain the gas pressure. If you don't have that tire, well, you ain't driving anywhere. So you need that gas pressure. So we would argue or challenge, how can you have gas pressure without a container? Because I can't do that. I've never seen a demonstration. And we ask pretty much everyone that comes here if they can do that or if they've seen it, and they haven't either. So what about you? Do you think you could think of a demonstration, a way we could demonstrate gas pressure without some sort of containment?
No.
Right. So, but the thing is, they're telling us in these NASA pictures that here's the Earth with a whole bunch of gas pressure, and there's no container. So, how's that possible?
The ozone acts as a container. There's a surface over the Earth.
Ozone is gas. Okay, ozone is gas. So no, gas doesn't contain itself. That's silly. It's like saying the gas pressure inside your tire. No, you just put more gas in there, make it heavier. It'll stay in there. No, you still need a container. So no. So we would need a demonstration of that anyway. So yeah, that's our third point. And if that's the case, if that gas pressure requires a container, then we're inside of a container. So there's no like leaving or going to outer space or going to the moon, none of this stuff. The only way you can do that is if you do a Blue's Clues jump into your screen, because that's where outer space is. It's on your TV. It's on your screen somewhere. So, but anyway, somebody should give him the 3 points roll. Nice job, buddy.
I have one question.
Yeah.
If the Earth was flat, then where would the center be?
The north, maybe.
Wait. So the center of the flat Earth is north?
Well, maybe. I mean, let's think of it this way. I'm imagining you're in a room somewhere. You sound like you're inside. So let's just imagine that your room, just the room you're in, let's imagine that is the entirety of the Earth. That is the Earth, the flat Earth, okay? So the walls, you've got the walls around you. Let's call that south. And let's imagine wherever the center is in the room, that's north. So you're asking, what's the center? Well, wherever the center of your room is, that'd be north, right?
Oh.
Yeah. So that's kind of the way I would help you imagine that. There's no core, like they're telling you, center of the sphere, that type of thing.
Okay. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. If you have any questions, let us know, man.
All right.
You know how people say, like, oh, how come I can't fall off the Earth? You've heard that before?
No.
So it's like, let's go back to your room example. If you start going any direction, you just go straight. I'm just going to go straight in one direction. Where are you headed? Which direction are you going? In your room example.
North.
Well, okay, so we're going towards north. That's that center point. Let's imagine like a fireman's pole in the center.
Oh.
So once we pass that north point, now which direction are we going? I mean, no matter what, if we head in a straight line, we're going to hit the walls of the room, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would be south. So like, you can't fall off your room or like fall off your room, right? So it's the same idea that when we talk about flat Earth, like we're not talking about some sort of like disc that's floating around. How come I can't dig through the Earth and fall off? People ask questions like this all the time, but that's them bringing their own ideas of some sort of like space pizza. You know what I mean? So we're not talking about that. So it seems like you sort of have an understanding of that, or do you think flat Earth is a space pizza?
I'm not sure. I think I need to spend more time into like this topic.
Oh, that's honest. Well, just know it's not a space pizza. There's nobody here that thinks that. The only time you're going to see that is when you go to YouTube, Professor Dave, or some debunk videos. That's what they're going to tell you we think. They're going to set it up to make it seem like we're like thinking silly things. Don't fall for that, though.
Okay.
We don't think that. Yeah. That's propaganda. And the funny thing is, I find it funny that we didn't fall for the propaganda. We'll call it silly. We're the ones saying it's dumb. It's like the new globe earthers that just heard about flat Earth 2 weeks ago, and they ran off to Google to try and debunk it. They're the ones that are falling for this disc propaganda. Not that they believe it. They just believe that that's the flat Earth. So they fell for that, not us. Just saying.
Right. Okay.
All right, man. Well, so that's our 3 points. We're inside of a container. Space is not a real place that you can go to. It's not like you can leave. The Earth doesn't move. These buildings don't move. And there's no hills of water. There's no curvature. So those are the 3 points. There's no like Hot Wheels of the flat Earth that we're going to provide you that you can take and show your friends. It's those 3 points right there. Globe, dead. It's like Santa Claus, right? When if you have a little brother and you tell your little brother, "Hey man, listen, like I know like you're into Santa Claus, you made some reindeer food at school, whatever." He's not coming, he's not real. Like you don't have to provide him with a Santa 2.0. You just tell him the truth. So that's kind of what we're doing here. We're not going to be able to provide you with some sort of Hot Wheels, here's a little model we made that's cute. We're just going to be able to take away the globe. There's no curvature. It doesn't move. Space is fake. You got to start from scratch.
So you don't believe in infinite space, like you can go forever?
I think that question was for you, Nimbus.
For you, CB.
Oh, that was for me? Oh, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. If space wasn't infinite, like how would we, wouldn't we be able to fall off? I don't know, BGBG, I'm just making stuff up, dude.
Yeah.
Jeez.
How would we float in a vacuum?
You just believe.
Yeah. These are the globe Earth's special ingredients.
I have a very stupid question. May I ask?
Go ahead. Shoot.
How do you explain Foucault's pendulum?
I would like to address this question quick. I say there is a electric voltage potential current flow, between the ground and the sky. So, and when you look at electron spin, they go like in vortexes. When you move through the electric field, the radius of the electron spin increases or decreases according to the electric voltage potential or the electrostatic voltage potential. So this is a natural thing which all elements have, because they are atoms, so they have a nuclei and electrons spinning around them. Yeah. And because we are in a magnetic field, the world has a giant magnetic field and pretty uniform. It's very hard to explain how come it is such a giant uniform magnetic field, and also an electric field. So everything that moves inside these fields will be conforming to the magnetic force and properties, electric and electrostatic. So when we swing a pendulum, they prefer you to use a lead or iron weight, and you will observe that 15 degrees deflection, in the pendulum. But the funny thing, I personally debunked this. I did it myself. You can take two magnets and neodymium magnets, and you glue them together the way they repel each other. And you use those two magnets as the weight of the pendulum. You swing them, and they are not deflecting anymore, those 15 degrees. Funny thing.
Well, from my understanding, aren't they just basically like, if I wanted to try and recreate this, I'm hanging something from the ceiling and it does nothing, and then I have to push it.
You give it a swing, yes.
But then aren't some of them like motorized to continue? So how is this proof that the Earth is moving? But anyway, to whoever asked the question, like, what is your breakdown when you ask, like, what is your breakdown of what's happening with that? Because that's my understanding. Is that they've hung this thing, doesn't move. They have to start it up, and then hopefully continue it moving with some type of motor or magnets or whatever.
Well, it's the motion inside a magnetic and electric field. We have currents flowing, voltage, potential. Because the air is conductive. It's not a very good conductor, but it is conducting electricity.
No, did William leave?
It was Timo who asked the question.
I mean, it's just like if I go to Google and look up, like, how do I prove the Earth is moving? It's going to tell me Foucault's pendulum, but most people don't really understand what they just Googled, just like Eratosthenes. They get an answer, but they haven't really gone into it to understand why that's the answer or anything, and why it's wrong, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So, yes, Google will tell you Foucault's pendulum, but you have to understand what that is and what the process is like and how it's fraudulent. So, yeah.
I think Wikipedia gives that.
Google will also tell you that men can get pregnant, so just be careful what you. The first result on Google might not be helping you; it might be hurting you. So. To be honest, I think like that's got to be the most difficult thing to overcome for someone new to this topic. Is that when we ask them questions like, "Can you have gas pressure without a container? Does the Earth move?" Like stuff like this, they can just go to Google and get a quick answer. But like, how many of them are looking like going past that? So that's got to be a really huge mountain to climb for newbies. Like, well, but Google has an answer for me. It's like, but did you read it? Did you read that though? Because it's just weird, like that mentality. Imagine that mentality. Them thinking that we haven't, quote unquote, Googled these things. Like, you don't think we looked into this like for longer than the 5 minutes that you spent? Like, come on, man. We've been here for 5 years. You don't think we've looked into this?
Well, they really treat Google as a god.
For
these people, Google is a god. They will not accept like when I tell them this, they will not accept it. You know, they will say no, Google is not a god. You know, but actually they do exactly what a man could do in regards to a god. You know, ask the question, ask the answers that they don't have. You know, the questions they don't have an answer for. They ask them to God, so God provides them an answer.
It's just weird too. Like, when are people gonna stop and think for their own selves? Like, why do you have to go to Google to try and find an answer? When are you gonna go outside and like meditate for like 5 minutes and be like, do I really genuinely?
Yeah, but you see, when they take
my house is moving.
When we ask them a question and they ask Google, and then they come with the answer to us, they are giving us that answer like that's the nail in the wall, you know,
right.
Settled.
Yeah.
Because his God told him so. Yeah. It's heresy to question.
There's no way Google could lie.
Yeah. Machines cannot lie.
There's too many people involved.
Yeah. Machines are the best in discerning between truth and lies. Yeah. I give them
question. You guys talked about talked about the pendulum. Can someone explain the pendulum experiment to me, please?
It's not an experiment.
Okay.
Yeah.
More like a parlor trick, right? That's my thought. So their idea is that the pendulum is moving because the pendulum is moving because the Earth is moving. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what they're trying to claim.
Okay. Because that's the funny thing. The pendulum is used when you're playing with tarot cards and all that stuff to figure out energy and all that stuff. So how can you use calling the on
one
the
moment?
Hold on.
One moment.
Give me a quick second. Let me explain this. In tarot, right, they use the pendulum above the card to detect, and they ask it questions, and the thing rotates based on the questions that they're asking. This is what the black magic that they do. So I have a hard time speaking to a round earther that would use the pendulum as an experiment when that's used by black magic to answer questions. Right? I didn't even know that. That's hilarious.
Kiwi, back in the day, before the 1800s, the pendulum was considered to be a scientific tool. And that's what most of the scientists at the time were also occultists. There are some old papers I found once which spoke about this and how they used it. Which, by the way, all of the Foucault thing is essentially built on the occult uses of the pendulum. And then they removed it from science because they said, or the fields of science. Because they said, it's caused by the unconscious manipulation of the user. That's what they claimed, and that's why they removed it. And then they started using it as proof of Earth turning and in Foucault's pendulum, but it's still just using the occult principles.
They also claim it tells you
And that's my point. We can easily counteract when they bring the pendulum experience to say that that is a tool of the occult, and that's discounted.
It's not a good argument to discount it. What's a good argument to discount it is they claim it's an experiment. It is not. It doesn't fulfill the qualities of an actual experiment. It's kind of like if I start swinging a pendulum and then I say, "Oh, it's invisible unicorns doing it." Like you have to prove that the invisible unicorns are actually doing it.
Well stated. Thanks, boys. Appreciate that. Boys, see that? And I'm not calling out William. He sent me a PM and he's like, "Thank you for pushing back." Right? Boys, we're doing an amazing job. We're putting in the can opener and we're opening that can up and letting that good stuff flow in, boys. Well done.
Hell yeah! I'm like waiting for my soundboard, but I have a can opener sound effect. That'd have been perfect. But yeah, dude, you're absolutely right. Hell yeah.
There still is so much to find and learn and know about this world.
That's what kills me about science is that, I after I worked out this morning, I went upstairs to the rooftop here where I live, and I was sitting outside underneath the sun thinking to myself, why has anybody, man, science, whatever, attempted to take away and rationalize the amazement thing that we live in by trying to fill us with all these words, Tower of Babel type stuff, when we can just sit in amazement and just think how this was actually created?
Well, it was brought out of the waters. Shipwrecked, but that's giving birth, So the world was born.
The Earth is flat.
Well, we have a rational explanation, I guess the derivative of where and how the Earth was created, but all I'm saying is that science has attempted and is attempting for their job, to explain, put it in words as to how this whole thing came about, when we have an explanation that they just seem to ignore and provide the absolute opposite to. Right? No, that's not what the sun does. No, that's not what the moon does. No, the Earth is not flat, it's round, and everything is subjective to science.
Well, you see, this heliocentric model, in comparison with the creation, for me, it's like a huge mockery and blasphemy, because in the creation story, there was the earth, but without a shape, and that's what pretty much is when before the man is about to be born. We are in the womb, and we don't have a shape, well-defined shape. The shape, it takes time until it's molded, created in the womb. And after 10 months, you get born, and ta-da, you have a human being. And yeah, the creation is pretty much like that. There was waters above, below, everywhere, and the land without form. Then it was given form, and the waters separated, and therefore the world was born.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
And their heliocentric starts.
You know the adage. You guys ever heard that? The George Bush, fool me once, shame on me.
Yeah.
Shame on you.
My name is Joe Biden, and I'm Joe Biden's husband.
And I got hairy legs.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
How dare you?
1.2 billion. So you go ahead and you stack spaghetti sauce at a store and in a supermarket. You control the guy or the woman who brings out the carts on a forklift. What happened?
What?
You know, the message is simple. Going after Mickey Mouse, for God's sake.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Emotional damage.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
Do we have an emotional damage sound clip? We need an emotional damage sound clip. Emotional damage.
But if you close your eyes, emotional damage, emotional damage, emotional damage, emotional damage.
Look what you did.
Nothing exploded.
And now I have a Rolex.
Yeah.
Space station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug. And then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on space station.
Oh, this coffee smells like shit. It is shit. It's a bit nutty.
Nice.
Associated Press.
March at NAP. What was going through your mind? How amazed were you to see your roadster up there with Starman just cruising along with the Blue Planet? And how long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Houston, we have a problem.
Here is Pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some eggs. And Pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got to eggs on Space Station.
The Earth is flat.
What? Bro, what?
What? Don't pet it here.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
Emotional damage.
He's full of shit.
Yeah, you
My
can't
name
go
is Joe
back
Biden.
on
I'm Joe Biden's husband.
Wrong.
Mikhail Kakov.
It feels so lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful art. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely.
The Earth is flat.
It is a three-dimensional spheroid. However, I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything.
Matthew, what shape is the Earth?
The Earth is flat.
Thanks for being honest. Ali, you see me. Just like you like. Sorry, dude.
No, I think I cut you off. I'm sorry, what was up?
I said I gave you the alley-oop, just like you like.
Exactly. No, but the Matthew Learns clip, that's all Clay. Shout out to Clay. It's actually really original. I haven't thought to do that. Like, get other people saying things and put that on the soundboard, like, from this server. I haven't thought to do that. That's actually really funny. So, shout out to Clay for the originality.
You gotta have at least one for each of the anti-flat earthers.
I know, dude.
The clips, rolling my bowl of clips, and Co-showing everyone, man.
Yeah, boy.
All right, Clay, get on it, dude.
Yeah, boy.
And by the way, I sit on the stand, and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down, so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap, and I've loved kids jumping on my lap. And I tell you what.
What kind of shit is that?
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by the go. You know the thing.
Corn Pop was a bad dude. You need that one at Biden as well.
I can already tell Clay's on it, dude. I don't have that one on my board, but that's so funny. Corn Pop.
My bad, Clay. You're popping them out now as well. I didn't realize. I wasn't looking at
Which one did you say? Sorry, I couldn't hear you right away.
Biden, he says Corn Pop was a bad dude. Or something like that.
Okay. I tried to find it.
Over there. And Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Corn Pop, are you kidding me? Dude, what the hell?
Instant, man. That's awesome.
Yo, guys.
Hello, dude. What's up, man?
Yo, nothing much. Nothing much. I have to go soon. But thought I'd drop in. What's the discussion about? If there is any.
Oh, the usual, how the Earth doesn't move and water doesn't form into hills and stuff like that.
Yeah. I guess so. That's yeah, you gotta have more conspiracy theories to discuss, right? Or, well, not saying it's a conspiracy theory, but you get my point, right?
Yeah, I guess we could just all collectively believe stuff, maybe, but don't know if that's very objective.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, the more that I think about it, I think the worst thing about, a belief in around Earth is when people actually make their career out of it and just waste, 7 or 10 years of their lives trying to do some work on it, like getting a PhD. Like, holy shit, that's wasted, right?
What a sad life. Holy smokes.
Well, yeah, but on the other hand, you never really notice it, so you think that you're like a hero of science for advancing the science a bit further.
I think that's the saddest part of it all, is like they prop themselves up on a super high horse, only to fall off.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they're usually good men, right? Like, I mean, their goal is kind of noble, I guess. Like, it's kind of like those girls that go and study, what is it, like, want to be a doctor, I just want to help people. I just want to make people's lives better. But they don't actually, think twice about, what's this Vax doing, for example, They have a good goal, but, it's like having a good destination, but you can't drive a car and end up crashing.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, usually these scientists, I'm not really against them. Maybe they get a bit arrogant sometimes, but I think it's usually also because, well, they think that once your goal is good, then your destination is also good. Don't know.
Well, the path to hell is paved in good intentions, lest we forget.
Yeah. Damn straight, it is. Yeah, they never really think about it. Well, I just want to develop AI. Like, that's also what's triggering me about AI faggots, It's like,
Come on, man.
What? Come
you
on,
have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black. Come on, man.
Based.
The Earth is flat.
Dude,
Come on,
Joe
man.
Biden is my spirit animal. Imagine going to a furry convention dressed up like Joe Biden.
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband.
Come on, man. The Earth is just flat.
Go, you know the thing.
What about that clip where Obama is saying, if the world is flat, it should be reported? That's what we're about.
I never heard that.
You guys never heard that?
Obunga said that?
Yeah, man. Obama was on recorded TV, and he's like, "The Earth is round. If the Earth is flat, that should be reported." And I'm like, "Whoa, you're the problem, fact checker." Yeah, guy.
I've only heard this one.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Someone should report it. That's freaking hilarious, dude. We do hear those types of lines here in the server, though, dude. Oh, how come there's no articles? How come there's no paper? It's like, dude, it's not in the paper. It's outside, dummy. The hell? A report. Get it. Give me a break.
Okay, fellas, gonna go. Have a good one.
All right, take care.
Enjoy your weekends.
All right, you too, brother.
You too.
You, thanks.
Be safe.
It's effectively the 4th of July in Iceland right now.
How?
It's our Independence Day.
Nice. Independent from who?
The Danish who came and took over our country.
Damn Danish.
Freedom! According to Karma, the only good Danish is the one you can eat.
Nicely.
And she was delicious.
Yeah, she also says she's known some Great Danes. I mean, it's not the people of Denmark. It's more like our government still forces us to learn Danish and some stuff. Like, we're not under their control anymore, guys. Come on.
That's funny.
There's an anti-flat earther called Dane that hangs out on Gem Pandas. Not sure if he's Danish though.
I got to the Senate 180 years ago. Judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness. My father believed that if I wanted to be president of the United States, I could be vice president. My mother and father believed. Prescription jugs. Thank you, Dr. Pepper, and thank you, Chancellor, or Dr. Paper, and thank you, Chancellor. You know, folks, that's the America that George Bush has left us. And that's the America we'll continue to get if John McCain is elected president of the United States. Freudian slip. Freudian slip. We choose truth over facts.
Okay, since no one is talking,
What's up, mate?
yeah, I was thinking about playing a song.
Go for it.
Okay,
I don't think anyone mind. If they do, they'll probably just mute it.
alright. I was just thinking about, I think I'm gonna use another one, not the same as yesterday. Second. I have a perfect song. I think there was a Globies in here, right? Not least listening on the stream. Oops. 1 second.
In around the frontier, but it's made in the Hollywood basement. Space may be in around the frontier, but it's made in the Hollywood basement. Space may be in around the frontier, but it's made in the Hollywood basement. Space may be in around the frontier, but it's made in the Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space, or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened. Listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be in around the frontier, but it's made in the Hollywood basement. Space may be in around the frontier, but it's made in the Hollywood basement. Space may be in.
Yeah, what Trace said.
I like the ODD song he made with, I think, featured with Nani or something like that. It's pretty good.
So what happened to William?
I'm not sure. I wasn't here at the end of this discussion. It was ongoing for like 5-6 hours, and I had to get something to eat. But when I came back, he was red mic'd and microphoned.
Troll. The troll at live stream. He said, "Have you found your wife?" What that has to be with Flattered?
Oh, so you're saying he wigged out?
He did troll, so.
Because when I left, he was on the verge of getting an epiphany, and then when I came back, he was red mic'd, so I was kind of confused.
Have you found your wife? Yeah, he's in my DMs. I was just curious what happened.
Next time he has to read the rules. Welcome.
I know why it sounded like crap because there's a suppression filter that was applied. It was my fault. Sorry, I didn't know. Yeah, that like filters out the background noises with that program I used.
Yeah.
I can play it if you guys want.
Sure.
Okay.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Dear NASA, it's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is around, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Okay, Tim asked to play another song from ODD-TV.
Since there's no conversation, sure.
They say that it's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. Reality is insane. They wanna keep us in chains. Plus they have a web of deception they weave in our brains. But now I see through the games. They're trying to lead us astray. Gatekeeping information, they wanna keep it that way. But I'm researching all the time, every day of the week. So people claim that I'm crazy and I'm labeled a freak. But that's what happens when you're awake in a nation of sheep, where they try their best to keep the population asleep. They poison our food and water and they offer us war, but we're not falling for their parlor tricks, not anymore. We walked through the door and let our chains drop to the floor. There's many areas in this life that we got to explore, and the earth too, because they might be hiding more land, more seas, more trees, more snow, more sand. In school, everything that we're taught is a lie, and lately it's making me crazy. I gotta know why. My soul, where do we go from here? I don't know. Gotta break free from this mind control. Before I go crazy, gotta let you know there's a fire burning in my soul. Where do we go from here? I don't know. Gotta break free from this mind control. Before I go crazy, gotta let you know. It's time to break free from this twisted mental conditioning. I offer my message to anyone out there who's listening. I hear just beyond the limits and it's calling me whispering. Sometimes I feel like I'm tripping, this has got to be just a dream. But nope, I'm wide awake, my friend, and this is reality. Why do we let them enslave us, man? It beats the heck out of me. People barely scraping by and work for minimum wages. There is no new world order, this is how it's been through the ages. Flip through the pages of history and see on your own. Too many things are a mystery, other things are unknown. It makes me question who we are, where we live and what we're told. But walking a path of truth can be a really bumpy road. We're ridiculed, mocked, and we're ostracized and laughed away. But that's okay, some folks are sheep until they pass away. In school, everything that we're taught is a lie, and lately it's making me crazy. I gotta know why. Fire burning in my soul. Where do we go from here? I don't know. Gotta break free from this mind control. Before I go crazy, gotta let you know there's a fire burning in my soul. Where do we go from here? I don't know. Gotta break free from this mind control. Before I go crazy, gotta let you know. I pledge obedience to the corporation of the Divided States of America, and to the plutocracy for which it stands. One nation under surveillance that thinks it's invincible, with discrimination and intolerance for all. There's a fire burning in my soul. Where do we go from here? I don't know. Gotta break free from this mind control. Before I go crazy, gotta let you know there's a fire burning in my soul. Where do we go from here? I don't know. Gotta break free from this mind control. Before I go crazy, gotta let you know.
Yeah, so just to summarize, because I was listening to that guy this morning, William, he actually said, what he basically said was, he just jumped around the whole time. Whenever you try to bring him something, he just jumped around to something else. And you couldn't pin him down. He was just all over the place. And he was just talking about all kinds of stuff that didn't even make any logical sense to Flat Earth. But he was basically getting away from the point that we can see too far. And he wouldn't look at anything to point that we can see too far. He wouldn't look at any of the evidence. He just totally ignored it. And every time I asked him why he's ignoring it, he would just ignore that as well. And then he would, but if you said something personal or something about him, then he would immediately react. But anything to do with seeing that the Earth is too far, he just completely ignored. He didn't have any interest at all to look at. So I could tell that from summing up everything, that he's completely dishonest. There's nothing. I can't even believe that he's real, that he's not there to find out about the flat Earth. He's obviously made up his mind already that he knows it's flat, and he's just out there just to make a point in his direction. And there's nothing to do with the truth that he's looking for, because he couldn't even face anything that we said, but he'd quickly respond and get triggered by anything else. But when it comes to anything factual, he would just immediately look away and totally ignore it. So that shows a total deceived mind, a total either he's doing
talking about
it on
here?
purpose. Yep.
Talking about the guy that was here, his name William.
Still there? So anyway, and so he couldn't face anything truthful, and he couldn't face the reality of the fact that lighthouses we shouldn't be able to see, we can see. And he couldn't even comment on that or even face it at all. So that's really funny. People would come here and just totally ignore the facts. So that's very strange, and there's definitely something wrong there. His arguments were also very like predetermined arguments. So that means he's obviously really been thinking about for a long time what to say. And he came along and he prepared this in advance, lots of things that he was saying. And the things that he was saying were really like hardcore arguments. So he's obviously planned to try and oppose flat Earth. He's not a curious seeker, William. He's a flat Earth opposer. He knows it's flat, and he's just trying to oppose it. That's his. He likes to do it, or he's been paid to do it, or something like that. So there's no validity in anything he says. Well, William.
the voice text is hopping while the voice is not.
Is there a certain tripod for the Nikon that people normally like, or any recommendations?
I don't know, but I have seen some tripods that incorporate auto leveling and stuff like that.
Okay, now that sounds legit.
Well, whether or not you're hand tuning it or there's some type of mechanism to do it for you, I don't really know which would necessarily be better.
Yeah, I just got my P1000 yesterday. I'm headed to Baton Rouge, and I just look out from the hotel, do different things anywhere I go. Really,
Yeah.
it'd be pretty cool.
Say one. I say one and you say hello.
Hello.
Good day, mes amis.
So how are you doing, Gospel?
Oh yeah, I'm doing all right. I gave one of those long hashtag truth drops or whatever on another server because somebody was bringing up the Linwood psyop. So
Yeah, what was that about?
The Linwood psyop?
Yeah, like I heard. I guess he just posted on his Instagram.
Yeah. Well, the reason I'm choosing to call it a psyop is because almost instantaneously it was being used as a contrived method for associating all flat earthers as Jan 6ers, as if they are one and the same.
Yeah.
So
That's huge.
Well,
great call.
It's what it's what makes it not very far fetched to call it a psyop when you start to see those sorts of things happen.
Right, I agree with you there, but you don't think there's any way it's genuine?
I'm not sure. I have, there's a handful of these different people that are identified as the cheerleaders of conservatism or whatever. Whether, so for instance, General Mike Flynn has been completely.
That new age stuff.
You're already aware.
Yeah, because I was paying attention to them back in 2020, 2021, seeing how things were unfolding. And yeah, once Flynn started making that prayer, I was like, oh no, that ain't Christian.
Yeah, it was
wild.
he was
and
he
well,
was
also
pulling a good
everybody
old
was
Martin.
repeating
He
them.
was pulling a good old Martin Luther King Jr. He literally plagiarized that from Elizabeth Clare Prophet. So that's her name,
Yeah, it was
not what
freaky
she
that
was.
everybody was right, but it was just so freaky that everybody in the audience or whatever was repeating the prayer.
Yes,
You know, it's like, dang, see how easily people could just get manipulated into things.
Exactly. So there's these different people. He's an example. I don't know about Mr. Pillow. I think that I tend to agree with Anomaly's take. Maybe he's just naive and maybe a little bit not all there or something. I don't know what. But when you keep on making claims that something's going to happen, and then that thing that you claimed was going to happen for sure doesn't happen over and over and over again, you become, at least in my estimation, untrustworthy. So there's these different feature people that keep on getting to the spotlight, and then they also then ultimately get some type of painted like a crazy person. And maybe they are being sincere, but it's all part of a bigger scheme, as far as I've been able to discern. Whether or not they're sincere is almost besides the point, because they're all getting used as tools. And I don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah, I hear you. 'Cause I remember following Linwood stuff, and boy, that dude would be writing and writing and writing. But it was a lot of Christian type rants and everything, which I personally enjoyed. But yeah, I don't put it past anybody at all for an ulterior motive.
Yeah. Puppy. Plus the whole appeal to popularity or stardom, the star power fallacy. I mean, this is the thing about the nature of the feature of Earth or Earth's surface and its straightness and flatness. It doesn't require any special person saying any special thing.
Well, one thing is he'll most likely wake some people up to it. That's for sure.
There is bound to be some people that look into it as a result of recognizing that even if they see that it is a psyop, oh my gosh, look, he says this, and then they throw him under the bus, and all of a sudden, like anybody that's using deductive reasoning is a rational person looking at the details. They would go, wait, so why are flat earthers all of a sudden being associated with Jan 6? Oh, because of that? Well, that's a non sequitur. Maybe they are really contrived. Maybe this is a psyop, and that would cause some people that otherwise might have been, skeptics to disarm their programming and actually evaluate the facts. I'm not saying it's all bad. It's just it's probably going to be a trap for somebody.
Hey, Roger. How you doing? Check, check. Anybody there?
You can be heard. Yeah, you only addressed Roger, so I was just
Good to see you, man. Thanks for being here.
I was just waiting, Sonny.
Yo, Gospel.
What's up?
Thank you for that share you dropped with me yesterday, man.
Yeah,
it was appreciated. Like you really, 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 you opened my eyes about the alchemy thing. Huge.
Yeah, it's a good documentary.
Yeah. And just being able to lay the lines and actually know finitely where the lines are with such poise, the way the messaging was delivered, it did everything in speaking to my innate and tickling my brain and my heart and making sense of things. So truly, the questions that I've asked about the Catholic Church consuming the blood and the body and all these things and the perversions that exists, when you actually start to think about the things in literal terms, it actually starts to make a lot of bloody sense, man. So thank you so much for that eye-opening experience.
Interesting. You took it. You personalized it in ways that the video maker might not have identified. But it's interesting that you say all that, because this happens with authors of all different types of works. They write a thing, they have an intended meaning, and people take that meaning and interpret it to make it fit their own context. But yeah, no, cool. Yeah, it's a good documentary. I share it from time to time with all. You've seen it. Me post it many times, Flatty. It's the Ethereal documentary by Truth is Stranger Than Fiction.
Is that the flat Earth, the globe, symbol of Gnostic religion? No.
No. It's Ethereal. It's a 2-hour documentary that he's dead. He's received a total of 2 million views, more than 2 million views. But the first time he posted it, he had to take it down because there was some type of copyright infringement. So it was over 1 million views at that time, and now it's over 1 million views again. So that's why I'm saying over 2 million.
Well, I'm looking through everything that you posted. I'm not,
It was a DM. It was a DM. I can post it.
If you could post it, that'd be cool.
Yeah, of course.
I do go to that channel fairly often.
Yeah, I'm a nerd. I watch like a video of his, not necessarily every day, but because of how much I've watched his channel, YouTube just keeps on recommending yet another video I've never seen of his. So yeah,
makes perfect sense. Algorithm.
Yeah. Sometimes I put it on these channels because I'm so tired of them switching. Like when I play one video from a flat Earth, the next thing is some kind of space stupid stuff, and so sometimes I just go to the channels and play the entire list for as long as I can listen. Anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's an interesting thing too when you're consuming quality material, especially when it's dense or packed with different details that you might need to think about and try to organize in your mind, so to speak.
Unpack it. You've got to unpack the information and pack it into your head the way it makes sense. Otherwise, you're just, it's like walking into an office with pieces of paper everywhere, right? You've got to take the paper that shows up, put it in the correct filing spot, the Rolodex, so that you can reference it later. Or the filing cabinet, sorry, the correct drawer.
Yeah.
The one of the things that he talked about in the content of that that presentation was the use of substances, right? The cutting of roots, the things that were mentioned in the books of Enoch, the fallen secrets of heaven. And I find it interesting that when you talk to people who have tripped on those experiences, how they can have so many different varying experiences. And what I tend to do is ask them what their relationship is like with their ego. And when you identify the relationship with the ego, if you're aware of it, you enter into journeys like that from a much different standpoint. Like if your ego is not in check, this is just, again, my discovery in terms of my talking to other people about it. It seems as though if things are out of control for you, that will just get exemplified more. That will be brought to the surface. Like your demons will be brought full center for you to see. And it's up to you whether you run or stay. And that's where what can dictate a bad trip versus a good trip, again, from my understanding.
I'll tell you what, I've got an email I am planning on writing to my former professors. I got my master's degree in clinical psychology, and not one time did they make it known to me how completely involved, entrenched, enamored with exalted religious devotion both Freud and Carl Jung were with the occult teachings.
Obsessed with it, huh?
My professors, especially considering the type of school I went to, should have made that very clear just how ridiculously occult, especially Carl Jung was, but Freud, no, he wasn't accepted by any means. And I got a bone to pick with my old professors
Hey,
because
can you please make sure you CC me on that email? Would that be too much to ask? I'd love to write that.
Maybe I'm just going to ask some simple questions.
I wrote a.
Why didn't you teach us that these guys dabbled, but didn't just dabble? They were religiously devoted to occult teachings. Why didn't we ever learn anything associated with? Anyway, it's interesting to me and sad. But yeah, the words like ego, superego, the id and the ego and the superego, all of that, it's just like one guy's conceptualization, right?
And that is a name that came from that specific person. So what would be the more common way of referring to it? Is it self?
Yeah, everybody has different ways of conceptualizing who and what we are. So I would maybe make the argument that that's fairly within the realm of subjectivity, and I'm only saying that because it's an interpretation of things that might not be fully known or understood.
Nice.
So that's how I would phrase that. I just
appreciate that.
Not to say that we can't talk about it or can't use colloquialisms like the word self or mind or things like that, or even ego, for instance. But I don't know. I think that we're a whole person. But again, that's my personal interpretation. It's yeah, I don't know. It's tricky. It gets into the different VC conversations like philosophy or religion or something. When you try to unpack too much of that, we have to explore those ideas elsewhere, I suppose. I mean, these sorts of ideas are pretty. They're sensitive because people have very strongly held beliefs about, the nature of who they are. So, for the sake of this VC, we typically try to be tender with those topics. Yeah, I hear you, Cuddy. I would expect at a master's level that when you have a because if you're teaching master's level, you have a doctorate, and all my professors had doctorates, and they've been around. They knew what they were doing. There's no excuse for them to have not really. I'm interested to know what their response will be, because there is a certain level of willful ignorance. It seems like a turning of a blind eye, as the saying goes, and I think that would ultimately wind up being their answer. Oh yeah, but it's not really relevant. That I think is what they're ultimately what their answer will be, but I'll find out for myself. Teacher experiences. So what's that about, Sonny? You just only wanted to say hello to Roger? So is that what's going on?
What's up?
No, I wanted to say hi to everybody, but I happened to see Roger, so I picked him out of the crowd.
I gotcha. I'm just messing around.
I know. It's
We got Victor here.
Yeah.
Victor.
Yeah.
Hi, Victor.
Hi. How are you, bro?
What are you the victor of?
Sorry?
What are you the victor of?
I don't listen. I
You
don't
don't
hear
understand?
you. Can you repeat?
Oh yeah, it's okay. The word Victor. Well, there's a name Victor, but there's also the word Victor.
Okay. Victor means the one who wins.
The one who wins. Yeah.
Yeah. Something like
The victor go the spoils. That means the victor gets all the goodies.
Yeah, no, it's a good name. It's just
Victor from
strong name.
Victory.
Victory.
Yeah, strong name.
Yeah, something like that.
How long you been here?
I'm here since 2 weeks, I think.
Okay, cool.
Welcome, man.
So are you already aware of how the ball was debunked?
Sorry?
Are you aware of how the ball Earth was debunked?
Well, I'm not sure. I was looking for some real flat earthers.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking for a lot of information about flat Earth. But yeah, I look for a lot of Discord servers.
Hardly.
So I found this server, I think.
Very good.
Well, you found the right server, let me tell you. These guys are awesome. I joined here. This is my fourth day here, and honestly, these guys have opened up my mind and my eyes to so many different things. And I came here already knowing the Earth was flat. The additional information and education and the ability to just sit back and observe, that's what this group does. Honestly, they paint an amazing picture, and they allow you to kind of feel through yourself and figure things out. We just had a fresh convert this morning. Shout out to Matthew.
Yeah, I was before I I was in a Flat Earth Discord server, but people there wasn't any flat earther, so people was trying to give me proofs that the Earth is round, but anyone asked me what gravity is, and yeah, I don't.
Okay, Victor, is it Portuguese or Spanish that's your native tongue?
No, I'm from Spain.
Okay. Because I'm just asking that. We do have folks that are native Spanish speakers. So,
yeah, I'm learning English right now, but yeah, I'm here to practice it.
Good. Sounds good. Yeah. There will be also opportunities to be able to speak in your native tongue. So it'll be faster to get some of the resources you may be looking for. But otherwise, yeah, man, practice
Yeah,
away.
that's cool. Yeah.
Practice away.
You guys are awesome. Sorry. I know it sounds like I'm really sucking up right now, but you guys are fantastic, man.
Well, first to say thank you.
Your button a little wrecked.
Microphone got ran over by the Jeep. Still getting run over.
Yeah.
I heard thank you. No worries. Who started this place, by the way? I asked Gospel that yesterday. No. Who was it?
A group of people.
Amazing.
The original server was actually started by ODD.
That's awesome.
So there's that. But then it developed over time. So that should be a good answer to the question.
Okay, wait. I can't hear you well. Let me fix it.
This is doing that thing again. Where sound does it go? That's why. Your TFP unfortunately triggers me to think of CB and CB. I know they are different, but for some reason, I just
Okay, I'm back.
cool. Well, do you have any current questions that you'd like to spark a bit of a conversation about? I'd be happy to address any questions you might have.
Well, yeah, I have many questions about the start phrase. Do you know what is it?
So what was the word you said?
Star trails.
Star Trails. Okay. And what specifically is your question?
Yeah, my question is how it works in a flat Earth, because if you are in the South Pole.
Yep. Let me pause you if you don't mind. Just so this question is, I think, a harmful question to your own, not your brain, but everybody's brain in general. When we ask the question, how does that work on a flat Earth? Okay.
Yeah, because it looks like two rotation points. I think it's correctly.
Yeah. So I want you to understand what I'm saying before we move on.
Okay.
Yep. The question, how would that work on a flat Earth, assumes that we aren't living on the Earth that is flat.
Okay.
So the better question is, I know this is long and maybe complicated, but it is a better question. We were taught that stars work because the Earth spins. And they said that, that the stars go one direction in the north and they go a different direction in the south. Is that a fact, or is there something else going on that we observe? That would be a better question. Wow, gold. Thank you for that.
Maybe.
So the reason I'm rephrasing it and everything is because we see what we see. How it works comes next, not with assumptions, but why do we see what we see? So what Drace just put in the chat, can you see the live stream voice text?
Yeah.
So in fact, what is seen are two curves, which is actually quite illogical to assume that that is because Earth is a ball. So rather, we see what we see because the stars do what they do, and how they do what they do is a matter of speculation.
Okay. But yeah, there are many answers. One of them. Oh, I can't send image.
Your gospel.
Okay. I can't. Yeah. Let me send.
You can post a link. You can post a link to the photo.
Test.
I heard you.
I don't have the link. But anyway, doesn't matter. So what could be the reason that about how how we see this in the sky if the Earth is flat?
So, I mean, the Spanish word is especulación.
Yeah.
Or, speculation, man. So, how it's doing what it's doing is a matter of speculation. We see what we see from where we're at. Everything is a personal observation. So there's a lot of there's a lot of built-in assumptions that people have. Well, if I'm here, then this is what should happen. That's all based on assumptions.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. We live in a personal dome. It could be a mirror effect, but I don't know how to explain this in a dome model.
Which dome model?
Sorry?
Which dome model?
No, I don't. Okay, let me explain. I can explain why you don't see Polaris in the South Pole. That's easy in a flat Earth model. But why do you see a different rotation point? Correct? In the South Pole, I mean.
Who is telling that?
Yeah, did you notice that you're begging the question of a South Pole and a globe?
Yeah. Okay, let me.
Did you maybe watch that video with water on the equator?
What
You said
text channel can I send photos? Mm, okay, guys, I need to go.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Gospel. I can't send you. I can text you in your DM. By the way.
Okay. Bruh. What do we have here?
Yo, what's up, Flatties? How's the cope from the Globe side recently?
Big cope.
Yo
Man.
yo.
Going through all the stages of denial. Or,
We had,
sorry, the stages of grief.
we had a convert this morning, Matthew. I think how long was he around for? 6 months or something like
I would avoid that word convert.
that? Why not?
Well, because it's not really an appropriate word.
I'm sorry, fine. I'm sorry. What's a more appropriate word? An eyes wide open moment.
Somebody that are you saying that Matthew Learns said something different than what he's been saying?
I think he was successful in onboarding some additional information today.
Interesting. Oh.
That's all I'm saying.
He's been around for a good long while, and he's made a lot of anti-flat Earth content. So
hold on, it's
Well, of course he is. Matthew is currently overdosing on the copium, dude.
The copium, it'll get you real messed up.
Yeah, I could see it on Matthew, man. Especially if you go to go to Nathan's server, man. There's so many people overdosing on copium over there.
Yeah.
Oh no, William. Sorry, William. My bad. I'm so sorry, guys.
Yeah, big difference.
I'm again. Apologies profusely.
Yeah.
Village idiot, new guy in town.
Yeah. Well. Has anybody here ever heard of Canary Cry? Canary Cry News Talk? Canary Cry podcast?
What's it about?
They've been going a long time. I found out about them through Truth is Stranger Than Fiction channel. I've been looking through their podcasts. These guys, they had him on years ago. So, yeah, I'll send you the link.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah, it's interesting guys. Basil and Gons. Used to watch them about 10 years ago. Oh, cool, Morvis. Yeah, they've been doing the thing for a long time. Pretty interesting. I don't know about that movie. There we go. I can hear Gone. Oh man, I've looked at that website. I don't have the I don't know, attention span for any Chans. No, I'm not a Chan or Chun kind of guy. Not a, too late. LOL. Chan and Chun, I think, are just the predecessor to Q. So I could be wrong, but I don't know. They're just not my style.
What the Globers at?
It's an interesting question. It's keep on asking that question on almost a daily basis, and they pop in from now and again. But I'm noticing more and more, even in you just be in a random server. I don't know if go to like a farming Discord or something, and you'll find more often than not there's a handful of people that are like, oh yeah, I already knew it was flat. I don't know. Seems to me the Glovers are going to be the minority. Noisy, annoying minority. But then they'll get special rights, special privileges. You.
Well, that's sort of standard procedure for retarded people. They do get special treatment.
There you go. Yeah, ADA and all that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you can actually call them retarded, but there's certainly something wrong, because when you can hit them with so much, undeniable evidence that they just hand wave it, or whatever kind of thinking that causes you to not take a critical look at it and an honest look, that where you just can't do it. I mean, it's like they just refuse to look at the information in a critical way without a biased opinion, at least for just a few minutes. I mean, throw your bias away for just, 5 minutes and take a look at it. You know what I mean? It seems so hard for them to do. I just don't. I mean, what are they scared of? That, if they stop and take their guard down for just 1 minute, they're afraid to become a flat earther or whatever, or what is it, I was expecting an answer, Gospel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did get distracted from the banter in the text chat. I'm over here.
That's all right.
Distracted.
I'm just messing with you anyway.
All right. I'll be back.
Hmm. Hmm. I don't know if we have to do any more than. Sorry, I'm talking out loud. Talking to myself about work and I got caught.
Who's abusing their keyboard?
How are you guys getting the feed? I'm on mute.
Clearly not.
It must. I see a new clip that Quantum just posted. I wonder if that's one of his new clips. One of his new numpty clips that he's made. I haven't seen yet. I guess I'm going to have to click on it and see.
It's from last year, August. Let me see. Day 23, August.
So it's a year old, huh?
Yeah, it's 24 minutes. If you guys want, I can play it.
Yeah, we could probably do that. There's some dead air here. I don't know if there's. I certainly wouldn't complain.
Okay, I'm gonna
share away, my guy.
Okay.
Thank you for the offer.
Foolish Decisions, March 2021.
We're about to do a space-time experiment. Let's
It's
hear
already been done.
Let's hear the natural observed phenomenon. Oh, if this has already been done, then this should be pretty easy. What's the natural observed phenomena?
Why are you going through that? Why don't you actually go and read what they've written about the prediction and the
That's how we
hypothesis?
start. You need a dependent variable
No,
before
you
you
start
can do
off with an idea.
Wrong. You don't start off with an idea, you dumbass cracker. This isn't imagination story time.
You start off with a
You can't.
thought.
No, you can't do
Yes,
anything
you
without
do.
a dependent
I'm
variable.
sorry,
That's the
I
effect.
am citing Richard Feynman, who I think knows a fuck
What's the
more about
dependent
physics
variable
than you
then?
do.
Go ahead. Make my day.
As percentages also quoted Richard Feynman.
So what? Who cares? What's the relevance of what who or somebody else quoted?
And Richard
Which is
Feynman,
dependent variable,
in his main lecture about science and the scientific method.
Wrong. The main lecture you're talking about is from Cornell University in 1964, titled Richard Feynman Discusses Seeking New Laws, as in natural laws. Natural laws have nothing whatsoever to do with the scientific method.
States, we start off with a guess, an idea. And what we do is we take that idea and then we say, what if this is true? What would be the implications of this in reality? And that's where you start.
Are you high right now?
Number one, Dick's train wreck here doesn't help you. He's talking about natural laws. You were asked for experimental validation of bendy space-time, an alleged scientific theory. Duh. Number two, Dick's wrong in his explanation of how natural laws are established, which I'll be demonstrating momentarily. Later in the lecture, he clumsily conflates laws and theories to mean the same thing, which would get him laughed out of any fifth grade general science class. He also calls by name the debunked universal law of gravity, Newton's theory, in the very next breath. Nothing like bashing yourself in the face with a spade shovel, Dick. I know what the problem is. Dick was a theoretical physicist.
Because I'm a theoretical physicist. Because I'm a theoretical physicist.
So technically, citing him in reference to his knowledge of the scientific method, which is based solely on experiment, is an appeal to authority fallacy, because Dick, as a theoretical physicist, is not a subject matter expert in the area of natural science, i.e., the scientific method. From your alma mater wiki, theoretical physics is a branch of physics that employs mathematical models and abstractions.
What the hell did you just say?
Of physical objects and systems to rationalize, explain, and predict natural phenomena. Yeah, right. This is in contrast to experimental physics, which is painfully redundant, which uses experimental tools to probe these phenomena. End of citation. Warning! Numpty contradiction paradox alert. How can something be titled physics, that is, physical, and at the same time employ methods that are antithetical to itself? Por favor? From Princeton University's WordNet, physics, physical science, the physical properties, phenomena, and laws of something. Guess what the antithesis or antonym of physical or physics is? You guessed it, abstract or abstractions. But as we just heard, theoretical physics employs abstractions and mathematical models, which are also abstractions. This is tantamount to using a digital micrometer to measure freedom or a flow cytometer to analyze taxation without representation remnants. Only in Shangri-La, folks. Holy moly. Listen to this pathetic exchange.
Citation.
Which are dependent.
No, where's the
Which
full
are dependent variables.
No. Where's the full quote to that? Where is it?
Oh, you want me to go and dig it up, Chemo? I'm just walking about talking.
I just want the dependent variables.
Hold on one second.
Experiment.
Chemo, do you doubt that statement is true?
Is it the full statement? Let's have a look.
It was a 2-hour lecture. Do you want me to recite the entire 2-hour lecture for you?
No, just get
no, I can go get the transcript and do it. It's not
Just
a
get
problem.
the timestamp of when he
so
said
that's what I
that
need
part.
to do to be complete.
Get the timestamp of
Sure, I
when he
saw
said
it.
that part. It's a 10-hour video. Get the timestamp of when he said that part.
I'm not going to dance to your game. What I'm going to do is I'm going to quote the method, the scientific method.
Where's
I'm not
the quote?
interested in running through the modus
Where
tollens.
is the quote? Where's the full context? Where's the timestamp?
Go and look it up.
Right, so
You've got a
Jeremy,
brain,
carry on. He
you've
hasn't
got
got it.
fingers,
He's
you've got
making it up.
keyboards, you've got Google. I'm not going to do your legwork for you. You don't do any for us.
You seem as if you like to talk. I like to let people talk who like to talk. It makes it easier to find out how full of shit they are.
Talk about dancing to games. When asked to support his bullshittery, he dances the ball-tard pathetic weasel gamma spiral numpty two-step, complete with a baseless assertion and an elephant-hurling fallacy. And what in the world does modus tollens have to do with this topic? Por favor? My word. I got this. Here we go.
Now I'm going to discuss how we would look for a new law.
Well, that's it for you foolish decisions. Yet another foolish decision with your doofus numpty appeal. Since we're here, let's go through and evaluate Dick's debacle.
Now I'm going to discuss how we would look for a new law. In general, we look for a new law by the following process. First, we guess it.
What the hell's going on out
You guess natural laws? Based on what? Your imagination? Non sequitur fallacy. The first step is you observe recurring patterns and regularities in nature, Dick.
Then we well, don't laugh. That's really true. Then we compute the consequences of the guess.
You compute the consequences of the guess, eh?
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. You're moving into a land of
bullshittery.
You've just crossed over into
the numpty zone.
To see what, if this is right, if this law that we guessed is right, we see what it would imply, and then we compare those computation results to nature, or we say compare to experiment or experience. compare it directly with observation to see if it works.
So you compare the guess computations with nature or experiment or experience directly with observations. Well, which one, Dick? Grammatically, this is nonsensical. Practically, he's one step away from cutting his own ear off. Delusional, disconnected drivel. And compared to experiment, wrong. Scientific experiments and natural laws are mutually exclusive. Validated scientific experiments give rise to scientific theories, not natural laws, Richard. To refute, simple. Show the second law theory of thermodynamics. Also, experience is not scientific experiment. I can experience metric tons without conducting a single scientific experiment.
Look here, you big dummy.
Dick, you simply observe recurring patterns and regularities in nature. You then describe them using mathematics. Voila, that's it. Those are what we call natural laws, and what the numpties fallaciously call the laws of physics. From Max Tegmark, Professor of Physics, MIT. We humans have gradually discovered many additional recurring shapes and patterns in nature, involving not only motion and gravity, but also areas as disparate as electricity, magnetism, light, heat, chemistry, radioactivity, and subatomic particles. These patterns are summarized by what we call our laws of physics. End of citation. So, Dick, Richard Feynman, one of the most celebrated scientists in history, was essentially a numpty dipshit with charisma.
By definition, those are the only two categories that science deals with. So engineering, therefore, I guess from Chemo's perspective, must be supernatural.
What the fuck? Let's unpack this convoluted knee slapper. First, engineering is not natural science. From Boston University, College of Engineering, 2010 fall issue of the Engineer, title of the paper, Engineering is not science. Duh. From Henry Petrosky, Professor of Engineering and History at Duke University, title of the paper, Engineering is not science, and confusing the two keeps us from solving the problems of the world. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this bozo and his ilk keeps us from solving the problems of the world. The Baltard Booger Eater also said that the only two categories science deals with are supernatural and natural. Number one, non sequitur fallacy. Natural science only deals with the natural world. Duh. Not the supernatural. Number two, false dichotomy fallacy. There are three categories that exist in our reality. Supernatural, that's information, time, thoughts, etc. Natural, sulfur, frogs, light, and synthetic. Barbecue grills, Indy cars, shoes. In other words, those things that are man-made. In what can only be described as a baby Huey, Elmer Fudd, Mr. Magoo blushing, premeditated full swan dive into the drained cement pond, bash yourself in the face with a spade shovel, quarter stick of dynamite up the ass, sit down on a bonfire clown show routine. These numpty dipshit baltards lay in wait, clutching their second grade belly laugh or false dichotomy fallacy until their prey bring up, or they themselves bring up, a concrete noun. Let's say a baseball. Then exclaim, because there's only two categories, natural and supernatural, that anything can fit into, they then spring their trap. Are baseball supernatural? While their can Fogomir prey is absolutely baffled and shocked by the batshit insane weaponized bollocks that's just befallen them, the booger-eating baltards celebrate and congratulate each other on a trap well sprung. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
And that, again, to me is a problem with the argument that you're trying to postulate, because what I can observe is at sort of sea level, I've got quite a lot of pressure. If I go up 10,000 feet, that pressure is reduced quite a lot.
Who cares? All this is, for the 679,875th consecutive time, is nothing more than a boneheaded red herring fallacy. Mr. Fire Divining Mass Spectrometry. The argument is, how can you have gas pressure without a container? It's about X, gas pressure, not delta X, gas pressure gradients. You see, X, gas pressure, comes before delta X, gas pressure gradients. Next block of instruction, how to open your eyelids while breathing.
We don't see an inrushing from high to low and from low to high.
What the hell did you just say?
Numpty Baltard. In nature, gas pressure always flows from high pressure to low pressure, not low pressure to high pressure. It's a quintessential attribute of the second law of thermodynamics.
Again, I don't like the word proven, because we're talking about a theory, aren't we?
Numpty Baltard. We don't care what you like or what you don't like. Number 2, you have no idea what a scientific theory actually is, as evidenced by your doofus comment.
Look here, you big dummy.
From Chemistry About, a scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From Quarks to Quasars, a scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From Scientific American, a scientific theory is an explanation of some aspect of the natural world that has been substantiated through repeated experiments or testing. And finally, from Professor Wolf's University of Rochester Physics Labs, a scientific theory represents a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses which has been confirmed through repeated experimental tests. Supported, substantiated, confirmed, all mean proven. Get it, numpty? By the way, you'd fail 5th grade general science.
The theory of gravity comports to the observations that made them and have the highest correlation to those observations.
You pretender clown numpty dipshit. Scientific theory, which I just defined, by the way, has nothing whatsoever to do with observation correlations.
Ay, caramba!
P.S. There is no actual scientific theory of gravity. Clown.
First hypothesis is that we observed the fact that objects fall at a consistent rate.
That's not a scientific hypothesis, you bloviated, ball-tarded bonehead. An actual scientific hypothesis is a suppositional prediction of a natural cause and effect relationship. Objects falling at a consistent rate is an erroneous, weaky, mindless parrot description of an effect. Moreover, does helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, water vapor, or hot air, of which you're full of, all fall at a consistent rate? The only thing falling at a consistent rate are all the IQs of the poor saps subjected to your numpty dipshittery here.
So that's that 9.81 meters per second squared.
So that's the IQ drop rate.
That's the first thing that we can start to say as our empirical observations.
That's a composition fallacy. From logicallyfallacious.com, description. Inferring that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. Empirical is observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. So observable is part of empirical, but not the whole.
We then had a hypothesis to say, okay, if we do this, that, and t'other, what's going to be the effect on it?
Your meticulous attention to excruciating detail with your we do this, that, and the other hypothesis is OCD-like.
And from that, we get Newton's laws of motion.
Natural laws are not the result of scientific hypotheses or scientific theories.
You dumbass.
Number 2, all of Newton's so-called laws were superseded, that is, replaced 106 years ago by Einstein. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. Uh-oh! From Professor Douglas Klein via Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. Uh-oh! From Caltech, Professor Jacob D. Bekenstein, Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curves in space-time geometry. Uh-oh! And finally, quantum mechanics then took Newton and Einstein out back to the woodshed and bludgeoned them senseless with a nail-spike 44-inch Louisville Slugger.
Fatality.
You, sir, are one Dunning-Kruger, diabolical, do-licking dipshit.
Any problem so far with what I've said? I'm just trying to ask a question. Why are you trying to make a difference between linear and angular?
Well, the Harry T. Rex in the room difference is that angular momentum deals with spinning or rotating objects. Next block of instruction, how to tell the difference between bullet trajectory and tilt-o-whirls.
Well, but I can still take an angular momentum and apply it in a linear fashion, can't I?
Nope. It's like converting apples to aardvarks. From the Department of Physics, University of Illinois, the two conservation laws, linear and angular momentum, are absolutely separate. Neither one can be converted to the other.
You're an intellectual dumbass. Because all I'm talking about, in a linear fashion, I'd be looking at things like impact. And an angular momentum, I'm going to be measuring, kilometers squared per second as a function of movement.
Kilometers squared over seconds for angular momentum. Your wiki Google pretender clown fingers have failed you, or your blind melon chitlin eyesight won. The units of measure for angular momentum are kilograms meters squared over seconds, not distance squared or kilometers squared over seconds. Ain't nothing like the smell of busted pretender clowns in the morning.
An object will stay in motion unless another force is acted upon it. So, yes, unless another force is acted upon it.
Who are you, Jimmy? 2 times. Gotta get the papers. Get the papers. That Newtonian nonsense you keep incessantly parroting is a 106-year out-of-date pseudoscience, clown show. As for you, you'll never recover. You fire divining mass spectrometry, natural science illiterate numpty dipshit of megalithic proportions.
Say hello to my little friend!
Hey!
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
Hey, Dave, you there?
Was that hot mic in my bed?
Yeah, I unmuted you, but I figured I'd mention just in case.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Still no measurements of Earth's curvature anywhere that I know of. So back to you, Gospel.
Yeah. Every anthill, right? I play along with the silly games every now and then.
Silly globe games.
Silly globe games. Yep.
Like those silly radar games they wouldn't let Rudolph. Anyway.
Uh-huh.
It's like 30 knowledgeable truth seekers sitting here. Hopefully most of them. Somebody's got something to say.
What are we bitching about? I mean, what are we complaining about? What's up?
What's up, Rookie?
Nobody's complaining that I can hear.
Okay. You're not complaining, but you're groveling? What do you call it? Are you complaining because there's nobody to pick on and nobody to talk to?
We got you now.
I know, that's what I said. Good luck for you guys, because I just showed up.
Or the guy right below you, Spanish guy, see your VC verified.
Oh, no,
I don't recognize your rookie. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. What's up? Want me to pause? Want me to mute?
I think you were hot micing or lagging or something there. Anyway, Spanish guy, hi.
Hi.
How long you been in the server?
From yesterday.
Okay. What do you understand so far about the falsification of the globe?
How the gravity works for you.
Oh, that's a weird way to put that. So there's not a for me or for you.
Well, not for you, like for the server, we can say.
Oh yeah, no, it's not for the server. We live on all of us live on the exact same Earth. Interestingly enough, we live on the same Earth, so our experience is the same. But you started off with gravity. What about the falsification of the claim that there's curvature? What about that?
I have a video for that. We can talk about that. Wait me a sec.
Okay. Don't.
Get great. Anyway.
Instagram. So you wanted to post something in the chat. Yeah, maybe you don't understand what falsification is.
Well, I don't think it's fake.
No, that's not the word I used. Maybe you don't understand what falsification is. Can you help me know that you know?
One thing we ask around here is when you post something, you try to verbalize and explain what it is, because this is a debate. Please go ahead with your evidence. Explain it.
The video. It's just an Instagram video. I was talking about that. It's fake, okay? It's fake. I get it.
No, I did. What? No, I didn't say anything about the video. I asked you if you understand what the word falsification means.
No, I did not say it. Not in English.
Okay, what's your primary language? Spanish?
Yeah.
It's the same word. It's a cognate. In Spanish, it's falsificación. It's the same word.
Yes. So I get it. I know what it is.
You didn't. Okay, you're not a very good communicator, because you literally just said, "I don't know what it is because I speak a different language."
I don't know what it is in English. You say me. You told me it was the same thing. So yes. So it is. If it is the same thing, I know what it means.
Yeah, it's a cognate. English, Spanish cognate. It's the same word in both languages. So, to prove something is false. So there's a claim that Earth is a ball. With geometry, we can discern whether or not that claim is true. It's been falsified. Their claim is invalid because of both long-distance observations and short-distance observations, curvature being ruled out for the reason why things are obscured, and the existence of a horizon is mutually exclusive of the concept of curvature. Therefore, invoking it requires some type of other evidence. What's your other evidence?
I don't have. I just seen a video. One video. Do you think I don't recollect a lot of videos? I just seen a video and I wanted to see what you say. Like the answer you server have.
It's irrelevant.
Okay. What's the answer?
All right, question for Spanish guy. What tells you in your purview, and purview meaning like it tells you in your reference that we are spinning or we are on a globe? What is the thing that you have witnessed or seen beyond your handheld phone, maybe books you have read? What is this thing you've seen that tells you that the world is round?
A lot of times in beaches, you can see, like I see with my own eyes, ships, like they are cats. I don't know how to say in English, but like you see that the horizon You look at the horizon and you see like half of the ship.
Yeah, you must not have been listening very well to what I had just said to you. The reason that things obscure and the reason that the horizon exists is not dependent on curvature.
Okay.
Things can disappear from the bottom up without curvature existing. Did you know that?
No. How they disappear?
Angular resolution is one of the aspects of explaining how, but it's not the only. It's just a criteria.
Okay. One question I have, because I didn't find it in Google. If the Earth is flat, like, what happens with the water? It falls, or like you guys also told me there was no gravity. So
we live on the same Earth. So Earth is, we see what we see. How and why things happen are sometimes able to be scientifically derived. Sometimes they are not able to be scientifically derived. Do you understand why?
But answer me this. In the Earth, what happens with the water?
Before you move on, I asked you a question.
Okay, tell me the question again, please.
Listen, let me just pause real quick and help you understand something. When you proceed into a conversation and you don't care what the other person is saying and you only want to say what you want to say, that's not a conversation. Do you understand?
Yes. I didn't answer you because I didn't understand what you asked to me.
So instead of moving to a new point, you should ask for clarification. Doesn't that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is it that you haven't understood so far?
The last thing you told me.
Come on, man.
Which is?
Like the thing you told me before passing to the next theme. Like before I passed to talking about the water, you told me something.
All right. So the horizon exists mutually exclusive or not dependent on curvature. Did you understand that point?
Yes.
Okay. Did you understand the point that I was making about there are some things that we cannot scientifically discern?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you think of an example of something we cannot do science on?
Yes, like testing arms in Mars. We can do science with that.
I couldn't understand you. Would you mind repeating?
Like testing things in Mars. That's an example.
In math?
Marth.
I don't know what Marth is.
Marte. Let me search it. Mars, like the.
Oh yeah, yeah. I got you. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that'd be an excellent example of something that we can't scientifically discern because we can't go there. Now, there are people that say that they are there and that there's machinery and devices there. That isn't independently confirmable. We can't independently verify that as true. But another example would be like we can't do science on the stars.
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
One of the main reasons is we can't manipulate the independent variable. Also, are you following along in the live stream voice text?
Yes. I'm here. I see the photos.
Yeah. There's all sorts of helpful information being put in there. So what we can do, though, is we can look at the surface that we live on, and we can make observations, and we can take measurements, and all these sorts of things, and we can discern, and we can falsify a claim. So if somebody says, the whole Earth is a popsicle, and the necessary requirement for a popsicle to be a popsicle, at least a conventional one, is for it to be frozen. It's a popsicles are frozen. Unless they're not, but let's say that the claim is a solid popsicle, right? So somebody says, yeah, Earth is a popsicle. Well, if you find anywhere that's not frozen, then that claim is invalid. Well, but it's not frozen everywhere. Maybe you're on the popsicle stick, blah, 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 blah. Right? Somebody can make up stories to try to make sense of their nonsense claim. Okay? That's how claims can work, though. If somebody makes a claim and then you validate it or falsify it. In this instance, they give the numbers associated with the size that they say the ball is, and we can use geometry to discern whether or not that claim is valid or not. It just so happens that because of all of the observations that we make on Earth, the horizon is all over the place, and we see much further than the ball Earth would allow, and sometimes shorter than, also ruling out curvature as the explanation for why a horizon exists in the first place. Curvature is completely irrelevant.
Okay.
The horizon is an optical phenomenon, mutually exclusive of curvature. Therefore, claiming that there's curvature would require some other type of evidence. None exists, unless you have some.
No. Okay. I got you. Can we pass to the next theme?
I don't know. Usually, if you're being intellectually honest, you would actually take that moment of concession into realization. You have to sit with it for a moment and go, oh, so the surface is flat. It is level. That means that a lot of the things that I hear about our reality are probably just stories. That means whatever question you were about to ask is probably not relevant because it's probably based in one of those stories. Does that make sense?
Yes, okay. No, I think my question had sense. Like, you guys just already told me like the gravity was like don't exist.
There's no you guys.
Like I don't know who was the guy. Like that's why I say you guys.
I'm
like
saying this for a reason. I'm saying this for a reason. Okay, and you did exactly what I predicted you would do, but you're not recognizing the fact that you're doing the thing. Okay, so now you're talking about gravity, but your concept of what gravity is and why things go up or down is based on a set of presuppositions that there's an inward force towards the center of a ball. Okay, that is your preconceived notion about what gravity is.
Yes, but no, I'm not saying gravity exists or no. I'm just saying like you guys tell me. Well, not you guys. One guy tell me that there was no gravity, and if not, was like density for.
Don't get caught up in the words, Spanish guy. Spanish guy. Don't get caught up in the words. Do things go up sometimes?
Yes.
Do things go down sometimes?
Yes, I don't want to discuss about gravity. I get it, but I just wanted to say this: if the Earth is flat, what happens with the water? Like, just wanted to know that.
Spanish guy, your question is incoherent. Let me explain why.
Okay, let me write it.
Earth. No. Listen. Earth is Sorry, I'm back. I got a scam call. I had to tell him pretty something. Hey, listen, Earth is what it is. So you asking where is water? Water is where it is. What kind of question is that in the first place?
Let me write it.
He's saying what happens to the water. He's asking you to speculate about the shores in Antarctica or whatever.
Like the water in the edges.
Here, check this out. How does water be anywhere?
Like in the not flat Earth theory, the water.
Okay. No. This isn't about theory, Spanish guy. This isn't about theory. Okay, I asked you a what kind of a what is question. It's very basic. Okay, listen. When water is not in a river, what is water doing?
In the oceans or in mountains or in the clouds, have many. I don't know how to say in English, but it could be a gas, liquid, solid.
Yeah.
A lot of places.
The answer that I was hoping for was the word contained. Okay, cloud is a different type of containment. Okay, water in a different form, but I'm talking about water, not water vapor. Okay. Anyway, water is contained unless it's not contained, in which case it would be flowing. So are our oceans flowing somewhere? Is there any evidence? Yes. Is there any evidence of that?
Yes, the ocean currents. Yes, there's evidence. Once I think a ship with a lot of toys, like duck toys that floats, broke, and all the duck toys were like in the whole world because of the ocean currents. So they measure the ocean currents with that.
Those ocean currents cycle around the known Earth. There's other things that cause currents.
Yes, winds, the form of the Earth.
What? Wind. Yes, wind would be one of those potential things, but there's other causes too. But the question of where is the water going would presuppose that it's going somewhere, as if it's not being contained, and there's no evidence that the oceans are not contained.
Okay.
So there's a friend I have. His name is Logic. I recommend you make friends with Logic too. These are the sorts of questions you can ask yourself and come to an answer with logic. Not everything can be answered with logic. Sometimes, it doesn't work out. But in this instance, this is just simple logic. Yeah, thanks, Trace. That's a good one.
You know what's funny about Miguel's share? That the infinity pool in chat, I've been looking for a perfect picture with the edge of an infinity pool, because when that wall is built, they use a level to build that wall to make sure it's perfectly straight. And guess what? It matches up with the horizon. Perfectly straight.
Mm-hmm.
Nice share, Miguel. Thank you so much for that, man.
Thanks.
The cup of water is pretty fun. To include the cup of water. I know you're just trying to ask questions, Spanish guy, so I probably shouldn't be so frustrated. Um, so I'll try to be a little bit more patient with you on the questions you're asking. Do understand we've heard these, well, some of us have heard these questions in the order of thousands of times. So hearing the same questions and knowing the logical fallacy attached to these repeated questions is frustrating. But, it's not your fault. It's not your fault.
It's okay, Spanish guy. Ask any question you want. Somebody will answer you. And they'll have more patience than Gospel. He's too hasty. Just kidding, Gospel.
I'm a tyrant sometimes.
Like Gospel explained to you, Spanish guy, the main problem we have here is there's never been a verified direct measurement of the Earth's curvature. And you need that for everything else. Measure your radius, blah, blah, blah. So if you don't have that, you got nothing. My opinion, shared by many here, I hope.
The thing about it is, whenever we've been seeking knowledge, we seek knowledge in humbleness. And that is the issue that, at least I've found when I've gone to the science community and tried to seek knowledge from a place of being humble. I've been literally shamed and smacked down so hard from a standpoint of, don't you know this? Like, if you're the village idiot, like I keep saying I am, you can't go to science and ask it questions because they will shame you from their existence.
Yeah, that seems like it'll be when they're natural and one of their only tactics to go to. Since they don't have any evidence. But anyway.
Yeah.
So Kilowatt, you're just VC verified, but you're questioning the globe, I assume?
Oh no, it's Kiwi, dude. It's just I'm on my alt. Kiwi is my thing when I'm in the office and using my my office setup. But it's when I'm on my phone, I'm using Kilowatt, my other account.
Oh, all right, my bad.
No, I appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you.
He did. Okay. Did he say he had to leave? Okay, gotcha. I'll be back in a while.
Yeah.
Wide open airwaves here at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Somebody got anything to say?
Let's see.
So is that William guy gonna come back?
I don't know.
After all this discussion, I heard in the morning in my time zone that I was at work all day, lunch, evening.
Yeah,
it was pretty much all day, I would say.
I sent him some messages, and he was hyperventilating metaphorically in the DMs.
I did catch some words from him. Like he refused to listen to any information, to be honest.
Yeah,
chew on it a bit.
Yeah, I sent him the video to check out, and he was doing some more of that unusual hyperventilating is the best way. He was literally copy pasting the same message over and over and over again in the DMs. It was like, it's okay. You can calm down. It was really weird. Like you might call it self-soothing behavior. I don't know. It was really weird stuff going on in the chat or DMs, and I don't know. I think he might just need some time.
Well, I did hear him say the reason he came onto this Discord is to chat and have fun. Basically, that's what he said. You catch him saying that.
Yeah, and then when he realizes that he's way in over his head, and all his preconceived notions are incorrect, that's disturbing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of like creating his own reality, I would say. His illusion of reality. Sophistry and all that crap. It was really hard listening to him, to be honest. People trying to speak and he spoke over them many times.
Yes.
Like, they didn't let him finish the sentence, and he's like, no. Yeah, no. Like, what the fuck, man? Come on, relax.
Yeah.
Take it in. And then you can, chew on it a little bit and then answer.
Yeah. It's like finding out. And that's why so many metaphors were being given to him, because it was as if he was finding out that he was adopted or like some other life altering thing. It was really overwhelming for him.
I will say he got flat smacked into oblivion. I would use that wording against him. He couldn't handle. I don't think he realized what he was getting himself into, to be honest. He thought he could come in here and, put on a show, whatever. Share stories, whatever his beliefs.
It's typical.
Mm-hmm. Well.
What you eating, Pedro?
Noodles.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It's
just plain
chicken beef. Chicken beef. Yeah, it's with the what do you say? The liquid as well, like on the bottom. Kind of like a. Well, I wouldn't say soup, but you have the liquid, from.
Oh yeah, okay. I got it.
When you boil, you put the bag in. Open that bag. Spices, whatever.
Ramen-ish.
Yeah, ramen.
Enjoy your meal, man.
Yeah, man. Thanks. It's pretty hot. I'm just waiting for it to cool down a bit.
Ramen.
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband. Judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness.
Come on, I'm eating.
Oh, I'm sorry. Right.
I'm Joe Biden's husband.
I'm offended, Clay, that you're making fun of our most knowledgeable and articulate president ever, I think. I'm just kidding.
I got hairy legs.
You know, folks, that's the America that George Bush has left us. And that's the America we'll continue to get if John McCain is elected president of the United States of America. Freudian slip. Freudian slip. You could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is a. I was said sarcastically, that.
Come on, man. And by the way, I sit on the stand, and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down. Come on, man.
It's getting a bit.
Clay's got a soundboard. He's trying to be CB2 now. That's pretty good.
Yeah, well, there's Justin and Clay and CB, so there's 3 soundboardians now.
Yeah, bring on the competition.
Nice.
No monopoly.
Yeah, boy.
The Earth is flat.
That's right, Matthew.
That seems to be your favorite one, Clay, is Matthew's statements taken out of context. He really believes it's a globe. He really believes it. You got to believe, man. Come on, man.
Didn't he already said that he has no evidence and it's just a belief of his? Somewhere, like someone has a screenshot of something where he says that?
He stated it several times. I've heard him. I don't have anything to say, but yeah, I've heard him say that. I just believe. He doesn't have any evidence, but this is the only thing in his life. Like people say all the time here, how many things do you believe 100% with no evidence?
I just wonder why he comes on a Discord so often, as if he is secretly actually knowing it's flat, but he still wanna. I don't know. That's just a thing.
That's because he doesn't have any flat earther friends. That's why he's hanging around here.
True.
Who's he going to talk to when he professes about flat earth like that?
I mean,
that's the same reason why I'm here.
Don't get me wrong. He's a nice guy, but not very honest when it comes to flat earth. What do you have to say?
He's just a religious devotee.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's been honest as much as possible due to his circumstances, I would say. That's my take on it, but yeah.
All we can do is supply valid, factual information. What people do with it in their own heads is up to them.
Yep.
Who knows what he's doing?
I guess we have to wait till he retires and see if he comes out of the closet.
Wow.
Hey guys, I'm a flat earther! Yay! Coming in here. The day. One day. Do you think they can sue him if he were to come out as a flat earther one day?
You just fire him.
After all the teachings in the class?
No.
No, they can't do that?
No.
No.
What precedence for that would there be?
Yeah, people have the right to change their beliefs or whatever, right? I mean, how are you going to prosecute any of that?
Thursday the 23rd. Ah, gee. Ah, gee. 23rd.
Dude, what is this flat Earth girl popping up everywhere?
Who?
There's this flat Earth girl popping up everywhere. With these TikTok videos.
Yeah.
I saw her on Journalism show. She's got like 60,000 followers on TikTok.
Exactly.
She's spitting real information as far as I can tell. I just listened to a few minutes of it. Y'all go ahead.
Which is good, actually, you know. Everything is good, which leads people to asking themselves where they live.
Yep, the younger generation is kind of catching on, hopefully. Let's hope.
Yeah, they do seem to have a lot of supporters as well. For the TikTokers that comes out talking about flat Earth as well. So that's good. I don't know, how else do you reach normies nowadays in a larger scale?
Yeah, whatever anybody's doing, they're just hoping that more eyes and ears are being exposed to real information, you know. Let's hope.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to use hot models to lure the normies out, then, I mean, why not? And then flat smack them after that. They'd be, what?
Kind of sad.
I mean, you know how it is. Come on.
I do.
You know, like, you know.
I do know.
Certain people, majority of the people, like, what they get, you know. What kind of attention or interest attracts them the most when they're hanging around?
Yeah, man. You asked that question. I immediately thought, you know, you was like, what's going to help the normies? And I was like, feet pics and anime. I mean, whatever degenerate thing pops into your head when you think of degeneracy, that's what I think is going to probably help the normies. But
yeah, well, yeah.
Nah, just some people. It doesn't matter. Hopefully, people ask questions.
Well, I mean, as long as it gets you know, exposure, I would. Even if it's like a hot chick doing it, whatever, it doesn't matter. And you know, we need to find ways to expose the flat Earth information out there to people in various, you know, ways. TikTok is growing. I mean, it's really big, it's popular. So I think is a great place for normies. Yeah, the bottom feeders, I would say, the ones that are just, you know, senseless.
But I wouldn't recommend to get TikTok. It tracks everything that you do on your phone and goes directly to the Chinese. Yeah, I'm just saying.
I mean,
it's very bad. It's a spy software. They can even
isn't a spy software nowadays. No, I was just saying, like, which app is not like some kind of
true.
spy software nowadays. So
true.
They want access to your, you know, phone book and all that.
What?
Just install the app. Messages.
Oh man, what is that? Use your browser and search these words. Who owns Discord? And you'll see why I was laughing.
Is it the what's it called?
No, just little search. I mean, I use Brave browser and Brave search, but what pops up as the default answer from quote unquote wikidata.org, the answer that's put there is just I didn't expect to see that. It's kind of interesting.
Can you state the answer for people that are driving, or is it something you don't want to say?
I'll DM it to a couple of you that are currently active in the conversation.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a TOS friendly message.
It's not family friendly.
Ah,
I don't know. It's Discord, so I'm using Discord to communicate about Discord. So whatever. Kind of weird.
I'll take it easy if possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Rick. You have to add me as friends, like on your end. I can't even request. You're too special.
My bad. That's from back when I used to stream.
Too special. But interesting. I didn't. Nothing out of the ordinary when I searched it on Brave.
You didn't get the same response. I just sent you what I got.
Hammer. Okay. Yeah. Actually, I don't. No.
Yeah, weird. Weird. That whole individualized response that that you get is frustrating. Hashtag dead internet theory. I don't know.
Oh
man.
yeah.
I don't know what's behind it. But that was a weird answer I got there. All right. Fluffy is trying to join the conversation.
Is he?
Feel free to say hello. Whoops.
Wait, what?
Fluffy.
I saw that.
I accidentally clicked a roll.
Fluffy Nika Boy. Mega Boy.
That's right.
Mega Boy.
Fluffy Nika Boy. Woo.
Oh, whoa.
That's a lot of energy.
It must have been all the caffeine I drank.
What is that voice of yours? Jesus.
It's called LARPing.
Yeah.
I love LARPing.
Not funny so far. You have to do better than that. Go ahead, go.
So, are you a Globey, Fluffy?
Oh, man.
What say you?
Fluffy, would you like to have a human conversation, or is LARPing your only interest?
I'm scared.
Wow.
Come on, man.
All right. Well, I'll just throw him up into VC check-in and let him think about it.
Throw him out.
What a weenie.
Well, he's back, so we'll just do this instead.
Oh, damn.
Well, let's hope Fluffy evolves to Jigglypuff.
Shouldn't this channel be to people who have been like VC verified at least?
Usually, yeah. I throw a Hail Mary every now and then, metaphorically speaking.
Guys, maybe he identifies as Fluffy.
I'm not interested in people's identification.
Me neither. I'm just making fun of it.
Yeah.
Well,
I gave him the opportunity to communicate like a human, and whoever they are chose to not do that. So.
Wait, did you say they?
Yeah, I think it was a dude, but voice changer.
I'm just joking because I said.
Which Dave we're talking about?
Is on.
No, they. I said maybe he identified as Fluffy, and then Gospel Bearer said they. Anyways.
Mm.
Why is there always a spider that I always kick out of my room and it's always coming back? Literally, could. Yeah, but man, I have put that spider outside so many times, and for some reason, it always appears again on the same wall. Every time.
That spider loves you.
Yeah.
I really think so, yeah.
Come on.
I really like spiders, to be honest. Spiders are very interesting creatures.
He wants to spin some web for you.
I mean, at least in Germany, I mean, I can imagine that, like, poisonous spiders in other countries can be very scary. But at least here I know that... Actually, we have nothing really that is scary as an animal in Germany.
Like, take a vacation to Australia.
Yeah.
I've killed spiders a lot of times and then just left them there, and then they've either gotten eaten by something else or they walk off, so they're pretty resilient. After being crushed, they just like walk off.
Yeah, leave them in a closed room with a ladybug, and then watch and see who's really gangsta.
The ladybug?
Yeah, bro.
How?
The
bro,
ladybug?
Try this. Okay, it might take you some time to acquire this opportunity. Get a jar or a container and put a ladybug and a spider and a yellow jacket or any other type of bee, and put a caterpillar and put a centipede. Throw some animals in there together. Make sure the ladybug is in there, and watch and see the last insect that's living. You tell me who the OG is of the insect.
I've never seen a ladybug in combat though.
I still have not seen a ladybug all year.
Yeah, we had some last fall.
That's pretty
weeks ago,
odd. I think that's pretty
grass. Wait, Gospel, break that down for us. The ladybug's coming out on top?
Bro, ladybugs are crazy. Yeah, listen, I watched the spider and the yellow jacket like do everything in their power to, like, it would get closer to them. They would go as far away as they could over and over again. It wasn't like, oh, maybe this is just happening by accident or by chance or it's a coincidence. Over and over again, the ladybug kept getting closer and closer. They get further away, further away, further away, further away. And then eventually, I guess at nighttime or something, there were carcasses of the spider and the bee. They were not living. They were hollowed out or so. I don't know what that ladybug did, but it was the last one standing in my anecdotal. It's anecdotal. I'm not saying I have performed this in a scientific way. I just, in my observations, I've seen ladybugs be pretty ridiculous in comparison to these other creatures. That's
Are there any videos of this?
Maybe. I don't know.
I never in my life seen a ladybug in combat, to be honest. Even from videos.
I know that they definitely eat other insects. I know that much as a
They got powerful what do you call them? Jaw or
I don't know. Maybe some type of cutter or something.
Oh, that is a hilarious statement. I have never seen a ladybug in combat.
Things you never thought you'd hear.
Dude, that's why I love this Discord. It's so off the wall.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. I see them as friendly, like they're really harmless. I don't know. I see, like, they're not even that aggressive, to be honest. Are they?
I don't know. They don't really do much harm to humans.
No, I mean,
they are a natural pest control for plants, as far as I understand it.
Oh yeah.
So there you go. All those little mites and chiggers and stuff. I think that they take care of business.
Who's bread rising guy?
Speaking of weird insects, how about the praying mantis? That's a weird one. How's that work on a globe?
How does that work on a globe?
The praying mantis on a globe? What do you mean?
How does that work on a globe? You know, you got to that phrase, man. That how does that work on flat Earth? We're on Earth. That question is stupid.
Someone asked that?
People ask, how does that work on flat Earth every day, bro?
Like, I never heard that one.
You've never heard somebody say, how does that work on flat Earth?
The praying mantis?
Well, no, not the praying mantis.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. Like what? Any stability? Flat play? Oh.
So somebody told me that this guy Napalm believes he's on a globe again. What turned you back, Napalm?
How dare you change your belief?
He must not be near his mic. That was a total
False information. False information. That's fake news. Fake news.
Fake news.
Somebody told me that you had a girlfriend that looked like a boyfriend, but never mind. Just messing with you, Napalm. I totally retract that statement.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a good Ladybug versus video.
Between a praying mantis and a ladybug, I want to see that.
Unite. Oh, this is funny. I found a way to unite flat and globe believers. Hey, I'm a hollow earther. Oh man, these people. What do you mean these people? Who are these people?
Hollow Earth does not make the surface covered, though. It's the problem.
Oh, someone posted the hidden force of electromagnetism maintains all life on Earth.
Ay, ay, ay.
The Agartha and Shambhala. What? What happened?
What? Where did you see this thing that you're saying?
Facebook. You know how it is. Some Facebook group with some flat earther Facebook group.
The claim that electromagnetism is what sustains life is
Oh, I mean that one. Yeah. I'm gonna post it now.
Very
I posted it. Oh, it's processing. Jesus Christ. All right, there.
Atheistic. Oh yeah, I'm not surprised about the graphics there.
Electromagnetism bubbles up off the ground.
The materialistic reinterpretation of supernatural things.
And then historically referred to as the black sun and smoky god. I mean, they're mixing stuff here, I see. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. They're incorporating incorporating stuff from special books. What's wrong with that? Hey.
The North
I didn't
Pole
say there was anything wrong with that. And if you take offense, that's a personal problem.
Did you read that part? The North Pole is a huge hole that allows EM to directly enter our realm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. It says concept by Russell Dybird. I can't read that third letter. Is that a B? Oh.
Yeah.
Dybird.
Yeah. I recognize a lot of that stuff that's going on in that graphic. Comes from special books that certain people really, really like.
Yeah, this is from the official Flat Earth and Globe Discussion 2 group on Facebook. Clearly, they got some, bunch of trolls and anti-flat earthers as well.
If that's the one, I think it is. It's heavily gated towards Globos being allowed to ignore topic and attack persons.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
I haven't engaged on Facebook since more than a decade now, so I am so out of the loop on how that social media platform even functions, because it was just a different animal as far as I understand it back in like 2011, 2012. Yeah. Not a fan.
Yeah, I just joined, a couple flat earth groups, whatever, discussion, debates to see, if it's controlled or not. Or,
Gatekeeping and all that.
Yeah. Just watching for entertainment, I guess. I don't know. See the ridiculous claims they make. Yeah.
Yay, I got to my mute in time. My critique, Bendy Waters, is that it still looks like a thing floating in space. I think it for whatever reason it's hard to portray the concept the Earth is the universe.
The Earth is flat.
Oh, I thought Matthew was here. Fuck.
The Earth is flat.
That's right.
Valuable input, but a little redundant there, Matthew.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
I feel bad because he's not here to defend himself.
You'll just say it's a clip from his video.
I know, it's epic.
Yeah, it's perfect. He shouldn't come in here and lie so much. And I mean, lying by avoiding the burden of proof by saying, "Oh, I'm only giving the best globe answer." What a weasel. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the issue of not understanding what you're actually selling is the issue. He's just selling the idea. He doesn't even grasp the concept.
Like he's such a neutral party or something.
Come on, guys. We got better things to talk about than Matthew. I'm not defending him, but he gets discussed too much. Just saying.
Yeah. I'm still looking at Bendy Waters' graphic here. And let me tell you this: I do like the style of the graphic. I think that type of style of graphic is nice. I guess what I'd like to see is some type of portrayal of, it's tough because everybody has different ideas about what might be, but I would say like the waters of deep. The more you put, the more. If there's a way to make it more ambiguous, that would probably be better. Because the more you put, the more you have to explain and or defend or whatever. But you probably have seen the other, Hebrew cosmology and all the other ones too, that they portray a cavernous area, they portray pillars, they portray corners, they portray the waters below. The stars might be within instead of above and below. There's all sorts of different aspects of how you can portray a thing. But as a general icon, it's good artwork. I hope you heard all that, Bendy.
I'm wondering, is those stars hanging in threads?
Well, it's what it looks like. Either that or it's portraying movement of them falling.
Yeah. I would probably remove those lines.
Oh, good. They're having a Spanish conversation. That's good. Today, how much of the country is going to be under heat wave to this weekend? Oh, weird. There's a chicken in the. Looks like a chicken. Something. It's like an empty hole right in the Indiana, Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, Missouri. I don't know.
Did you just say there was a black hole in Kentucky? Did I mishear that?
Not a black hole. There's like this. There's this hole of temperature.
Temperature. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I posted the thing. It's like it just looks like almost like the shape of a chicken. It's just kind of weird. I'm trying to get like this weekend's heat index. This website is not doing that for me, I guess. Because we're going to be like close to 100 degrees. So I was wondering how many other index.
74 in storms here right now, if that helps you.
Well, this is like I guess tomorrow. Heat index forecast. Weather.gov.
In Germany, we also have an extreme heat at the moment. Today it was 36 degrees Celsius.
Oh yeah, that's rough. I think it's gonna be 34. That's I'm still not proficient in knowing all the numbers.
Yeah, but they sprayed heavily. Like even though it was blue sky, the sky was like white. You know what I mean? Like light white. Very annoying. That's why I didn't go out today, because I already had a running nose when I woke up. It's always when they spray this heavily, and then I'm not, I personally don't want to be outside that much. I know not everybody is like into the geoengineering thing, but I think every time they do it, I get a runny nose, or I wake up with the throat a bit scratchy or weird. I mean, it goes away after 2 hours or so being awake, but still, it's just weird. It's always when they spray so much.
2 in the morning up the Fat Burger. Even saw the lights on the Goodyear Blimp, and it's as
Bro, look at this. They're putting globe in churches now.
Where is that? Is that photoshopped?
No, it's real. It's actually spinning from a video. I just took a snapshot from it. I'm downloading the video right now.
Nobody's looking up.
Yeah, that's the very first second of the video. It's like a minute video. Minute 24 seconds.
Does anybody look up? Like, shouldn't at least like 10% of the people be looking up in complete awe and fascination?
Yeah, I don't know if it's real or not, but that's what you see on the video. I posted the video as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm wondering why no one's looking up.
Maybe they're not interested. I don't know. That's insane. Because
Yeah, like I see it on both sides, left and right, and then also above. I'm baffled at no one looking up except the camera person.
Yeah. I'm having a hard time see if it's real or not. What would they put? No, I don't know. I wish you could zoom way up so I could see if it's hanging or something.
Yeah, I'm not really.
Yeah, I'm not convinced if it's real, but yeah.
I'm not saying it's fake. I don't understand the behavior response or lack thereof. That's all I'm having trouble with. So I'm not saying that infers that it's fake. I don't know really what that means, that so many people would be completely disinterested in this massive object above their head. It's just weird. Like,
yeah, it might be fake. It's leaning towards that.
Might be real, but it's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, it caught my eye. Oh,
yeah, Clay is posting.
Yeah, let me see if it's real.
Sees climate crisis. Yeah, of course. What a mockery. That's legit a chicken. Thanks, Rect. I'm telling you, it looked like a chicken, man.
So it's actually real. Suspended above the chancel?
Yeah, it's just a mockery of nonsense.
Yeah, this is insane. Where's this at? St. Peter Mancroft guy? Where is this at? Is this America?
No.
Is it?
Yeah, if this place is called Gaia, bro, the name under Gaia, Gaia. Gee, what is Gaia?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Event of the Gaia Earth. It's really redundant to call it Gaia Earth, but whatever. Art installation. Where is it? New Norwich South MP. Where is that? Is this England?
Gaia viewed at Liverpool Cathedral. Yeah, UK. Liverpool.
Yeah.
Exhibiting until 31st October. No.
Gross.
I guess I guess they're panicking and they have to resort to this kind of stuff now.
Well, this happened like
people
almost a year ago.
Yeah.
This is a while back now.
I don't understand why they would put that even in a church to begin with. It's just insane. Oh well.
I'm using the word mockery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The show must go on.
Spinning on a slow axis, Gaia will, Jerem says, help onlookers get a sense of what it might be like to be in the International Space Station looking down. Lols.
What it might be like if there was such a thing as the International Space Station that you could sit in and look down on the Earth.
If the Earth were indeed also a ball.
Right. So I know you're talking about a heat wave earlier. Sorry, I just got done using some heavy equipment, so I couldn't chime in earlier. But I live in the Tampa Bay area, and you may be surprised when you Google the highest recorded temperature in Tampa.
Was it like 103?
You might be surprised if you Google it.
All right.
Have you heard about new species of clouds?
Species. Wow, thanks.
I'm watching this video.
Are clouds evolving as well?
That's species
Clouds
talking
evolve.
about cloud species.
Species, yeah, species. Oh, maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. Sorry.
Okay, 99, 100.
99. It's never reached triple digits in
Okay,
recorded history, which most people find surprising because it's Florida.
Florida, yeah. But the water, man, the water is a great thermostat, basically. And that's why things are so crazy out in North Dakota, so far away from any large bodies of water. Like I tell people, -60 to +120. There's a 180-degree range of temperature, in recorded North Dakota history, and very few places in. It might hold the widest range of temperature variance in America. I don't know that for a fact, but -60, +120. Find me another place that has a greater range of temperature.
Well, where I live, it's about 70 degrees differential. So, not here.
Yeah. 180-degree variance or range.
Yeah, it's been about 70 here on the West Coast. Let me see what it is today. Seems like it's been warming up, or like maybe a warming trend is coming. No, same, about 70 today. Overnight lows 61 degrees. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So today's Friday. So starting next week on Monday, it's going to be 77. Tuesday, 79. Wednesday, 80. Thursday, 81. Friday, 82 are the predictions. So it's going to be up in the 80s up until next week. We'll see what happens after that. Let me see. Show more.
Oh, North Dakota ties for first place with 2 other states. Actually, no, I'm sorry. North Dakota ties for second place with Wyoming of a 181-degree range. Well, that's not right though. 120 is the highest. This needs update. Oh, this article is from 2013. So the lowest temperature ever recorded in oh, that's Montana. I'm looking at the wrong state. North Dakota, 121 to -6. Okay, yeah. Well, yeah. But apparently Montana holds the record of 187 degree range. 187 degree range. -70 to 117. That is Montana. So they win. Yay. Montana, Wyoming, and North Dakota, we are rangy. Alaska is number 4 on the list, though. As high as 100 and as low as -80. There you go, Alaska. Anyway, maybe nobody cares. Maybe we should go back to talking about abominations of putting a globe in a.
It sounded like global warming without the globe, Gus.
Yeah. Well, this is range. It's not about high temperatures.
100 degrees in Alaska, there's global warming right there.
Oh, yeah, of course. That's what that means. I forgot. Yeah, it'd never be a climate change denialist.
They need a globe first, though, to have global warming.
Yeah. California holds the record for the biggest range of a coastal state. So there's that. Kind of interesting. Neat. I'll post the link to what I'm looking at because it is kind of neat. As if you do know there. Yeah, I think I've seen that moon thing before. Bendy water, yes, I think this time they are going to be having it. FYI. And that would be 3 hours and 1 minute away.
Can you guys also hear Sunny? So your mic is Sunny.
Yeah, it sounds like water is running in the background. Maybe Sunny's doing dishes.
Sorry about that. I apologize. Didn't mean to put on. My hot micing?
Yeah.
That's my still running, making fresh distilled water.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, it was just a little tinkle in the background. We figured it was. Well, I thought it might be dishes or something. That was kind of relaxing. I didn't really think about hot micing at all. A trickling stream, perhaps. Yeah, I've got some friends that do the distilled water thing.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I really kind of enjoy it, but I can sit there trying to adjust the cooling water like for hours, and I just got to like stay away from it. Not look at it. But the first time I did it, had an interesting thing. I left it in there too long because I wasn't paying as much attention to how much I had taken out. So it got all the way till the bottom. It was dry. And I think the contents of what was left in there, all that soot and junk from the water, combusted and went boom, and it knocked the pot over. It scared the shit out of me. Sorry about my language.
Yeah, it would be shocking.
So if that can combust and it smelled terrible.
Well, it's interesting you say that. I was looking at a list that Drace was posting up above. It's a while back now, but I'll see if I can find it. It was a list of things that he was saying have been scientifically proven. Just shouldn't have to scroll too far. There's a really long text post within the last hour or two. Zippity-doo.
Here, I'll just do a search.
I found it.
Oh, you found
So on it, yeah, I'll post the copy message link. There you go. So in that, it says number 2, combustion is the result of oxidation reactions, and I was like, and then you said what you said, and I'm like, huh.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Interesting. So there you go.
Interesting stuff going on. So now I pay real close attention to how much how much output there is. Yeah. So I know I have like a half a gallon left when I shut it down. Takes such a long time though, man. I tell you what, I've had this going since 7 o'clock. Takes an hour to heat up. And then, so from 8 o'clock to what? Noon? No, 11. It's been 3 hours, and I think I almost have a gallon in 3 hours. Takes a really long time. But I'm doing about 2 to 4 gallons a day, making it, actually. And I use probably one of them every day. I drink a lot of tea and coffee, mostly tea, actually, lately.
How many different teas have you tried out?
Gosh, a whole bunch of them. Oh my gosh. Jasmine tea, green tea, jasmine green tea. I get organic teas from the dollar store right around the block from me. And there's a valerian root tea, which is really great for helping you sleep. Teas for insomnia, nighttime teas.
What do you think of rooibos?
Rooibos, I like that. I like that. Rooibos, yeah, I like that.
Rooibos, to me, can make a really good coffee alternative. Like, if you're wanting coffee, but you're not really wanting the... it doesn't taste like coffee. It's just got a lot of the same... I don't know if I should say mouthfeel. Maybe that's appropriate, but it's satisfying in a similar way to me.
It is. A lot of those teas are really good. I should some of them are really expensive, though, so that's the thing I stay away from. $5 boxes of tea. It's just too much. I can't do it. So, but in the, like in the summer, there's a bunch of plants around that I can make tea with, which is really great, like lavender and passion fruit. There's a apothecary garden, like a trees for health garden. So they have pomegranate trees. There's a couple of those. There's a lot of different kinds of like herbs and things are growing in there.
Hibiscus is super good for being refreshing.
That's true, and I think there's hibiscus trees around here somewhere. They have the big, huge, wide seed, don't they?
I don't know. I thought hibiscus was a flower, but I don't know what hibiscus is.
I think it is a flower. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a tree.
Flowering plants in the mallow family.
Like marshmallow.
Not that I adhere to the whole classification system.
Right.
But what does it look like? Hibiscus.
Like you were talking about fennel one time, and I know where a whole grove of fennel grows. Actually, I know where a lot of it grows, but where the large amount of fennel grows is too far away from me. But right in the park here, there's a patch of fennel, and a bunch of raspberries are growing.
Our bird likes fennel a lot. We have a parakeet. And it,
I go and chew some of it. Licorice, it's pretty neat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fennel seeds are also, you'll find them at certain Indian restaurants. They'll have like a little platter of fennel seeds. Sometimes they're colored, sometimes they're plain, but it's a great after dinner palate cleanser, especially if it was extra hot. It looks like a plant. I'm not seeing it on a tree, but everything when I look up hibiscus, it's just showing the flowers. It's a pretty flower.
Let me take a look.
Yeah.
Anyway, just going back to the weather just briefly before I look at the flower. There's it looks like the west is super hot, like Gallup, New Mexico, 86, Albuquerque, 91, Roswell, 92. Deming, New Mexico, which I've actually been through Deming, 91 degrees. 94 in Juarez, 100 degrees in Tucson, 106 in Phoenix, where my son lives. Flagstaff, 82, Lake Havasu, 100 degrees. So closer to me, Mexicali, 96. Hemet, which is in North San Diego County, 79. Los Angeles, 69. All along the coast is in the 60s. Hot as heck in the deserts. Already over 100.
Yeah, it's going to be... that's what I'm saying, though. It's going to be over 100. Or not necessarily over 100. It's going to be like 100 degrees tomorrow. So that's why I was curious where else it was going to be super hot. And
Let me look up in your area there. Let's see. Wow, you're way up there, man.
All the way at the top of the world.
That's wild.
You think I was Leonardo DiCaprio? I'm at the top of the...
Casper, that's Wyoming. Minot.
Minot, yeah, that's how they say
and
that.
Then you're Regina, Swift Current. Am I in the wrong?
I'm below. Yeah, I'm below that.
That's right.
Canada, yeah.
That's Canada.
You know what's funny about what anybody would call that Regina? All the locals and especially the Canadians, they call it Regina.
Regina.
They sure do.
That's wild. So you're Minot, Dickinson, Williston, so Fargo, I see over there, Jamestown.
Just look at the U.S.-Canadian line, and that's where I am.
That's outrageous, man. How'd you get so far up north there?
Man, listen, when you're a dude trying to take care of your family and you're looking for a house you can afford, I looked all over the place, minus a couple of specific places, like California, for instance.
Yeah, good choice on that.
But no, I looked all over. I even looked in Maine, really. And there were some potentially viable options, but really and truly, this was the best option I've seen in the past decade in regards to a 4-bedroom house that wasn't condemned and or burnt down or, filled with 3 feet of human waste or some other nightmare fuel situation. This was a different. It was a unique opportunity, is simply put, for a very, very low amount of money.
It's just disappointing. Yeah, I don't know. I'm freaking really disappointed. My housing is subsidized, right? I've been here for 5 years. And now, all of a sudden, without notice, they changed the amount of the subsidy, started charging me an amount of rent for the last 6 months that I can no way afford, considering I'm out of money by the 20th of every month. I'm completely out of money and food money. Like, I'll have food in the house enough to last 10 days, but I have no more money and no more food funds. And they're charging me this money that's going to put me in a worse state than I am now, running out of food and money by the 20th of every month. So now they've slapped me with a $1,600 outstanding balance. There's no freaking way there's no way I could pay that. There's no way I could pay it off. Like, even if I started paying $400, that would be all my money. Almost.
Wait. Are you saying there's a? You're talking about a debt?
Yeah, because, well, they never notified me that the subsidy had changed. Then they just started putting $300 on a bill and putting a bill on my door, an increasing bill every month. When I had no idea that it had gone up, that why it had gone up. I haven't seen the document stating that it's gone up.
Is this a thing you can make voluntary payments towards?
Yeah, well, I contacted the Fair Housing Organization, and I'll see what they have to say. But I'm going to go ahead and contact this housing commission and find out, like, what are the income limitations?
Oh, I see. It's attached to your housing, not
So if they're going by my gross, and out of my gross, almost a half of it is being taken out.
Yeah, I got you.
And then they want to take more than half of the other half.
Yeah.
This will leave me with like $100 to $200 left for every month. 200. I'm living on like 700 now, and I'm out of money by the 20th.
Sure.
It's crazy. So I come into this place homeless, and I'm going to end up owing them money. And my situation isn't even any better financially. Anyway, it's my fault. I'm just going to have to go. Like, it's just unnerving that at 64, I'll have to be moving somewhere with no ability to do so.
Yeah, that is what community is good for. When you have it, that is. So are there local people that you are connected with?
No.
Gotcha.
That's a big problem.
Sure. Yeah, not just for you. This is common in people in all different kinds of contexts, both rural and urban.
Especially here in the city, like, I don't trust not a one of them.
Sure.
They all seem to be only just reporters reporting information to somebody else. Like my information. No thanks.
Yep.
Like, I'm going to get help so that I can be on another fucking list that they can surveil me with. Sure.
There's always the yellow deli. It's not that funny, actually. But I do wish that other things existed, like the yellow deli, that weren't the yellow deli.
What is the yellow deli?
I think commune is the right word.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They're nice. Here. This is the yellow deli. This represents the yellow deli right here.
Okay.
They're really nice people.
Nice and fun. I mean, that looks like fun doing crafts projects at home.
I'm being mean. The yellow deli is a really interesting commune. The issue with communes is there's typically some type of I think a lot of people would identify them as a cult, but one thing that you don't have, a unique feature of the yellow deli, is there's not many horror stories.
Okay.
Of the yellow deli, they're really just like super hippies in a lot of ways, but.
So, like, basically what they're doing is they're kind of discriminating against me because I've been in this place so long. They don't expect people to be here as long as I have probably and get to the point where I am, where I'm actually retired. They usually die or leave before they get out of here. They leave, and so I think they're discriminating me because I'm receiving SSI. And they have other people probably with no housing, with no income at all. But it's just really not fair that I've been in here this long. One of the best tenants, like, I try to make things better around me than worse. I treat people nice, respectfully. Like, I don't cause trouble with anyone, I don't get involved with people's business anymore. I did for a while. That was a mistake. Learned my lesson. And I don't know. That's the thing about being an isolationist, because I really don't have connections with very many at all. For one, because while you're in psychology, you could probably tell me better than I have difficulty making connections with people. It's not that I don't know how, because I do know how. Like, I've played in a band. Like, I know how to like get to places. I'm not a slouch. Like, I can develop a sense of discipline and do things consistently like that. But I don't know how to like connect with people and make a lasting connection to where I don't know. I just really have never been very good at that.
Mm-hmm.
It might get a little too personal. I better not go there.
Yeah, man. Your situation's not 1 in a million, I can tell you that much. Quite more frequent. On that note of housing, most places in this nation that I'm aware of, there's like a waiting list. Well, it just so happens that out here, they're only at like 40% capacity.
Wow.
No joke. It's weird. But it's because North Dakota is being artificially strangled. They're being actually strangled, but artificially.
So there's that many like structures actually that are that empty, huh?
Yeah, in the middle north, actually northwestern area specifically of North Dakota, but it's probably true of several places in North Dakota. It's and again, it's probably not the only place in America that is that way, but North Dakota has enough. There's probably many states that have oil, but North Dakota probably has enough oil for the entire nation.
I believe it.
And doesn't. It's the pumps are running on slow motion, so it's a big problem. Slow motion. About 15 to 20 years ago, they were running on hyperspeed. They just couldn't get enough. They were paying guys, $70 an hour 15 years ago just to come out here. People were like, all right, honey, I'll see you in 2 years. People were leaving their families behind just to come out here and work because it was just super payday. And then somebody turned the spigot down, and now it's barely trickling. Anyway, Jesse, you're here. What's up, man?
Morning, man. How's it going?
It's going. It's going.
I'm just eating a little breakfast before I head off to a job.
Yeah, you tend to log in here in the middle of meals, I've noticed. It's okay. I won't judge you for that. I eat while I'm here.
That's why I use push to talk.
Yeah. Chugga.
Did that video I did for you, is that what you had in mind, or?
It is. It just so happens that I think it wasn't a fair setup that I was proposing to you. I wasn't really thinking through the details. It was just so there's these lake observations, for instance, that are really good at portraying the thing that I was talking about. Basically, long story short, there being short distance observations where curvature can't account for obstruction, because they're too short of a distance for that to be the explanation. But yet that there is an obstruction. And that's basically what I'm referring to. So the way that I guess you were one of the guys I talked to about the Rayleigh criterion, if I remember right. Right.
I don't remember.
Does 0.02 ring a bell?
No, but I could have just forgot.
Okay. Well, it is my understanding that is the number that can replace the radius, and that you can actually discern or deduce based on the Rayleigh criterion around about where you are able to see, how far you can see. But then there are these other factors that play a role in whether or not that is going to increase or decrease. And curvature is mutually exclusive and not required in discerning whether or not there's a horizon and stuff like that.
So how could I experiment with that in a controlled environment?
Well, is our Earth a controlled environment? First off.
Well, obviously not. But to me, when I look at the Earth, there's 5 different possible things that are causing a certain observed phenomena. And so, to me, the way I would want to try to figure out what was likely causing them is by testing each of them in a controlled environment to see which of them match. Does that make sense?
Sometimes you can't recreate certain things. Like, for instance, I don't think that you could ever reasonably recreate the sunlight in the way that it produces its light and how it gets to us and all that, just as an example. But yes, to answer your initial question, there is a way. You would need to read the information on the Rayleigh criterion to understand what's going on there. But essentially, it's mathematically derived. It's about the limitations from a mathematical standpoint, or maybe even you might say geometrically, of your eyeball and or the lens that you're using. So it's also referred to colloquially as angular resolution, the resolvability of objects at a distance, specifically depending on the angle that it's being viewed at. Well, it just so happens when you make these different observations and run the math, you just not trigonometry, sorry, Pythagorean right triangle math, that your alpha or the acute angle of the long distance observations is really close to that 0.02 number.
I do remember 0.02. That's the angular limit of resolution for the unaided human eye, I think.
Correct. But then there are factors like temperature and, humidity, or whatever the different factors are. If you're going to make a list, there's a list you could make. And I was talking about it the other day. I was like, hey, the position and angle of the sun, how cloudy it is, what's the humidity level, what's the temperature gradients, what's your elevation. There's a long list of things that you would have to take into consideration that affect it. But the fact of the matter is, and this is why I think short distance observations are equally impressive and important, is because short distance observations eliminate the possibility of curvature accounting for obstruction. So if you can recognize that there are horizons and or obstructions, things disappearing from the bottom up, in shorter distances than the curvature could ever be an explanation for the example, then it would only be rational to conclude that the curvature is mutually exclusive if it exists at all.
So looking, well, I'm trying to make sense of it. I looked up the Rayleigh criterion to refresh myself on
Yeah,
that.
it's also in that voice text.
Yeah, and someone just posted it too. That shows, it doesn't show something disappearing, it shows two objects appearing as one brighter object. If they're too close together to resolve, they appear as one. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, but what you understand. So think about the end of the hallway, the end of the hypothetical infinite hallway.
Okay.
All right. So you have two physical objects that are separate of each other, but they occlude or something, whatever the right word would be, into each other.
Uh-huh.
But not actually. They just appear to be doing that because of the angle of view. Therefore, that would explain things like the sunset and so on and so on.
So let's say at the end of that very, very long hallway, if there were two lights, one on the right and one on the left, if I was close enough to them, I would see them as two lights. But if I kept backing up, at some point they would just appear as one light, right?
Yes. But alternatively, if there was one wall of no light and another wall of light, the light would set. Does that make sense? So if you systematically, like, let's say you're staring down this infinite hallway, and now keep in mind this hallway is a hallway and not, influenced by other factors like temperature gradients and humidity and all that sort of stuff. So it's not a perfect example for what we see in reality. But if you were to turn off each light further and further and further away from you, eventually, at a certain point, the light would appear to be setting horizontally as opposed to vertically, but same concept.
So we're saying there would be, let's say only the light left on at the very end was still lit up, there would be nothing. There'd be nothing physically between me and it.
Correct.
But I wouldn't see it. But if we took the wall away, then I would see it, right? As a point?
Are you just confused about sunsets? I missed the original question. Were you talking about sunsets?
Damn.
Did he leave? I know Gospel probably got a phone call. Did the guy ask
I think they're talking about Raleigh's criteria, perspective, and in effect also sunrises, sunsets.
Gotcha. Yeah, the Rayleigh criteria deals with light, right? And when you're viewing objects, you're viewing the light reflecting off of those objects. So what takes place on a horizon is you have a bunch of information that gets all squeezed together at the horizon. When that all gets squeezed together, it appears as just this kind of hazy line. And when something like a ship is going away from you, you have to understand that in the hallway example, that ceiling is really close. If you extended that hallway all the way up and you took away the walls, then you'd essentially have a horizon at like the beach and you can watch a ship. So from a 6-foot observer height, the floor, let's say you can see out hypothetically 50 miles or even 100 miles.
From an observer standpoint, 50 miles out to the horizon, everything from his feet up to his eye gets condensed into that lower section. Now, things in the sky, you don't have that 6-foot limitation above you. So when you're looking at something like a cruise ship that may be 120 feet tall, the bottom of that ship is going to squeeze into that lower section, thus being eaten up by the haziness of all the other information out there that is being condensed from the ground level up to your eye height. But the height above the ship will remain as if nothing is squeezing and compressing it, because you're not compressing all that information above you. I mean, eventually it does, because eventually, as it gets further away, everything above 6 feet is slowly getting eaten up by that band of condensed information. And that's why we see things appear to disappear from the bottom up. Similar thing can be done for the sun. If we say, hypothetically speaking, the sun is 4,000 miles up in the air, yeah, if you stuck the sun at your feet, and let's say it's 40 miles wide or something, it would look ginormous below you. And it would appear to get smaller very quickly as it goes away in the distance, because it's starting just 6 feet below your eye height. But when it's up in the air, it's already lost a lot of its angular size because it's hypothetically 4,000 feet away. So it doesn't lose much angular size as it moves further in the distance and gets occluded by the same situation as the top of the ship when it approaches the horizon.
That was a good dodge from Napalm. Are you listening, Jesse?
Yeah, but I'm also eating, so I'm trying to not talk too much.
Well, did you absorb anything what he's saying there? The limits of our vision and all that stuff happens to be the size, generally speaking, if that picture of the globe is kind of fishy, ain't it? Anyway, go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah, I would say the claimed curvature rate and even parts of claimed refraction rates are just hijacking the way that we visually see in perspective and attributing to the effects that we see when viewing things over a long distance over a flat surface, attributing that phenomenon to curvature, even though it's solely based on how perspective works and the human eye works, the limits of angular resolution, the Rayleigh criterion. All of these are factors that play a role in how we visually see the world.
Increase the limits of angular resolution. Suddenly there seems to be no Earth curve limitation anymore.
Yeah, if you take the observed phenomenon of how we see in perspective and you back engineer that into curvature, then of course people are going to constantly be fooled into thinking that what they're viewing is the curvature of Earth, because they've already been told that the Earth is a spinning ball in outer space since they were in kindergarten. So when it comes to actually digging into optics and how the human eye works, which you don't really study that much in school, if at all, when you start to look into that, you realize, I see what they did here. Literally, I see what they did here.
Are you implying they took advantage of the actual distance that average people see and place the car near that spot. In their mind, anyway, we got all these optics, can zoom in on stuff. Or am I wrong?
Yeah, I'm implying that they did a little study and they knew how we optically view the world. That we view the world in kind of a 2D reference, and our mind converts it into 3D. The rate in which things appear to curve away, right? Appear to curve away, even though they don't, because they only appear to curve away after you get to the end point. Because at that point, the ground appears to ramp up. Nobody ever wants to talk about the fact that the ground actually appears to ramp up in front of you when you're viewing straight ahead, right? If it was curvature of a ball, meaning you're always on the top of this ball, you would have to actually look downwards towards the horizon, not straight out. I'm of the understanding as well that the actual ground in very long distance
You're doing a little robot.
Really,
I think.
I'm watering my plants. Shoot, what was I talking about?
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good.
Something about the long distance in the ground, I think.
Yeah, the long distance observations, right? The ground doesn't really actually get up to your eye height because the amount of stuff in the distance that's being unresolved, it's a band that is fairly wide as you get further out with distance. So I don't know if the ground actually appears to come all the way up to your actual eye line as you get further away in distance. I think we have some sort of effect that actually keeps it just slightly below, especially when you get further up with elevation. You know, if you're viewing on the top of a mountain, you're not only able to see so far. So if I can only see 100 miles, I can only see 100 miles from 6 feet, and I can only see 100 miles from 10,000 feet elevation. So it's almost as if the ground below you is being occluded at 100 miles. So as you raise up, it's still only 100 miles, so it appears to slightly go below your eye line the higher you get up with distance. But that's only because we have a limitation to the amount of distance that we can actually see. It's not an actual dipping of the physical Earth itself. It's optical effects.
So we were talking about the hallway with the light at the end of it, just like one light on near the right wall at the end. Would I see that light even if it was bright enough but it was just too far that angular resolution and Rayleigh's criteria would have hit it somehow? And does that have to do with its proximity to the wall?
No, it has to do with the angle.
So if you're talking about the walls, right, everything has to do with the angle. Everything has to do with the angle. Rayleigh criterion has to do with not only the angle that you're viewing, but the distance as well. So when you're referring to walls, all the same effects apply horizontally as they do vertically. So if you wanted to figure out how something on the wall would work as opposed to the ground or the ceiling, you can easily just eliminate the ground and the ceiling in your example and just have the two walls and flip them horizontally, and it's going to act the same way.
So you're saying the wall, even though it wasn't actually physically between me and the light source, I still would be unable to see the light source because of the apparent angle between the wall and the light source?
No, it's not the angle between the wall and the light source. The only angle that you need to be concerned about is the angle in which the light from either the light or the light from the wall is hitting your eye, right? We know that the angular resolution limits of the eye are about 1 arc minute or 0.02 degrees. So anything below that becomes unresolvable. Doesn't mean that it's being occluded by anything. It just means that it becomes unresolvable to the human eye, right? So if you're looking at like your television screen, and back in the day, television screens used to have these little squares that had red, green, and blue lines in them. And when you get really close, you could see these little squares with red, green, and blue lines in them. But as you moved further away, all of that blurred together, and you were able to see the image that's being projected on there. But you're no longer able to see the little squares with red, green, and blue lines because it becomes so small that it blends together.
Right, but you're still seeing the light produced by those squares.
You're assuming you would.
Yeah. So you can do this on a small scale, right? So if you have a body of water around you, like a lake, and let's say the lake is like 400 yards, you can place a flashlight directly above the surface of the water on one shore and go 400 yards across to the other side and place your camera down at the water level. And when your camera gets really close to the water level, you can no longer see that light, even though there is no curvature of the earth that would account for that. Meaning this distance is too small for something that's 3 inches above the water on one side is now unresolvable by something that is at the water line on the opposing side. But when you do this experiment, you will find that you can get to a point with your camera or with your eye to where that light source gets to be too small of an angle, meaning the ground is ramping up, the source of the light is at an angle that is below what you're able to resolve. So even though there's no physical obstruction between you and the light, you no longer can resolve it.
Would I still see it as a point of light, though, like the Rayleigh criterion says I should?
You would not be able to see the flashlight. It becomes unresolvable.
So, do I understand correctly that, let's say that the flashlight is 1 inch in diameter, and I don't know what the distance would be without calculating it, but at a certain distance, the apparent width of that flashlight face, when it becomes smaller than 0.02 degrees, then you're saying I would no longer see the light from that light? Or I just wouldn't be able to see it as anything other than a single point?
You would not be able to see the light at all whatsoever, and it's not because it is two lights that have blended into one, like the Rayleigh criterion. It has to do with the angular resolution limit, meaning the angle from you to that light source is less than 1 arc minute.
Okay, this is interesting because, so you're saying if the apparent size of a light source is less than the 0.02 degrees or whatever of the human eye, the angular limit of resolution of the human eye, then I couldn't see it even if it was a straight shot?
Unless some other factor makes it visible, meaning some type of special something going on, like happens with temperature gradients and that sort of thing. So let me point this out too. We know what they say, how far you can see if you're a 5 foot tall or whatever. You look up the Earth curve calculator, right? And then they say a 5 foot man, or I know people aren't usually 5 foot tall; they're usually taller. But doesn't it make you scratch your head that the Rayleigh criterion, like for instance, 60 inches, 3 miles. It just so happens that that's really, really, really close to that 0.02 number. Doesn't that make you go, interesting?
Yeah, actually, I need to look it up to see exactly where it fits into the equation, but within the Rayleigh criteria, there is also a 1.22, the same as if you're on a globe Earth, the physical geometric horizon is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is also interesting.
I think that's 1.77 for the dip correction angle in celestial navigation. And the 1.22 is the constant used in the ratio of the wavelength and the diameter of the aperture. Because the diameter of the aperture...
Within the Rayleigh criterion.
Right.
So funny, the diffraction limit just so happens to be the exact same value that we use as a constant when we're trying to use an Earth curve calculator, meaning the physical geometric horizon just so happens to be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, meaning you're increasing your elevation, right? So you're increasing the angle to the thing that you're viewing.
Where is this?
The diffraction limit just so happens to be a constant of 1.22 as well.
But I'm really trying to, the flat earthers all say they've got the story that works, and the globers say the same thing about theirs. I'm trying to understand the basic principles, and so I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm trying to understand, what the Rayleigh criterion actually means and how I could test it out for myself. So could I?
So there's a good lecture. There's a good lecture by MIT professor in physics called Walter Lewin where he talks about the Rayleigh criterion. If you want to watch that MIT lecture.
Yeah, but he'll tell you that if you take a 1-inch diameter light that's good and bright, in other words, brightness isn't the thing that's keeping you from seeing it. He'll tell you that you can take it far, far away and you'll still see it, even beyond the Rayleigh criteria, but that you'll just see it as a point of light. That's what he will tell you, and I think that you're saying that he might be wrong on that.
No. What do you mean? He's talking about, have you seen the lecture? He talks about multiple light sources, right? Not just one specific light.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Also, let me give you an example. When you look at the horizon, it's pretty faded because you're looking through a bunch of air. And so there's a lot of diffusion of the light. We have flashed mirrors across surfaces of lakes, and seeing those flashes appear in the horizon, but there's still light in the horizon, so it just fades into that unresolved line we call the horizon.
So referencing that pink and tan Rayleigh criterion chart, it shows the two pink peaks and then them merging together and then one tall peak, right?
Yeah,
Doesn't that...
Just think about it this way. The horizon line is just a line of unresolved data in your brain. And you can't have any distinction because it's all unresolved. You need something to have a distinction to define it. You know what I mean?
It's almost like the light blends together like paint would blend together. I'm not sure if that analogy works, but it seems to almost be like that.
Well, paint is absorptive. So red paint absorbs everything but red. and green paint absorbs everything but green. If you mix them, then you kind of get black because one blocks everything but green and the other blocks everything but red, and so there's not much left.
Yes, I said it's kind of like.
Right, but colors mix additively, right? Like light sources. So if you had a red light and you mixed it with a green light, you would get a yellow light, right?
I didn't say it was exactly like. Are you getting stuck on it?
No, I was just suggesting a slightly better analogy.
Is there one?
Yeah, the mixture of light sources. Like on the TV, if you look real close, it's little red, green, and blue dots, right?
Yeah.
Well, to make yellow, they actually light up the green and the red together, and that makes yellow.
Let me give you an example, okay? When you look inside a microscope, you can see a bunch of small things. Those things are reflecting light, but you don't see them normally because they're unresolvable to your human eye.
Yeah, I understand that.
Well, you're just arguing that we should be able to see them regardless.
No, I'm saying that I think Dr. Lewin, which you cite as a source, I wouldn't, but you did, or someone did, is saying that
weird flex, but okay.
Well, so the basic question is,
No. Back that up. Why not? What's wrong with Dr. Lewin? Please enlighten us.
Well, he's an authority. He's part of the mainstream. The things he says are mainstream.
Yeah, we're not going against the mainstream. The only mainstream that we're going against is
a belief that the Earth is a ball.
Right.
Okay,
is this hijacking of reality, of how we see, how we view light, how angular resolution plays a role in things appearing to disappear, right? So that known idea has just been hijacked into, well, the reason ships disappear over the horizon is due to Earth curvature, even though if you study angular resolution limits of the eye, you realize that the reason the ship disappears from the bottom up is due to angular resolution, not because of a curvature of the Earth.
Fair enough. So I just calculated a 1-inch diameter flashlight face at 1 mile is about 0.001 degrees. Should I be able to see a 1-inch with my naked eye, a 1-inch diameter flashlight in the dark 1 mile away, I guess? And then that's an experiment I can do, see?
Okay, yes, but you'll want to put it next to something, because this isn't about things necessarily unresolvable in the sky. This is about, you're including the ground. That's what the horizon is, both the sky and the ground. So yeah, put your 1-inch light next to a surface, and sure, do that at a mile, or however. Here I'm seeing 1 mile. It doesn't have to be a mile. Yeah, let's see. Maybe 2640. Go to feet. 2640. Yeah, I don't know. Try it at a quarter mile. Try it at a half a mile. Try it at a mile. See what happens.
So we agree that
that'd be interesting.
So we agree if there's nothing near the light, then I will be able to see it.
I'm not necessarily agreeing to that. I'm just saying in order to make a apples to apples comparison.
Okay, so putting a dark object right next to the light somehow interferes, or does that dark object need to be somewhere?
I'm not even necessarily suggesting that you could float the 1-inch flashlight in the air anyway. It's going to be near the ground by default. But yeah, find yourself a mile straight away, and yeah, that'd be interesting if you can find. I mean, water would be ideal because water's level.
Right. So it looks so like. So does the Rayleigh criterion even address the issue of the distance to a nearby object that's not in the line of sight?
We're not referring to things that aren't in line of sight.
Well, if the water's flat and the flashlight is not below the water, i.e. it's at or above,
yeah,
and I'm a mile away, there's no water between me and the light, right? The little light waves are just wiggling along in a straight line, straight from the light to me, and I don't see Rayleigh criterion having any input variable for the distance to a nearby surface that's not actually occluding the path, if that makes sense. I think the Rayleigh criterion is strictly about two light sources being unresolvably close together in angular apparent spacing, but I don't think it says anything about...
Hold on. Stop there. Stop there. It's where you use the word two.
Yeah, when we're talking about the...
Sorry, Trace. Now do you understand why the word two is relevant?
You mean the spacing between the two light sources depicted in the criterion diagram?
Yeah, you might be getting confused by the word light sources. So when I'm saying place the 1-inch flashlight next to a surface, that surface represents that second thing.
So we're saying that the Rayleigh criterion treats a non-light source the same as a light source?
Hold on. Again, that's where you're getting confused. Light source. How is anything that reflects light or gives light like something reflecting light is no different? Are you suggesting it is?
No, but the water on a dark night is not particularly a light source if I'm looking at a flashlight. Is it the reflectivity of the water that allows it to apparently obscure?
Do you think that it's perfectly dark? Are you under the impression that it would be perfect darkness on the surface of a lake?
Well, the thing is, no, but the Rayleigh criterion basically says that if you have two light sources that are too close together to be resolvable as separate light sources, their light will be combined and appear as one source. So if the water was acting as a light source, it wouldn't it wouldn't subtract from the flashlight. It would add its own lights to the flashlight, and the flashlight would look brighter, not vanished, right?
Yeah, I would disagree.
Well,
I mean, there's such a thing as light absorption and so on, but
yeah, he's not fundamentally understanding our argument and trying to run away from it.
No, I'm just trying to understand.
So we're talking about sight, and you see by light entering your eyes and giving you the picture. Do you understand this aspect of sight?
Yes.
Okay, so that is what we're talking about. What you see at the horizon and above and below it is essentially the Rayleigh criterion coming together. It's perspective.
Right, and see, and I really appreciate you trying to explain it to me, but the horizon is complex and uncontrolled. There could be any number of different things going on, and one of us...
there are many things that come into the horizon, but you cannot deny perspective and the Rayleigh criterion.
But I'm trying to, how can I even know what I would be or wouldn't be denying if I don't understand what exactly the Rayleigh criterion says or means? And so that's what I'm asking you to help me to understand is, according to the Rayleigh criterion, if I had two 1-inch diameter flashlights side by side a mile away, could I see them
that's a red herring.
Could I see them as with the naked eye as two individual points of light?
If somebody says something's a red herring, you should probably address that before moving on.
It's a red herring, but I will address his red herring. Yes, the Rayleigh criterion will tell you that if you have two strong sources of light that are propagating light through the air, and you see them from a distance, and then you go away from them, they will appear to converge into one light. But that is not actually what we're talking about. In that case, you're just saying that the individual lights are unresolved. What we're talking about here is the diffraction limit and the limit of the optics themselves and how far they can see. So you're looking out over the Earth, which is big, and so you're looking at the limit of the optics. Do you comprehend this, or is this too much for you?
With my current understanding of the Rayleigh criterion, it's not, the Rayleigh criterion doesn't support that claim that you just made. And that's why I'm trying to understand the Rayleigh criterion. And
so
until
you don't understand the Rayleigh criterion, and
I have a different,
it doesn't work. Is that your argument, honestly?
Well, no, I have a different understanding of the Rayleigh criterion than you, and that's what I'm trying to...
You just admitted that you don't understand it, and you're trying to understand it, so now you're trying to...
Well, no, I'm saying one of us doesn't understand it. I don't know if I'm wrong or you're wrong, but we have differing understandings, and that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. Because as long as we've got different understandings of the Rayleigh criterion, your arguments based on it aren't going to help me. Just like my arguments based on it aren't going to help you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. So please try to inform us how the Rayleigh criterion does not apply.
Well, we don't understand the Rayleigh criterion the same way.
Okay. No. You're not going to sit here and tell me you understand and know all about the Rayleigh criterion and we have a difference in how it works when you say you don't understand and you don't know. This is just nonsense.
I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying our understandings are different, and
you haven't even taken the time to do the research. You rejected looking into it. You know, Napalm was talking about, watching that the doctor talk about it, and you're like, well, I wouldn't use that. Why not?
Well, because he agrees with me on this point.
No, you wouldn't know that unless you knew that. You said you hadn't watched that. How would you know that if you don't even know that?
Well, I've watched a lot of his stuff. I don't remember if I watched that one or not.
Yeah, whatever.
Wow.
You're saying you have an understanding of something, and then you're saying you don't have an understanding of something, and you're yet claiming you have an understanding, even though you have admitted you have no understanding. Anyway, what does this have to do with your globe Earth or proving your curvature at the horizon? Nothing. So I don't know how you can say this is flat Earth. It rarely comes into the conversation at all unless you're just strictly talking about optics and taking the Earth out of it completely. That's fine. But we're here on the Flat Earth server. Our argument is, where is the curvature at the geometric horizon where it's supposed to be at 1.22 miles? I don't know what you're talking about.
So the reason this is brought up is because I presented my photographic evidence of a 187-foot building appearing entirely below eye level, and Rayleigh criterion was given as the reason that that building, which should have appeared above me, appeared below me. And that's why we're talking about this.
Should have appeared above you? Where do you think you live? On a concave inside of a ball? You think you're on the outside of a ball. Memo, hello.
So, yeah, if I'm 6 foot tall and I'm standing on the same level of ground as a 187-foot tall building, If I took a super straight rigid ruler and I laid it from my head to the top of that 187-foot building, it would be a slope up to the building, right?
No. You don't have that ruler. You can't make this imaginary argument to try to beg some questions. Just argue the points that we are making, or make your own arguments that have actually some logical validity. I'm getting real tired of hearing this nonsense. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Plus, you're talking over land, and what is the elevation at the base of the building and from where the other observer is? What are the elevations above sea level for each of those?
About 50 feet, 53 feet, or give or take a little bit.
All right, we're going to have to see this photo. There's no way fucking possible. So, how far away is the observer from the building?
About 21.2 miles.
Holy shit, you shouldn't. How tall is the building?
187 feet.
Yeah, do you know in 20 miles there's about 400 feet of drop that should be happening on your globe? 400 feet. The building's only 200 feet? Yeah, there should be 400 feet. That means there should be at least another 200 feet above the building.
He's saying he can't see it.
No, I can see it.
Sonny, but 220 miles is around 270 feet. I could be wrong.
Oh, 270 feet? Okay.
Yeah.
So the top of that building should be 70 feet under your line of sight. You would never see it.
Well, the observer is 50 feet. 53 foot at the ground level, about 58 foot high eye level.
Is that 58 feet above sea level?
Yes, above mean sea level.
So the eye height, observer height at the eye is approximately 58 feet above sea level. Okay.
Yes.
And the base of the building is how much above sea level?
About 53 feet also.
So about the same.
Oh, it's a funny photo.
Yeah, I find the second part the funniest. Going from cartoon ball, looking over into a picture. It's hilarious because the picture is actually in perspective. And the top picture that you drew is in orthographic view. Do you know the difference?
Yes, but if we took the world and sliced it right on...
No, explain the difference.
The difference is one's a side view that's not warped non-linearly, and the other is a view from end on, looking at the perspective view.
Yeah, so it's not warped linearly, or it doesn't account for perspective, which you are looking at in the picture here, and then assumes in globe Earth calculators, for instance, that is Earth curve.
Well, I'm just trying to understand it. This is what I observed. That was my setup so that everyone knows where I was and what I...
Look, lo and behold, look at your alpha.
What am I looking for?
The 4 posts ago, my post, 7 minutes after the hour. Look at the alpha.
Okay, 0.03 degrees positive.
Isn't that amazing?
That's a positive slope. I should be looking up. That's what I'm saying.
No, this isn't about slope. This is about angular resolution.
I took this through a powerful zoom lens, which had a much, much better angular resolution than the human eye.
Yeah, about 50% better at the very least, right? Look, 0.02997. Isn't that interesting? You can see it, and it's really, really close to that .02.
Well, that would be clever if I had recorded it with something that was the same as a human eye, but I was recording it with something that had 100 times more angular resolution.
100 times. It was 100 times larger than the human eye.
Yeah, he doesn't understand what he's saying. He's equating zoom to that. Most of these cameras have digital zooms.
No, this was not digital. This was not digital zoom. This was a.
So what was its width? What was its width? What was the width
of the building?
No, of the lens.
Aperture.
Oh, a 50 millimeter.
That's 100 times bigger than your eyeball?
Well, no, it was a 50 millimeter lens and with like a 250 millimeter focal length or something.
Focal length, but the aperture was 50 millimeters. And that's 100 times bigger than your eyeball?
Well, I said the angular resolution was 100 times better. The pixel size is probably also better than my eyeball.
Interesting.
So look at it this way. That building is like a couple 100 feet across, and it's 20 miles away, and so we can actually figure out what the angular resolution of the camera was.
Really? So are you forgetting that shit shrinks with distance into the vanishing point? It all gets smaller looking the further out it goes. You're not taking that into account at all. If you were far enough away from that building, it would look like a tiny little dot down at the horizon in the middle of your vision until it completely disappeared. It would look lower and lower the further away you got from it.
That's the issue with orthographic side view. When you divorce perspective and how your eyes work and how you see the reality, you actually start assuming that you're looking up at things and over some curves and all sorts of jazz that just has no relation to reality.
No relation to reality at all, because if you're right near the building, the top of the building is going to be, you're going to have to tilt your head way back up very high. The further away it goes, that angle is going to keep reducing until you get so far away. Of course it's going to look like it's
So what path does the light take from the top of the building to the observer's eye?
We're not talking about the light path. We're talking about things getting smaller with distance.
Vanishing point.
Their apparent size reducing.
Vanishing point. Here's the thing. A drawing like this illustrates section, right? This is a section cutting through what you believe you see. The issue that you're missing in this perspective is literally the vanishing point, right? Vanishing point occurs basically like a tunnel. Think of a hallway. The very point of that is the vanishing point, and you're missing that because this drawing only illustrates 2D, 2 dimensions, X and Y. It's missing the Z. You need a Z if you're going to explain your concept. The Z is the vanishing point.
Is Jesse still in here pretending not to understand this stuff?
Yep.
It's kind of infuriating.
Well, I'm not trying to be infuriating. I'm just trying to understand if a guy was on the top of that building and he's shown a laser straight at the observer, and it was a nice pencil beam, just a thin, straight beam.
Jesse, do you understand the concept of vanishing point? A hallway. So you're standing in a hallway, right? You're looking down the hallway. That hallway eventually ends. Regardless of how long that hallway ends, that hallway appears, at some point that hallway ends from your purview, from how you're looking at it. Right?
Yeah, and
your drawing is X and Y. X is left to right, Y is up and down, but we work in a 3-dimensional world. That Z-axis, the thing coming out at you, is that causes the vanishing point. And unfortunately, in a drawing like this, you can't illustrate vanishing point.
Yeah, it's taken totally out of context, and your Rayleigh criteria is just another distraction. So I would get busy with doing observation over water. I know you're talking about going to the desert. That's fine. It's still over land unless you know all the topographical features and rises and dips in the actual topography. You have fun with that, but it can be done, especially on dry lake beds, because we have the largest salt lake in the world on Earth in Bolivia called the Salar del Uyuni. Look it up. It creates the world's largest mirror of the sky on the water because it gets an inch of water across the whole thing, 100 miles by 80 miles. You can see all the way across the whole entire thing, and the sky is mirror imaged on the water exactly without distortion. This is impossible if any of that water was curving at all. Impossible. But that's fine. You can do it. I mean, it's good that you're doing things with light. It is very important. But what we're talking about is specifically the horizon, and more specific to that, where is the geometric horizon at 1.22 miles? You should be busy doing that repeatedly, showing here it is here it is there, here it is another day, here it is another place. You would have this 1.22 mile geometric horizon. It would be documented. You could go do this today easily over water. That's what you should be doing. If you're trying to defend your globe, find the proof for the globe where the geometric horizon is. It should be repeatable, observable, testable, and falsifiable.
Jesse, did you ever do a vanishing point drawing in like grade school? Where you have like one point on the paper and you draw the horizon from left to right perfectly straight, and then you draw a bunch of lines up and down. And then you start connecting the lines and they all come to a point, just like the picture that we shared in the chat above the ceiling is setting.
Yeah, I messed around with that. It's cool.
Well, no, it's not. It's cool. That's reality, brother.
Yeah, cool story, bro. Oh my goodness.
You cool story bro'd the point. Oof.
I just don't see what an artist's rendition or an art technique has to do.
It's reality, Jesse. It's reality. Your eyes have, okay, here's another concept. If you close one eye, right, you can visualize everything in front of you. The problem that you lose is depth. Depth perception becomes a problem when you're legally blind, as an example. You lose depth. You can't figure out where things are, so you have to reach for them a lot, right? So your left and right eyes give you perspective on depth, how far things go. The issue being, as those things go further and further away from you, they vanish from your purview. I love the word purview. It just works so well, right? That's what transpires. And unfortunately, to hear you respond to that point with cool story, brother, terribly concerning, because that's reality.
The thing is, though, in a perspective drawing, you can literally take and draw a straight line from the vanishing point.
Are you looking at the tunnel? Do you see that tunnel? Do you see it? Look at that tunnel that Drake just shared. Look at that. That's reality. And if you imagine that black spot down there is the sun. That's what happens when your sun disappears from your purview.
So from the tunnel, it looks like...
What a great share. Oh my gosh. That's an amazing share right there. That's an amazing share. That repeatable window you see? Beautiful thing. Okay, I'm coming.
Well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. I do need to head off to work, but thank you so much.
Alrighty.
Bye, Jesse. It was good seeing you, man. Or talking to you, kind of.
Take it easy, Kiwi.
Gonna be Jesse's girl. Jesse's girl.
Alright, please. That's enough.
We wish that we could find Jesse's globe.
Did he say QE just now?
Jesse's globe.
Kiwi, yeah.
Jesse's globe. That's so good. Jesse's globe. We need to do that dub, boys.
Because he really is. He's Jesse's Globe, right? That's an excellent, and we won't get copyrighted either. We could sing that collectively. Jesse's Globe. So good. Okay, I'm done now. Sorry.
The Earth is flat.
Do tell.
We have proof.
Do tell.
I've been working on this flowchart for the last 3 hours, and I've never laughed so much. Thank you, boys.
It's just kind of funny how the Glovers bring these arguments in, like this little drawing, and then an image with no data on it, with A and B on it. Oh, okay, great. You got some red and white striped sticks, whatever that is, and then a building behind it with no data to tell me other than what you just typed in somewhere. Could have just made all that shit up.
I'm so glad I didn't grow up reading books. I just did drawings. Hello, my name is Simon, and I like to do drawings.
We ought to play that on the bot, the sex robot, for Jesse.
Oh, man.
Let's play it. Haven't heard it in a while. It's a golden oldie.
Is there a best of Matthew?
Let me ask you a question, Paggis. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you got home and your wife is banging the next door neighbour. Yeah. Do you think it would be sufficient if your wife said, "Oh, I've got a model that explains how I didn't cheat on you"?
So, technically,
yes or no?
Most likely.
Why is it whenever I ask Lopez yes or no questions, I never get a yes or no answer?
Because the world isn't that simple.
He's about to explain how technically his wife could come up with a model that may be possible, and he'd have to consider it.
It could. One possibility.
Either yes or no.
But it isn't a yes or no answer.
Are you serious? You're saying that your wife can construct a model to explain how she didn't cheat on you after she banged the next door neighbour?
Yes.
This is the level of sophistry we're dealing with.
So, let me tell you this. My wife, let's say...
seriously, you're going to justify this?
My wife went on Amazon and she found this amazing new thing, which a sex robot.
This is the ultimate cuckery, my friend.
You're not, but you guys are not letting him finish. I'll finish for him, though. Because he's talking about sex robots. Hold on. But here's the conclusion of his argument. The next door neighbor has been proven to be a sex robot and is not a human being. That is saying because. No, that's not our next door neighbor. That's a sex robot that lives next door. Clearly, if your wife is banging the next door neighbor, she objectively cheated on you. The end. There's no model that can explain that away. Can't be done.
I think his wife is banging the next door neighbor right now.
Probably. She's probably sick of his obfuscation. She's like, Maggie, so are you going to have sex with me tonight or not? And he's like, well, technically I could, maybe, possibly, maybe I could build a model. And then she's like, fuck it, I'm going to just sing it. Can you construct a model to explain away the fact that your wife banged the next door neighbour?
Yes.
Target, quickly. Tell us what you imagine that model might be.
So one possible model that it might be is that, she went onto Amazon and there was one dude who had invented this new sex robot who conveniently looked like the next door neighbor. It was like an exact replica. But then she buys it, she gets it, and she's having sex with the sex robot. Then I enter the door. Then I enter the room. and I see she's banging something which resembles and is in every way looking exactly like it. So,
I mean, this is what they call in America the good old college try, right?
So then look, but when I am looking at the thing, then I see, oh, she's banging something. It couldn't be the sex robot, but it could also be the next door neighbor who just walked over and is banging her. And then kind of no way, it's just impressive. Like when I entered the room, both possibilities are true. But as you said, which one is more likely? Yes, more likely was my wife banging next door neighbor, but there's still a small, very, very small possibility that it was the sex robot. But then I go over and I look at if the next door neighbor is in his house, and then I see, oh no, he's not at home. Oh, yes, this model is false. Then I have proven that model was false.
You enter that room, and what you see is your neighbor banging your wife, and you're like, holy smokes, it's my neighbor banging my wife. And then that moment goes through your mind when you're like, wait a minute, there might be an explanation for this. And you start thinking about Amazon, and you start going through the price range, you start thinking, how much money does my wife have? Is that even possible? But for that initial view, you'd be thinking, well, I'm going to be going with what I see. And what I see is that my neighbor's banging my wife. So that would be the logical assumption at that point, wouldn't it? No, what? Occam's razor. It looks like your neighbor. Whether or not you think it's some high-tech sex doll from Japan, it looks like your neighbor. So you're going to be thinking, oh, that's my neighbor. And then it might come into your head, but, oh wait, my wife, she's kind of loaded, she was really looking into those sex dolls, there's a small possibility. But the most logical assumption would be what you observe directly, which is your neighbor, right?
So, you can actually just verify whether it's a sex robot. You can just go up to it and go, oh, here's a battery. Or, oh no, it's a human.
So, what I am observing when I enter the room, if I start with that is not actually, I don't observe my neighbor. I observe something which looks like my neighbor. I observe something which looks like a flatter.
Something that it is a robot.
When you get
please, like I can't convince the whole sentence.
Sorry, does that mean that when you wake up in the morning, you see whoever you live with in your house, you go, well,
your wife, and you realize it wasn't a sex robot, you'd be like, well, the neighbor would be like, well, I'm sorry, man, I just fell, and somehow I just happened to wind up inside her. And you'd be like, oh shit, that makes sense.
Yeah, we can make a model for that.
Makes sense to you. Yeah, that step from the front door removed so it doesn't happen again.
Oh, yes, that is true.
Yes,
I agree with that statement.
Brother man, you need to go get your man card back. I don't know where this would have been much easier for you if you'd have just said at the start, you know what, yeah, if there was a dude banging my wife, I'd be pissed. This would have been over 20 minutes ago. Yeah, this is an area fallacy.
But I'm trying to explain my point.
I think to be fair to Pagas, we should let him explain how the neighbor could be a sex doll when he gets shit on.
Robots fucking exist, and we've experienced them.
There'll be another model, then we know the old model was wrong. But then give them a new model.
Wait, no, this I need to get to Pagas, right? You check the battery is not there, it is a human. Now you're saying there's potentially another model, could you tell me what that model would be, please, Pagas?
So then that model could be like, oh yeah, he fell and that's decided. So, yes. But,
Pagas, so he fell.
He just repeated exactly what I said.
Pagas, I need to be serious. Pagas, I need to be serious. What is this other model? After you check the battery pack, it's not a battery pack. What's the model that could explain it?
I think your example, as you said, was very good with the folly. But then I look, what is most probable? What is the most likely? And I say, allegedly having sex with the man next door.
Wait a minute. We can't because we verified it.
No, but the verified it. There might be another explanation.
What the fuck are you talking about? We verified it. We checked that the battery pack isn't there. We checked that the penis is in the vagina. It happened. Yeah. Yeah.
But
And now we're constructing a model to make the cheating go away.
So the fundamental way of what I am saying is that I can't technically give you an exact model, because the whole premise of this is that it is something which is beyond my understanding, beyond my knowledge. It could have been, like say, an otherworldly, all-powerful being, like a demon or something, which then altered the visions and my memory, as well as my wife's.
They can't see evil demons, right? Okay. Sonny, what were you going to say?
Like, and then we look, this model, it's an explanation, it's actually likely, but it's very unlikely. It's extremely unlikely.
Yeah,
therefore we don't focus on
go ahead. Pagus, you're embarrassing yourself now.
Hey, Pagus, I just have one question, okay? Very simple.
Go ahead, please.
Do you believe there is such a thing as objective reality?
No.
There you go, folks.
That's it. Nail on the head.
Yes, I believe there is, but I don't believe we can actually, we can't figure it out.
Dude, are you objectively on Discord right now talking to us?
I can't actually know that. And as Roger, as you said,
then you're a psycho. Well, then you can't objectively know if I mute you. So I'm just going to do that.
Yeah, that's a good place to put a pause on that, I think.
Oh yeah.
And really.
Hilarious. It's basically what Jesse's doing in another way.
That was crazy. That was awesome.
Oh, curvature of Earth, it's supposed to be at a certain place. Okay, I'm going to look at the Rayleigh criteria instead.
Yeah.
And have the
Ignore
flat
the
earthers
obvious.
talking about the fucking Rayleigh criteria for 3 hours. Or whatever.
I think because the neighbor was having sex, it was refraction. I guarantee
Refraction.
It was a refracted neighbor.
He didn't pull out. It was a refraction. It was refraction. He didn't pull out. Holy shit.
The penis wasn't really in her vagina. It was
Right, it
refracted.
just looked like
it was
it was in her
missing it.
I'm turning. Oh shit, that's so.
It actually couldn't be in line anymore with each other, so it was actually missing.
Oh, fuck, that's hilarious.
I was panicking so hard I put you guys on mute. Holy shit. I'm laughing so he didn't refract. You know, refraction's gone to a whole new level now. Holy crap. Anytime somebody mentions refraction in the chat, it's now going to become that. He didn't pull out. He didn't refract.
Can a sex robot be refracted at a distance?
He didn't refract in time. Oh shit.
Oh, that hurt. Yep.
Sorry.
That was...
God forgive me.
The name of my new rock group, Refracted Sex Robot.
The refracted sex. The refracted
Oh,
sex.
shit. Oh.
Ruthless. Oh, my stomach. I'm getting a cramp. Oh, shit. I wore my Deep Space t-shirt today. I didn't think I'd be in deep space.
Make sure you stop listening before your diaphragm cramps up completely and you go into vapor lock.
Holy vapor lock. The absence of gases. Vapor lock. It's real. Oh, man. That was awesome, boys. Thank you.
I'm driving. I'm trying to mute. Anyway, making road noise, man.
It's not too noisy. It's fine.
Okay. Our the kid that was in here, the last one was
Jesse was his name, I think.
Jesse's Globe.
Jesse's Globe.
I got a kid next to Jesse's Globe.
Jesse's Globe.
That was pretty funny. I was laughing. Oh, that was great.
That was awesome.
Shout out Dave Dinkle. Shout out Dinkle. Dead Air Dave, also known as Dead Air Dave.
Dude, wish we could find Jesse's Globe. No.
Dude.
I wish we could find Jesse's Globe. I love it. It's catchy. Catchy sells, apparently.
Why can't we find no curvature anywhere? Darn.
The Earth is flat.
Correct, Matthew. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew.
Yeah, thanks.
Do you know what the beach where that robot is dancing? I know exactly where that beach is.
You know, I was looking at that GIF and I was thinking that looks a lot like where they filmed Planet of the Apes.
Yes, it is, and a whole bunch of other movies too. Go look at some of the Beach Blanket Bingo and all those stupid Frankie Avalon. They're all at that same beach. Zuma Beach and Point Doom.
Beach,
Zuma Beach and Doom and Point Doom. Yeah, right there.
Doom. Yeah.
Yep.
You think they just filmed its easy spot to film or something, maybe?
Yeah, because look at it. It's always beautiful like that. Most of the time it looks just gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been to that.
Something about, I don't know what it is, because a beach looks like a beach, but then on the other hand, there's a lot of physical structure to it with the rocks and stuff. So
yeah, those rocks, yeah.
Something about it just made me go, is that where Planet of the Apes was filmed? The first one with Charlton Heston, of course.
The end of the Planet of the Apes, it truly is that same beach. It's a Zuma Beach, yep.
Huh.
Where the Statue of Liberty was laying in the water or something.
Yep.
You did it! You finally did it! What is he? You crazy!
He said something.
Yeah, he's yelling.
Isn't he the same one that's in Soylent Green also?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Has the same tone of voice.
You gotta tell him! You gotta tell him!
Yeah, Charlton Heston was good. Oh, there it is. It's not the exact same spot, but I think it is likely the same beach. Thank you, Miguel. That's beautiful.
the same beach. Yeah, the big rock. They put the statue where the big rock is, and the book over to the side. Yep, that's
a different angle. Anyway,
it's changed. Probably changed. The cliff has probably changed throughout the years. A little.
That's possible too.
Let me see.
I like. Charlton Heston was a good actor. Those are really good movies.
Let's look at the cliff. Okay, I got that. Let me go back up. Okay, can't see all of it. Oh, I can see the little divot though. Yeah, I can see that first little step in the cliff. Up to
My favorite line from Charlton Heston is "From my dead hand."
Which movie is that from? I forgot.
It's from American Rifle Association meeting. And he holds up his rifle.
What movie though?
It wasn't a movie. It was it was reality.
A 2A thing.
I see.
So what you're saying is that Charlton was a real life Chad? Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah.
Yeah. There were a couple people that didn't give in. Supposedly, I don't know.
Right. That was a long time ago, man, when he did that. That was over 30 years ago, I think.
Well, there's an old guy right now that seems to be. I don't know. I've got my. I don't know. Not Anthony Hopkins. What is the old guy that keeps on saying some really peculiar anti-government stuff? It's
Mel Gibson.
No, it's like, well, no, I guess he has said some stuff. I'm talking about the
George Carlin. George Carlin.
No, I think it's Catherine Zeta-Jones' dad.
McConaughey? No.
It's the guy. Who's Catherine Zeta-Jones' dad?
Oh, Sean Connery, isn't it?
No.
He's dead. He's dead.
Neither of those people.
I
Maybe
can't
it's not
see him
Catherine
speaking
Zeta-Jones'
dad.
Okay, maybe I've got my people mixed up. It's not that person. Gosh, I thought he was somebody's dad in Hollywood. There's this old guy. He's been in a bunch of movies, but he's doing a lot of 2A stuff and other interesting commentary about not just anti-government per se, but anti-grabblery stuff. So it's been controversial, some of the stuff that he said. He's a little chubby in the face. He's old.
Oh, Ricky Gervais?
Nope, not that guy. He is a grappler.
You said chubby in the face, so I went with the first thing that came to mind.
I'm saying
He's in
old, like
Hollywood,
he's
though?
in his 80s right now. Like he's older.
Name something the guy acted in. You know that?
I don't know what. So, it's not Anthony Hopkins, but it's somebody that almost looks like Anthony Hopkins. I'm trying to think what movie he's been in. It's so sad that this is so pathetic. I'll figure it out. I'll stop talking about it. I'll figure it out.
Mic check. New headphones.
New headphones.
Yeah, it's good.
Excuse me, sir.
Everything sound good?
Gee, it's not. Yeah. No, it's coming through great. Sounds good.
Nice.
Man, I wish I could. Who's this Cram Liker guy? Wow, Miguel. Thank you.
Hey, Matthew Lawrence is here. Somebody gonna make that dude squirm?
I was enjoying what Jesse Gordon was saying earlier. That was interesting.
Do you enjoy obfuscation? That's weird.
No, I think the image that he posted is a serious challenge to the idea that the Earth is flat.
It literally is evidence that it's not a ball.
No, the top of the building was lower than the vanishing point. So how would that happen?
That's not a how did that happen. How can you see it at all is the question.
It's 21 miles away, and it's lower than the vanishing point. What happened?
What happened is besides the point. The fact that you can see it is contradictory to a claim of curvature.
I don't think
here's the thing, boys. Something transpired within his world, in his head, that was like, aha, there's the potentiality for the curve to exist. And really, we just explained it away with the fact that obviously it wasn't 3D because he attempted to understand it in 2D. Anything can work if you want to change the rules of the game. Reality, though, reality bites. Let me tell you, boy.
It's supposed to be below the horizon. It's supposed to be beyond and below the horizon. If the Earth were a ball, you can see the whole thing. It's obviously, laughable to insert or inject the curvature of the Earth as a thing. All our observations are contradictory to it.
Yeah, Miguel's picture, great share. That is an opportunity to take what you see and manipulate the view for it to work to your advantage in your argument. But it's still a distortion of reality.
You know what's great about that one is it looks just like those ocean pics, or maybe not oceans, but bridges and things like that in the water, and they're like, look, it's curving so much in this picture of the bridge. It's like, no, sorry, man.
And I counter that and say, do your eyeballs see like this? Because your eyeballs don't see blurred at the beginning here. Sorry, I say here, I'm illustrating this with my mouse. But your eyes don't see blurred right in front of your face. So I would imagine that if you actually were to see this picture or this setup in reality, it would actually look way different. Would it not? Again, Miguel share.
Yeah, good point. Probably a little different. I haven't done many of these kinds of tests myself. Maybe a few when I was younger. It's been a long time.
John Voight. Oh my gosh. I hate that I couldn't remember that guy's name. John Voight is who I was trying to remember, and he's been saying some interesting things. That's all I'm saying.
He's a Trump supporter.
How did you remember?
Yeah, he might say some interesting things, every once in a while. But remember, this is Angelina Jolie's dad, right?
Yeah, it's Angelina Jolie's dad. That's right.
Did you like the fact that I got Angelina Jolie and Catherine Zeta-Jones mixed up?
That's pretty
good.
Did
you like?
No, I didn't notice that.
All you would tell me, Gospel, was the guy from Deliverance. I would have gave it to you.
Angelina, the tranny
they're not
everybody
daughters,
fell
they're
in love
sons.
with.
They're all the same. They're all the same. Whatever.
Oh no.
Tomato, tomato.
Different face, same internals.
Yeah. I don't know. People say things.
However, the memories are a wonderful thing.
Whatever happened to that guy? That's weird. Somebody asked me how I found it. Yes, I did. I did do the thing. I don't use Google, but I searched up Hollywood conservatives, and that's how I found them. I know it's pathetic, but that's what I did.
Well, the Hollywood magic is powerful for a reason.
No judgment here.
It's a funny list. It is a funny list. I mean, it's almost laughable when they have folks like Ginger Rogers on there. Hey, James Caan. How about that? Anyway, I think I.
Anaconda.
That was epic.
He was an anaconda.
Who was saying something? Larry? Hank?
Yeah, it was me. He was an anaconda.
Oh yeah, he was an anaconda. That's right.
Are you talking about the James Caan guy?
No, Voight, wasn't he?
Oh,
Yeah.
Voight.
Yeah, he was the bad
Also-
guy. He wore that ice cube. Yeah, that's right. Great grab. Miguel's on fire, man.
He was
He's
creepy in that movie.
Dude, he was nasty.
I mean, spoiler alert, so mute me if you got to, but he got ate by the snake and then spit back out.
Okay. Even the snake was like, your ass, your butt's bitter. Oh man,
You know what movie messed me up as far as snakes goes, and I bet you only one or two people in this chat have seen it. It was called, the title of the movie was, I don't even know if that'll come through, but literally the title of the movie is SSSSSSS. I don't remember how many S's, but that movie I saw at a pretty young age, and it was profoundly disturbing. Maybe 0 people.
Yep, I think you're gonna get a goose egg on that one, guy.
Amazing.
It's just called S?
Well, there was multiple S's. Here, I'll find the IMDb.
Now, if I search it, how many S's do I need to punch in?
I know, at least 4.
At least 4? I was thinking maybe 5 based on how many
All
S's.
right, it looks like there's 7 S's. 1973.
Okay. At least we got a date. Date of production is good.
Here it is. It is for I don't know. I was like 10
Nice.
or something when I saw this movie, and it was really messy.
You got a purty mouth. I couldn't resist that time.
You just made me realize how important it is for Hollywood to get the as young as possible to watch the movies.
It happened. Yeah, my parents were Blockbuster addicts.
Yeah, same.
They had a mortgage worth of late fees over the years. It was pretty ridiculous. They single-handedly kept that place in business a couple of years longer than they should have been.
I think actually at some point I was renting video games at a young age from there.
Oh yeah.
Fuzzy memories,
yeah.
but I'm pretty sure I was.
I remember renting Super Nintendo games.
Oh man.
We were saying in the chat yesterday, I'm like, rent it. Rent the video game.
Yeah, man.
Back in the day, and then you would keep it. Then they brought out rent it for a week.
Oh yeah.
Like $9.99 or something like that.
Yeah, they had to prolong it. They knew how much of a struggle.
Yeah.
The Earth is flat.
Lick.
That's right, Matthew.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Matthew.
And we have proof.
What do you mean you have proof?
We have proof. Being facetious, of course.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do. If anyone's interested in the rest of the context, that would be interesting too.
Yeah, we have seen him. Kind of. The rest is boring.
Yeah, the rest is just fallacies and things that you know that we already have addressed or misunderstandings on your part. So, yeah.
The whole tone of the video, it's like your audience is like youngsters, very young people.
Right. The audience is people who don't know much about this debate.
So you're talking to them like children?
Just trying to make it easy to understand for everybody. By the way, in the end I said, therefore I find it most rational to believe that the Earth is indeed rotating and it's roughly spherical in shape. So that's the conclusion of the video.
Oh, man! I wouldn't consider that a rational conclusion, so...
Wait, are we... Huh? We entertaining this? I didn't realize we got serious. Sorry. I'm still stuck on refraction. Or retraction. Refraction or retracted?
Refracto. It's Friday. Yay, Friday.
Oh, by the way, did I miss something yesterday with the German guy when I went to sleep?
Oh, is he still waiting to come in? What's his face?
Homer.
No? Oh, yeah, Homer. Oh, Homer and Matthew. I wonder what that conversation would be like. Could we handle it at the same time? We might go crazy.
I heard him some yesterday. He seems pretty reasonable.
Wasn't asking you.
Oh, you didn't tell any. You didn't say who you were asking. You just put a question out there.
Yeah, I know. I find it funny
Also-
that you took the initiative to answer it right away. It just speaks to your. Anyways,
Also-
no
also
personal
Matthew-
stuff.
Also, Matthew, forgive me if I do not accept you as the arbiter of rationality.
Forgive me.
Yeah,
know
I wouldn't
not
presume
what
to
I
be the
do.
arbiter of rationality. I think people should become educated and learn themselves.
Hey, Matthew, I have a question. Why is the flat earther wearing a hat?
To distinguish between the two.
Oh, okay. So you're at the same time a flat earther?
Yeah, I'm playing two different roles in that video.
Only in the video?
Was that you? Did you actually produce that? That's awesome.
Did you guys notice he's playing two different roles?
That's right. In that video, in order to explain both sides of the argument, I show two different versions.
That's amazing.
Yeah, you
Okay,
have to play
can you
and
do-
act two different roles? So where's the real Matthew?
Oh, the real one is the globe earther.
Right. So, real Glober Matthew.
Yeah, what's up?
How far up would a hot air balloon have to go for you to observe the Earth moving beneath it?
Higher than before, Gilbert.
I ask this question of every single Glober that comes in, and I just like hearing the responses. It's the best way to start.
Oh, so
I'm a village idiot, by the way.
Yeah, hot air balloons go in the air, so it depends on the airspeed.
It's a calm day.
Well,
The
so
Earth is
yeah,
flat.
by a calm day, you mean there's no wind?
Yeah.
Yeah, so no wind means that the air is moving at the same speed as the ground. There's no difference
Prove it.
in the.
Okay. So
That's
when
just
does
Hashtag begging the question.
when does that magic leash let go of that hot air balloon, and the hot air balloon gets to observe the the ground rotating beneath it?
I don't think it would ever, it would never happen if there's no wind.
Okay, bonus question. Bonus question. We're going for the bonus question. I'm going into the Caribbean for a vacation. I'm sitting on the edge of an infinity pool, observing the horizon. The infinity pool level is straight because it was built with a level.
Yeah.
And I observed that the edge of the infinity pool is perfectly aligned with the horizon. Where's the curvature start?
If you're that close to the Earth, you're not going to see the curvature.
Come on, man! I got hairy legs!
Jim,
I like your profile picture, Matthew.
time and place. We it's time and place, Jim.
Okay,
It
Key, we
just-
have a question for you now.
It's a little too much, Jim. A little too much.
Village idiot. What's up, guy? Me, I'm the village. I'm not calling you the village idiot.
Last night I went to bed at midnight and looked outside and I couldn't see the sun. Why not?
Oh,
I don't know. Sky science, man.
The Earth is flat.
I can only explain stuff that I can put
Oh, yeah. So
I
let me
can
just-
reason that I can.
Okay.
It's within my plane to experience. What he listen? Let me tell you what he has hung from the sky. No man can touch. Therefore, I can't explain it.
How's that for an
Matthew, why
answer?
are you asking him about things that he is not claiming when you are here supposedly to defend your religious belief system in a ball?
I was asking him to defend his religious belief in
No,
flat
he's not here to defend any religious belief system because we don't have one. We don't have a replacement cosmology. We just
Okay,
have
well,
evidence against your religion.
he was asking me questions about my religion, as you call it, the globe thing, and so I was reciprocated and just was asking a simple question about his system.
Never in 100 years, would I have ever called myself a glober. It's such an unusual identity to hold on to, especially if you adhere to that special book and you actually understood what your identity was supposed to be. To call yourself a glober is profoundly absurd to me. But to answer your silly question, the answer is the sun would be too far away to see. It's as simple as that.
Still above the horizon, just too far.
Too far away to see. Why would I say above the horizon? That's a. I don't know if that's a.
Yeah, no, the sun is obviously beyond the horizon. That's why it's dark, Matthew. Did you not know how night works? Have you never been outside as the sun sets?
Yeah, I see the sun go lower than the horizon. That's what it looks like. I'm just curious why you don't think it does that.
You see an apparent sun, you in perspective, disappear into the vanishing point. That doesn't help you, Matthew.
You know what's crazy? I just posted a GIF because I'm logging out of work of Homer when he disappears into the bush. You guys remember that in the cartoon? Homer Simpson's when he, right? Of him disappearing into the bush, as you said, disappearing. That was crazy. Holy shit.
Lol.
Is this live right now?
Yeah.
The Earth is flat.
Miguel's my dude. So my GIF said leaving early for a 3-day weekend, and him disappearing, and I'm leaving half an hour early, so it kind of worked. And I'm off on Monday. That's the 3-day. Jokes.
Austin, what shape is the Earth?
I don't know the shape, but I know it's flat.
What?
Flat isn't a shape. So, I mean, you don't really know the shape of the Earth, according to Flat Earth. The model isn't verified. I'm just saying what I've heard here.
Right.
Right.
Flat is not a shape, right?
Right.
I got a call right in the middle of that sentence. So what? Austin's already gone. Interesting. Yeah, you said but above the horizon, as if that was some type of clever response.
Yeah, if I were to go out at midnight and you and I were standing out in the backyard at midnight, and I said, "Okay, point to where you think the sun is," I'd be curious which direction you would point. Like at midnight, would you point north above, over the North Pole?
Yeah, probably north. Yeah, around that time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't point towards the ground, for instance.
Yeah, I would point towards the ground.
You know, it's
Yeah.
funny because I can't prove it, but as a man who studied numbers growing up, I would actually point to the moon. I know it sounds crazy, but yeah, no, I know it sounds absolutely insane, but that's what I would do.
Well, anyway, you do realize, Matthew, that you wouldn't be wrong to point north, even on a globe.
Well, that would be a direction that you could travel to get to where the subsolar point is. But like to actually point to where the sun actually is, I would point down.
And you're still under the impression that the Earth is the thing that moves and not the sun.
They move relative to each other, but yes.
So you reject the different scriptures that reference the sun moving?
No, I think that they are explaining the phenomenon that we see. It looks like the sun is moving.
That it doesn't say looks like, though.
Not for interrupting, but don't the scriptures say a man who speaketh on a topic that he has no knowledge of, it is a folly unto him? Or something like that?
Yep.
So how do you know this, Matthew? How do you know that the earth is moving?
No, God gave us senses and logic and reason, and He made us in His image to be able to understand what the creation, and the creation tells us about the Creator. So He gave us faculties to understand what He did.
Okay, cue the let's go. Okay. Sorry, you go.
What senses tell you? Well, you said logic and reasoning, but we'll start with senses. What senses are telling you that the earth is moving? Are you the only man on earth that can feel the earth moving, except for during earthquakes?
No, I mean the fact that the stars are really far away and are basically stationary, pretty much. And then we see the stars rotating, so that must mean that the earth is rotating because the stars aren't.
Can you imagine going before the Most High God on Judgment Day, and He's asking you the question, what senses tell you that the earth is moving, and you start popping off about the stars and how their motions? Do you think, the Most High would just, fall into your logic, like under your spell, and run along with it? Or do you think He would be like, did I ask you about the stars?
He would say, well done, good and faithful servant, because I correctly deduced
No, you didn't just do that. No.
We'll find
Genesis, my guy, he's going to ask you, servant, what did I make on the second day, servant?
Oh, it's gross.
What did I create on the second day, servant? Matthew?
What
did I make on the second day,
hold
Matthew?
on, Kiwi, hold on.
If
Matthew, as if now you're going into a territory
You're getting blasphemous.
That I've just lost any inkling of respect for you.
Yeah.
As if that would be a respectable thing in the first place, as if that has anything to do with service to the Creator. As if. That's gross.
Right, I claim that God created the earth to be roughly spherical.
Your arms are too short to box with God. And I'm asking you again, what did the Creator create? What did He make on the second day, Matthew?
He created light and darkness on the first day.
On the second day, what did He create?
Waters above and below, maybe?
No. What did He create on the second day, Matthew? It's on the first page of the first column of the book of the scripture. And you claim to know about what He created. What did He create on the second day, Matthew?
I don't remember. I'm going to go.
Then you should know this. It's on the first page of the book itself in the first column. I created on the second day. And if you want to get past go, you need to sit at go first and understand what go states. Do you understand that? He created the firmament. And what he has hung from the sky, no man can touch. Therefore, you can't understand it. Grasp what you can understand, which is the fact that we are on a stable plateau. It is not moving. It's not moving.
He created the waters above and below. That's what I said.
On the second day, he created the firmament.
Matthew, I sincerely wish for you personally that you look into biblical cosmology and look into what biblical cosmology is to figure out and understand that the Bible is the complete opposite of the proposed worldview that you imagine it to be. Okay, it's just just from straight out of love. Please do that, man. Really, because I really don't want you to pass away in that foolish thinking of it being a spinning ball.
Do you think my salvation depends on my belief about the shape of the earth?
You just promoted the idea that it does by insinuating that you would be called a good servant.
Exactly.
For your adherence to the heliocentric model.
Yes, I think that's true.
I apologize for getting so enamored with rage.
No worries.
Okay? No, it's not for you to say no worries too. I'm apologizing to my crew here. From your perspective, I'm going to tell you that the Lord does not want to hear about that. Grasp the fundamentals that you can grasp. And what I'm attempting to explain to you is that we observe movement when we are in a car. When I get out of the car, I don't observe any movement. For us to attempt to explain that there's movement occurring is borderline ignorant. We have to consume words of man in order to get to the conclusion that this world is rotating.
Yeah, I reject the notion that human beings feel movement. We feel acceleration. That's the difference.
Okay, so we don't move it, so there, cross out your senses. So next you said logic, right?
Yeah.
Does it make logical sense that something you can't feel moving is in fact moving underneath you? Is that logical?
Yes, we don't feel movement. So our feelings do not dictate one way or another whether we're moving or not. We have to use other reasons.
I don't know. Anytime on Earth that, I was in question of whether I'm moving, I used my senses. I don't know about my feelings. I guess you could equate the two, but I used my senses to figure out if I was indeed in motion. I told you that I drove a Standard for many years, and when you're in a Standard, sometimes you might be rolling back and not know it because the other person is inching forward. And then you have that moment of, am I rolling into the car behind me? Oh my God, I better look. And I better slam on the brakes. So that's what happens in a Standard pickup truck.
Are you familiar with coin tests on bullet trains?
No, I'm not.
Contained system.
But yeah, that's a contained system. It's a false equivalency. Does the Earth get struck by meteorites? And does it lose gas every day in your model?
A little bit, yes.
Okay, so that's an open system. So that would be a false equivalency. So
no, we're talking about whether humans can feel emotion. That's all. The coin test shows that you can.
The coin test shows it.
You're like saying, oh no, an open and closed system can fairly be equated. It's not a false equivalency because open and closed are the same thing.
Yeah, I'm not talking about open or closed systems. I'm talking about human beings.
Open and closed, completely irrelevant. What a hand wave of I don't know. I don't know if I can come up with the right word for what that is.
Epic proportions.
In a closed system, can human beings feel motion?
Of course they can. We're in a closed system right now, and we feel motion when we get into cars.
And so Matthew, the thing that you really should be arguing, Matthew, is can you feel acceleration, right? And we know that the orbits are, elliptical. So plus, as you're going around the sun, right, the sun is going around the Milky Way galaxy. So sometimes these, orbits are converging and diverging in and out of each other's alignment. And this would also cause, the cupcake ride. I'm sure you've all seen it, Disney World or whatever, where you spin the thing while you're spinning, so you're like a wheel within a wheel. You could really increase
a teacup ride.
Yeah, you can really get some G-force on that thing if you really spin it fast enough. Anyway,
So that is a circle within a circle, right? Orbital within orbital. Centrifugal force times 2, literally.
Yep. So you would definitely have some sort of detection of this going on, and nobody's ever detected anything like that. So I don't really see how it's logically consistent, that we can't detect it, but the stars are moving, and the sun is said to be a star by, some people. So therefore, we're moving because we see the stars moving.
Like, Matthew, you realize that the brain and head is the most advanced gyroscope known to man, right?
False.
Tell me more.
A ring laser gyroscope is much more sensitive than our ears.
I have to turn that on, don't I? And I am more intelligent, right? Because I hold the power of turning that machine on,
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah, you're definitely more intelligent, right?
Therefore, my intelligence is superior to a machine that I have to turn on.
Yes, your intelligence is more superior.
And my intelligence is a function of my brain, is it not?
Your mind, but yes.
And my mind and brain are connected to my head, are they not?
Yes.
Most advanced gyroscope, is it not?
You're talking about intelligence or measuring angular speed?
It is. It's all related, is it not? So I get to use all of it because my capacity states that I can access my intelligence and I can access my hands to turn on the machine that apparently is more intelligent than my brain. But I'm saying to you, my original statement was that the brain head is the most advanced gyroscope known to man. Is it not?
No, it's not. It's not very sensitive.
My silence is nothing to do with concession. My silence is to do with ignorance at this point, not on my part.
Matthew, if you want to sincerely have a conversation someday about biblical cosmology, feel free to contact me and then talk in a biblical room, because it really hurts. It really hurts me for you personally. Also, actually, just for you to know that you think in such a way, because literally the Bible is the very opposite of what these astronomers and the whole lies that we've been taught in school about this, the creation and so forth that we heard. It's a complete opposite. It's against it, actually.
Thank you. I appreciate the concern, and maybe we will have that conversation someday. So, yeah, I appreciate that. I will say that the vast majority of strong Bible-believing, Jesus-loving Christians have the same cosmology as I do.
Yeah, but Matthew, there's no sense behind running what man says, or if there's a huge amount of people, whatever they might think it's about the relationship you have between you and him, and it's very important to seek the truth. It's important to understand what was written by these Holy Spirit inspired apostles.
I completely agree. Yes.
Holy Spirit filled, not inspired. That's the wrong English term. Sorry, filled people, and
I mean, technically, you exposed yourself when you said that promoting heliocentrism would be a component of service to the Creator. That is profoundly absurd, and I don't know what basis you have for that apart from some awkward satanic agenda.
Just to confirm, you're calling what we are talking about a satanic agenda. I'm just confirming this.
No,
what's the satanic agenda? Let's confirm. What are you referring to that's the satanic agenda?
Promoting heliocentrism And specifically, as a conceptualization of service to the Creator, I'm calling that. The only thing that would explain that type of rationalization would have to not, I mean, it's not coming from the book.
All I said to you, I asked you one question with respects to what was created on the second day. Right?
Kiwi.
What? Second day. What?
Kiwi.
I hear you.
I think you're getting mixed up on who's talking right now.
What are you talking about, Matthew?
This isn't Matthew, Kiwi.
Apologies.
We have different voices, first of all.
Apologies.
Different names light up, second of all.
Apologies.
All right. Context alone should have made that clear.
Oh, the logic and the reason, those two things kind of go hand in hand. So I think I've dispelled everything that Matthew said because it was a spell. Like, to say that, it makes perfect logical sense, and reasoning, that the Earth is moving. I don't see any evidence for that. Unless you're right in the middle of an earthquake, then you can say the Earth is moving, because what is the Earth? It's like the dirt, right? It's the dry land, according to the Bible. So when is it moving? Like, and if it is moving, wouldn't the ocean ripple?
Yeah, I addressed this with him the other day in regards to wind directions, and everything's a hand wave. Everything, all the nonsense just makes perfect sense. It's annoying.
So in order for something to make sense, you have to be able to sense it, right? Like, it has to resonate with you. And when I think about the Earth moving, that doesn't resonate with me at all. Like, I think about like everything I've ever learned, like in school, out of school, firsthand experience, hearsay, and everything in between. And it's like the Earth moves during volcanic activities, and that's about it. Oh, and last night, I was trying to read that article that was talking about the solar flare that was happening, and they said that as soon as it happened, they could like immediately detect it. And I'm thinking, from 8 light minutes away, as soon as it happened, they could immediately detect it. How does that work? So yeah, that was during the guy trying to make an argument that the sun was far away, but somebody chose that they wanted to hear him last night instead of me, so I never got to read that article.
I'm trying to gather what you were just sharing, Hank. Something about a sun event being 8 minutes later, but also felt, or no, what's the deal? What's the detail?
The solar flare.
Yeah,
the solar flare.
Uh-huh.
So this is supposed to be like one of the big ones, and it's supposed to be Earth facing.
Okay.
And they notice the effects immediately. So if they notice the effects immediately, this is supposed to be, something that happens like really, really far away. So I think like a solar activity to me is probably a lot like volcanic activity. Like, there's probably like rumblings and then it happens, right? That's what I think. It's just my belief.
I'm confused about immediately in comparison to what? Because if it's immediate as it's observed, then 6 1/2 dozen the other. If it's immediately by a predicted cyclical event, then still 6 1/2. How is it how is the notice of the effect beating anything if the indication that it's happening is the fact that it is observed to be happening anyway? I'm confused. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You can just read the article. All I'm saying is that in the article, they were talking about how it was like the effects were noticed immediately.
Okay.
So if this is something that is happening far away, then usually they say that we'll be seeing like effects in the next 2 or 3 days. Because the sun's so far away. And it's like, how fast do electromagnetic fields travel?
Oh, I see. Because the light rays are not the same speed as the EMF field of Okay, I see. Those are a different rate, supposedly.
I think so.
Okay.
But that's what they're saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's close and local, and we would feel this like immediately. And they're saying that we'll feel it over the next few days. And I think they excluded America and said it's mostly going to be like Europe and China. But I'll find the article. Somebody posted it last night. Let me even know who posted it.
But wouldn't an EMF, it's EMF we're talking about, right? Like an electromagnetic pulse or EMP? So pulse would be a sound wave, a hertz wave, versus a light wave, right? So felt versus sighted. And light moves faster than, would move faster than sound, right?
So if you look up what a massive corona injection is from the sun, that's what we're talking about.
Yep.
And it's magnetic pulse waves.
Yep.
So I don't think it has anything to do with sound. We can't hear it. We can only detect it when it ruins our electronic devices and burns out the circuits.
Yeah, and that's why I said felt versus seen.
I'm going to look for the article that was posted last night. I'll just scroll until I find it.
Mic check, we still here? Got disconnect.
Hey guys, what you doing?
Check.
We got a VC verified here. Victor, what say you, Victor?
Hi, Victor.
Hello, Victor.
Hi,
Welcome.
From Spain, Victor.
Hey, were we talking to Victor earlier too? Same guy? No, we've already verified.
It's okay, Victor. You can speak. I did talk to him yesterday. He seems sincere and he has been researching Flat Earth, so it's okay.
That sounds good. We got any questions, man? I probably got noise.
We have two trolls at the live stream that are not here at the live stream, and in the live stream they are on the live stream voice text, and they are not here. And soon, half an hour, ladies' night. Hey, Victor, ladies' night, they speak to new people, and we stay shut up. But new guys can speak.
So yeah, I posted the thing that I was looking for. I had to go back to like 2 a.m.
Yeah, give me.
this morning. Okay, so a particularly long eruption of M-class solar flare was observed in the Solar Dynamics Observatory by NASA yesterday, June 14th. Immediately after the flare went off, the electromagnetic energy was released into space, and the impact was felt on Earth in parts of Russia and Japan. Immediately after? Thought it took a few days to get here. So yeah, that's what I was pointing out last night. I was trying to point out last night, but I think everybody wanted to talk to the other guy.
The other guy.
Victor.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
Victor,
he was the one trolling us. What was his name?
Oymar.
The time waster.
No, it was a white dude.
Yeah.
It was a American.
Arab?
It wasn't the Austin guy that was here a few minutes ago.
Okay.
Hi, Miguel.
Speaking of Oymar the time waster, he's back.
I'm back, folks.
Who just said something?
It was Oymar.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I see.
There's something that I can do about my nickname. Because for people it might look like that's the name I've given myself, and I don't want to come across as a troll.
You could quit wasting time and maybe we change it. I'll shut up.
Well, that's not really what I asked, because, that's subjective.
Here, I'll put you into recovery. There you go. There you go.
Well, but it should say Hoymar somewhere at least. Hoymar, the recovering time waster.
I guess too long. It's okay. It'll be short-lived. Your recovery will be pretty short if you don't waste people's time. Usually time wasters have a common denominator of being intellectually dishonest. So if you can remedy your intellectual dishonesty, then it won't be a problem anymore. Make sense?
That does make sense, though I wouldn't agree to the allegation that I'm intellectually dishonest. I mean, what can happen is that we're covering so many topics that I can't possibly demonstrate every single claim.
Okay.
Because we're moving too fast.
That's a fair thing. Now, interestingly enough, it's usually not us that are doing the moving too fast. It's usually folks that are coming here that are wanting to jump to another topic because they are uncomfortable with the realizations that have been made for the topic that they are coming or are making first. So then they get their answer, right, and then they want to jump to the next one without actually sitting with the realization of the first point made. So it's usually the other people's fault, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, we like things to come to a conclusion of some sort,
See, I don't want to drag you through topics. I don't think anybody here likes to drag you through the topics if you're not getting the first one, right, such as falsification of curvature due to short and long distance observations. I mean,
yeah, well, I get it. I get your point.
Who would have ever thought that a remote control boat in a pond could disappear from the bottom up? Absolutely no curvature in a tiny little pond.
What's funny is I just thought about a boat. Now, do you know what fishermen do when they're sitting out in their boats, looking at the horizon going from left to right, which is the water? Sitting with their nets, that process is called trolling. They're trolling for fish. So are you trolling us for information, or are you just here to what? Because it's either you join the team, there's an old acronym, FIFO. I'm not going to say the words, but I'm sure you can fill them in. But fit in. All right, get with the program. I literally feel like I found my family when I found these guys. 4th day on the chat, 100%, and I've learned so much from these guys. At this point, it's like my family. So from your perspective, if you like hanging out with the family, we can adopt you as a second cousin or something. But you rather get with the program and poop or get off the pot.
And that doesn't necessarily mean you have to come and say, "Oh, I'm a flat earther now." But what we expect is that you understand what we've presented to you, and that we're trying to show you certain truths that we have discovered. And it doesn't mean you have to say, "Oh, I'm a flat earther now," by any means. But we do expect you to pay enough attention, because we're spending time to explain stuff to you, and so that you can understand where we're coming from, And as long as you can do that, that's really all we expect, to be honest with you, is for you to listen to what we're saying and comprehend exactly what we're talking about, Just critically think about it for a minute and go through it and understand it. Doesn't mean you have to say, oh, I'm a flat earther. I mean, that's not what we're here for. We'd like to see you do it and come to that conclusion on your own. Once you've been presented enough evidence that you can critically think your way through it and make that decision on your own. And you may never decide to make that decision, but if you understand the evidence that we're presenting to you, that's really all we expect. It's for you to truly understand it, what we're saying.
See, imagine, all the Globers in the room, listen carefully. Imagine if every time we looked out at the horizon, it was 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet or closer. Right? So that would mean you actually have a geometric horizon, and you guys wouldn't be saying refraction. Right? Discrediting your own Al-Biruni, who gave you the radius to begin with. So imagine this world, right? This is called a globe Earth, right, that you would live on. And imagine all the flat earthers saying, no. The reason that we can't see too far is because of refraction. You guys would laugh your ass off and throw tomatoes at us, but the reason that this is still a debate 7 years later is because you guys are stubborn and you have like a sunk cost bias and a confirmation bias, and you think that light can bend around the curve at the same curvature rate as the Earth, but the Earth doesn't curve. It's the same argument as the Coriolis effect. When you guys start squeaming and squirming and you misrepresent the Coriolis effect, which requires two bodies in motion, right? And when you get the inertial and non-inertial reference frames, right, and then you say that they're in the same reference frame because the Earth is spinning, but the atmosphere is spinning with it, that's not the Coriolis effect. You guys are doing the same thing right there. You guys are making shit up to fit the observation so that you can keep your model. But if it's one reference frame, then you don't have the Coriolis effect. So how does the toilet's flushing counterclockwise and clockwise, and the hurricanes clockwise and counterclockwise, whether they're on the south or north hemisphere in your model? Like, that doesn't prove anything because you guys are claiming one reference frame. So stop doing that. Makes you look bad.
And that's kind of what I meant by understanding all the when we explain something to you, that if you listen to what we're saying, then it'll click. You'll go, oh, I understand. But that doesn't mean you have to say, oh, I'm now a flat earther. We just want you to understand the arguments that we have and present to you. Because if you do understand them, we're fairly confident that there'll be a time that you will, more than likely, if you're actually understanding the arguments and understanding the evidence, you'll, just like many of us, I mean, I used to be a Glober. I mean, we all did. Until we looked at the evidence critically and looked at it seriously and went, oh, my heavens, this is not a ball, because it can't be. There's so much evidence against it. It's ridiculous.
Homer, question for you, my guy. Can you give me 3 things that you've heard over the last 24 hours that have really stuck on your evidence board?
You mean evidence board for the flat Earth, or?
No. I just mean, I'm talking about a general evidence board. Every man, and I'll explain you the concept of an evidence board. Every man walks through life and he collects evidence and he builds a story, right? He builds a theory. All I'm saying to you is from a perspective of what you've heard over the last 24 hours, has there been 3 things that you've latched onto that you've been able to place, or you would place on your ideas for consideration, just in general? 3 things.
Well, okay. Well, if I understand you correctly, well, I was trying to find the most like the easiest to present globe evidence, basically. There's something that's not too complicated that you can present in a short amount of time. And I'm not quite set on what the best evidence is, like the best pieces, but among those would be spherical excess measurements in surveying.
What did you study in school?
I'm studying for a computer science degree.
Okay, so you're a left brain person, which is why the numbers appeal to you. Fine. Is there anything that you have felt, or are you under the impression that when we fall out of our mother's womb, that we are acclimated to the atmosphere or earth that we live in, i.e. it spins, so we are automatically acclimated to that climate or environment? Sorry. Is that your opinion?
Well, yeah, I would say we are acclimated to the environment, though the spin is not really something that we experience that much with our senses.
Okay, so you're taking that when you start to walk and all those things, you're coming from a standpoint of you're used to it being in motion.
Well, as I said, if your senses can't feel the motion, you know, like the coin traveling on the train without moving.
I'm getting tension on my line. I'm literally reeling right now. Come on. You don't feel anything. This is good, right? So the first thing that you can explain to hold on. Okay, making a fisherman out of you. The first thing that you can explain to somebody is you don't feel movement, do you? What makes you feel that you are moving?
Well, my senses do not detect movement.
Great. Perfect. What is the second idea that you have grasped in the last 24 hours that has stuck on your evidence board for you?
Was that your... Like, we didn't really deal with the first piece of evidence that I mentioned.
No, we kind of did because the first question you can explain to somebody, because you said you're seeking information that you can explain to other people about it to create fishermen out of other people, which is what I appreciate. You're seeking understanding, right? So the first concept that you can explain to somebody is you don't experience movement, correct?
That's not what I said. That was not a piece of evidence that I would put on my evidence board as you.
But I asked you for three things, and that was the first thing that you rendered as something that you would seek understanding for, that you don't experience movement. Is that not something that you started talking about?
Well, no, I think we are misunderstanding each other. Like I mentioned,
you said that your senses don't experience you moving. That's what you said, is it not?
Well, yes, but that was your argument. That wasn't something that I.
Those were your words that you said. Your senses do not experience movement.
I did say those words. I did say those words, but it's not something that I would put on my evidence
on your evidence board. Okay, no. Hey, that's important. No, hear me out. That's an important point.
Just so we.
Hold on. No, that's an important point to note, that it is something that you experience, but you do not consider it evidence enough to put it on your evidence board. It's not valuable enough to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm aware. Basically, I'm aware of the limitations of my senses. So, you know, I don't give too much.
So you validate numbers over your feelings.
Yeah, pretty much.
So
like
science
if I have a measurement,
doesn't care about. Hold on. Science. This is important. Science doesn't care about feelings. Is this right?
That is correct. That's like, you know, the saying, facts don't care about feelings. Pretty much.
Thank you for your time.
No problem.
So first, Matthew, and then Hoymar. Matthew, you still here?
Yes, I'm here.
Cool. So just a few minutes ago, you said that most Christians, Bible-believing Christians, believe in the heliocentric model. Is there a certain pole that you're referencing, or is this something you just made up?
Something I made up from anecdotal experience. Why? Do you think that there are more flat earthers than not?
Well, the truth is we don't know, right? And I hear all these people, always referring to, the globalists have the majority, but
right.
I don't think most people are globalists.
I think they are.
I think most people are indifferent. That's what I think.
I think most people believe what they learned in school, and if you ask them if the Earth is a globe or flat, they would say it's a globe.
But would they be willing to bet the farm on it?
There's probably different levels of commitment to that idea. I don't know.
Right.
I can't imagine staking one's life on it.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
All right, so I just find it really weird that people go around and, they appeal to majority, but they never ever cite their source, where they got the source from, that most people are, in fact, globers. You can infer, you could postulate that they are, but that's not really fair, because we don't know. We don't actually know. The Google Analytics stopped in early 2016, and the reason they stopped is because they were skyrocketing for flat Earth trending, and they couldn't hide it no more, so they had to hide it. So,
wait, Google Analytics stopped in 2016? I wasn't aware of that.
For flat Earth, yeah. Show me the Google Analytics for the flat Earth search terms of 2019. I'd love to see them.
Yeah, I forget how to look that up. I'm going to see if I can figure it out.
The numbers just fell off the wagon.
And it's something that Hoymar said that I was going to say. I forgot. Let me think on it for a second. Right, so Hoymar's a left brain prisoner, just like most people that come out of the educational system. So, he likes facts, right? So, Hoymar, what secondary knowledge has convinced you to ignore your primary knowledge that you feel no motion of the Earth, you can detect no curvature, and that there's no places that you've ever seen where there's no gas pressure? At what we call almost perfect vacuum. So what secondary knowledge or belief has convinced you to ignore your primary knowledge from your first-hand senses? Because you said that you can't always trust your senses, and I beg to differ. If you were in the ocean and you saw a shark and he's coming after you, I'm assuming that you would face him and kick him as he got close so that you wouldn't get bit. I don't think that you would say, am I imagining this? Is my brain in a jar? Am I really looking at a shark? Or if someone broke into your house and started shooting, I don't think you would say, is this really happening? Is that a refracted bullet? Am I really looking at a shooter? God forbid these things were to happen. And I implore you not to focus on the violence of the situation, and please focus on the seriousness of the situation, because I wish you no harm or ill will or anything like that.
Or being a numbers guy, left brain guy, do you look at the number and say, I won't survive this? Because numbers say you won't survive it. So what do?
In a survival situation? Yeah, you don't usually look at numbers.
Regarding the 2016 Google Trends, I posted the updated chart that shows all the way to present.
Okay, for flat Earth searches?
Yeah, 54 past the hour, I posted the chart.
That would appear that I was wrong.
Or this is just another one of their censorship tricks.
I'm not going to lie, I can witness the fact that I have heard that before, honestly. I can testament that the numbers, they stopped counting.
Well, what is it? 100 what? Searches?
I think it's based on some factor of interest from 0 to 100. It's not the number of searches. It's kind of compared to all the other types of searches, I think.
So it made it to 100% or 100 what? 100 goose eggs?
The Earth is flat. Okay, I pasted in the chat their description of what that interest number is.
Okay, so this being 100, meaning that it's only reached the height above all of the terms. It could have went exponentially to like 120,000 times the search for globe Earth, and we wouldn't know it because this chart tops out of 100 without actually revealing the true search numbers. Correct, Matthew?
Right, it's a relative term that maxes out at 100, so you can see how that term relates to other searches during other times for the same term. It's not comparing different terms, it's comparing this one term's popularity over time.
Right. So it could be like cat videos or TikTok videos were like at 99% and flat Earth just barely grazed over it. Or it could be like it grazed over at 10 to the 120th power. We don't know the difference. Right?
10 to the 120th is pretty big, but yes, you're right in principle.
Yeah, that would be pretty amazing if it actually went that high. I don't think it did. But what I'm proving here is that we don't actually know the numbers. They got the numbers, they don't release them to us. And what they've had to admit is that at one time, Flat Earth was on trending number 1. Right?
Yeah, this chart doesn't show the relative between different search terms, but it does show that there are fewer people searching flat Earth now than there was back in 2017 or whenever that peak was.
Which is relative to itself.
November 2017, is that when that reaches 100 on that chart?
Yes, it's relative to itself.
Right.
So really, we don't know any of the numbers.
Right.
So maybe I wasn't as far off base as I thought it was when I first laid eyes on your chart. But it only took me a matter of seconds to figure out where the road was.
Yep.
So Larry, let me attempt to respond to your point regarding primary knowledge and your senses. If you look at the images I just posted, what would you say? Which one of the red lines is longer in each image?
Which one of the red lines is longer? In actuality or in appearance?
Well, what your brain tells you, what your senses tell you.
The road tracks tells me they're the same size. And
okay, so that was
down below. It tells me they're the same size too.
What? Really? Okay, well, you use reason for that, right? That's not your primary impression. Does not tell you that.
It's actually very obvious with the railroad track.
Sideways. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm over talking you, Larry. He asked you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I knew that it was a trick, so I tilted my phone sideways and measured them.
You measured them, right? Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to get at, because you were saying that senses establish primary knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to point out that our senses are, in specific cases, very limited.
So are there
by design? They can help. Can I finish, please?
Are there measurements you've taken that show an 8 inches per mile squared drop of curvature over the Earth?
Central, please let me finish that point. So
that's all we care about.
Well, I'm kind of off my train of thought, but yeah, your senses can help you survive, for example, but they're not as accurate as a measurement. So your point about primary and secondary knowledge.
Yeah, that's a strong.
It's
We're
kind
not
of
depending on our eyes. We're just teaching you how your eyes work. So look at this image, your image. I just showed you. This tile has gotten smaller.
Indeed, yeah.
Oh my God!
That wasn't really my point. My point was about our senses. Our senses can create illusions, and we know that.
My gosh. This is a red herring. This is classical red herring right here.
So your point is that your senses are creating the illusion that you're on a flat, stationary world, but if you take measurements, you can find out otherwise. So how about you get to the part where you show us the measurements where you found out otherwise?
Well, let's just, for a second, stay with the original point.
Okay, so let's not get to the measurements that you're trying to justify here, but you won't show us. Okay.
And remember
you seem to be very keen on...
Wait. Remember to use your premise that you cannot use anything optical because you don't trust your eyes.
That's not what I was trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that our senses do not establish any kind of absolute truth, right? They aid us in navigating and interacting our environment, but they can also create illusions. So relying only on your senses is dangerous.
I love that, because our argument is that you're under the illusion that the Earth is a globe.
And it's perfect because you just come in here and start denying your senses, and then you just prove that that's totally true. You're under the illusion that Earth's a globe. Thanks.
Are you saying that your senses are better than mine, or like, is that a point that you're trying to make?
Well, no, they seem to be pretty much the same. You sense the same flat and stationary world that we do. You just take it an extra step and say, no, it's not that, so you're having delusions.
Well, I wasn't talking about sensing a flat world.
Oh, wait. Remember, because you're looking with your eyes at the horizon and claiming, oh, it's Earth curve. But then you're saying you can't trust your eyes because eyes create illusions. So
they can create. I'm not saying don't trust your eyes. I'm saying don't rely only on your eyes. Not really. I'm just trying to, get you to think critically about saying that senses establish, primary knowledge.
Don't say that. That's a straw man.
Or that
do
they
not
would
try to project your lack of critical thinking on us.
Well, I can only respond to what Larry said. I'm not saying that you all think something. I was just trying to respond to Larry's point.
Well, he was willing to grant you the secondary information or knowledge that you have pointing towards a curved spinning Earth, but you don't show it to us. You just waffle on like this instead.
Well, in case you're not aware, what I'm trying to do is just, stay.
Yeah, you're trying to waste time, I'm aware.
And respond to that, like in, full length, as it deserves.
You said that your primary senses do not detect the curved spinning Earth that you think that you're on, so where is the secondary knowledge that demonstrates that? Oh, your primary senses do? Okay, I'm sorry, I got you wrong. Please show me where your primary senses detected a globe.
So to correct that, what I said was that our senses do in fact not sense any motion.
Oh, okay, so it was just you who was lying, not me. Okay, well, that's typical.
Yep.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Hello, everybody.
Many names. What's up?
Hey, it's time for ladies' night.
I love hearing your voice, Lulu. Missed you.
Ladies' night.
Hi. Hi, Drace. Hi, everybody. It's been a while.
You ladies have been gone so long, this place done turned into a desert. Y'all better be careful tonight.
It's ladies' night. Oh, what a night.
I'm not sure if I'm the only lady
don't
in the
trust your
house,
senses,
but
man. It's
I
dangerous.
see KJ here. I don't know if she's able to talk.
But
If not, by the way, if I'm roboting, please let me know.
Yeah, my bad there. I just overtalked you.
Lol.
Did somebody say my name?
Yeah.
Good
Is
day.
it not happening?
Good evening.
Is it?
It's ladies' night.
It's ladies.
I feel like I was about to start
Good night.
singing Missy Elliott, but I didn't want to get, we don't want to get copyrighted. Welcome. What brought you to Flat Earth? How long have you been around Flat Earth?
Who, me?
Yes, you.
Let's
I'm
see.
new around here,
I
so.
think. Oh, who is this speaking?
Kiwi.
Did you say QE?
Kiwi. Like the fruit. but not
Oh,
really.
kiwi. Got it.
Yeah.
Let's see. How did I get into Flat Earth, or how long have I been one?
Yeah. Been one.
Been one. Well, I first became a Flat Earther in 2018, but I was only a Flat Earther for like a week, and then I went back to being a Glober. And then in 2020, I got back into it, and after probably a day of reading, I was like, okay, yep, Earth is flat. So I've been a Flat Earther officially, I would say, for, let's see, I guess 2.5 years now.
So what did you consume on a reading level?
Honestly, it was mostly the biblical aspect of it, because at the time I was a Christian. But now I'm a Flat Earth atheist, so I stick with the scientific view of it instead.
Scientific view of it instead. Can you explain that a little bit more, please?
Sure, water seeks its own level when at rest in a container.
That's one. Two more.
Yeah, they say that the Earth is, filled with 71% water. Not that I can prove it, but they say that. Well, then that would mean 71% of the Earth has no curvature. You can't make a globe out of the leftover 29%. So that's one that I really enjoy telling people. They don't listen, but, Anyway, that's one of them. Another one is people have done, laser tests. I haven't yet, but I know other people have, and they haven't found the curve. Long distance observations and even long distance photography. I forget the world record photo for that. Missing quite a bit of curvature.
We just shared that today, didn't we, boys? We shared that with somebody this morning, didn't we?
What did you share? You said?
Well, didn't we share that this morning? The long distance photography shot. How long was it? Somebody literally shared that this morning.
Someone's gonna post it, I guess.
273 miles, isn't it?
How long is it? Sorry, say again.
273.
Is that the longest one? I think there's a long one than that.
Yeah, I think maybe Canagoo's might be longer.
Yeah, 300 something.
Okay, so there's your second proof. One more.
You can't have gas pressure without containment, therefore outer space is impossible to exist. because they say that the Earth is a globe and that it's in space next to a vacuum. Can't have that because the gas pressure would seek equilibrium. But in the first place, you wouldn't even have gas pressure to seek equilibrium.
I love it. Well done.
Yeah. I basically know the basic sciencey stuff. Even though I'm here a lot, I don't always catch the in-depth things like the sextant and black swan. I still don't have those down, but maybe I will someday.
Well, it's funny because the dude that I was just talking to prior to yourself literally just said science doesn't care about feelings. So thanks for showing up and witnessing the guy that I just finished talking to. I appreciate that. I couldn't ask for a better result. Thank you, universe.
Hey, KJ, what is your definition of an atheist?
A person who claims that there isn't a creator and we are not created.
And you subscribe to that theory?
Yeah.
I mean, you do realize that's a claim, right?
Yep.
All right, cool.
I think that it doesn't really matter what other people believe. If she's a flat earther, you know, she's okay in my book. She's got the rest of her life to figure out if she's wrong, or you know what, she may be right. I mean, who really knows? So I would say that we probably shouldn't grill our friend here because she believes something a little different.
I wasn't grilling her, but I think there's a joke you can put in there. She'll figure it out in the afterlife. Or not, I mean, I'm just kidding.
Whoa.
I was just going to say this is but a snapshot of her thought, but this is only about a moment of her life.
Oh, same thing applies to all of us. I mean, I don't know. I'm just part of the I don't know crowd. I make no claims. I'm not grilling her though. I'm just curious.
Okay.
I like the I don't know crowd.
Three solid proofs scientifically. Yeah, science, right? And she's got scripture backing her up. That's pretty good.
How does scripture back up anything?
Where is CP in these situations?
As a historical account, and ancient people believed the earth was flat. Historical account, basically, could be used for that, not necessarily for religious or, creator type information. But if you look at the Bible as a possible historical account of the people that lived and what they believed, that they lived on a flat earth, maybe that's the way she's looking at it. I don't know.
I think she's looking at the opposite of that way now, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't, how do I put this? I don't believe in the Bible at all. I don't look at any of the stories as helpful in any way, especially with Flat Earth, because there are things that talk about Flat Earth that we can't prove. Like, how would you prove that there's water above this container? And how can we prove that you can stop the sun by commanding it with the power of God? And, these types of things. And I can't prove that there was a worldwide flood from the waters above and that there are waters above. Like, to me, these are just stories to try and explain maybe certain events in the past, or maybe taking reality and just mixing it up with a little bit of fiction.
Yeah, it's the whole raising from the dead part that kind of gets me. Like, I consider that part to be a story, but not necessarily a historical record.
Yeah, it's central to Christianity. If you don't believe Jesus was risen from the dead, then that's the main thing.
Matthew, do not play into this.
It could also be a metaphor for, like, winter solstice.
Yeah,
I heard that story.
Yeah, religious discussion isn't really for the live stream, so let's just tone it back, guys.
Yeah, my bad. I just yeah.
Am I the only lady here?
There was a few
in a second.
5 minutes ago. There were 3, 4.
The only one that has the balls to show up.
No, I'm here. I just keep roboting. So.
Oh, hi, Lulu.
Hey, KJ, what's up?
It's a beautiful day here, so I went for a ride and I'm chilling at home.
Nice. So what's new? What'd you find on your on your ride?
Oh, got lost a couple times. I was supposed to be navigating and I messed up a bit, but nothing much, nothing like that interesting. Got tacos, I guess.
You kind of roboted for me, but you said you didn't find anything new?
Not really. Got lost a few times on the road and got a burrito. That was pretty much it.
Okay. You should have. Did you use like the sun to navigate?
Wouldn't a pizza be a more appropriate meal for a flat earther?
See, I would have gotten a pizza, but the boyfriend wanted a burrito, so it was all him.
Oh, come on, you can't give in. That's not gonna work.
Well, actually, there aren't any pizza places around here, but I would have gotten a pizza if possible.
Where are you located at, if you don't mind?
I am, let's see, I'm like north, yeah, very like the north west part of Minnesota. So I'm surrounded by farmer fields, basically. I'm out in the country where there's really nothing around.
Damn. I missed that again. Sorry.
Am I roboting for everybody?
Nope.
No, you're good.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
No, probably just me.
Yeah, and Lulu, you have a little bit of a delay. I think you have like a 5-second delay too.
Damn. All right. I'll just be quiet and stick to the chats.
That wasn't 5 seconds.
I don't know. 4 seconds? 3 seconds?
What
3.75.
Yeah, 3.75 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Nixon had 0 seconds delay to the moon when he made that call.
Yeah, Lulu, you need that phone that he used.
Yeah, I'll try to get on it.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can.
Indeed.
Okay, super. Something's happening with my devices today. But I'm not a lady, so.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm working on that end. We'll see. I'm breaking up the line.
Yeah, you're not coming through.
The Earth is flat.
Babe, am I breaking up over there?
You're not even coming through.
Matthew, how dare you?
Matthew. Oh my gosh. Well, how many times have you ever said that, Matthew? Maybe this is a plus. Get you to say it enough times, maybe you'll convince yourself in some way. Maybe if you practice saying that 1,000 times a day, maybe something will happen to your brain.
We choose truth over facts.
Over facts, huh?
Yeah.
Judge my physical and mental, my physical as well as my mental fitness.
I don't say it that often, but that video has been played 30,000 times. So,
Do you have a soundboard, Clander Seal?
Yeah, boy. ECB 3.0.
Yeah. I need one of those. How do I get one of those?
So I
money.
This thing is called voice mod. And like you can have like up to 4 sounds that you can add, I think. But that somehow annoyed me, and for me it was minus 50% reduce for forever, like when you buy it once. So I bought it. But I think that I think you can also use it for free, but you just have limitations then.
Okay.
I think it's also for Android or iOS, whatever you use.
Would it work on my iPad?
Second.
Without knowing, I would say yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Sweet, I found my audio guy. Life just got bonus. Let's go.
Nice. Nice.
Thank you, Dr. Pepper, and thank you, Chancellor, or Dr. Paper, and thank you, Chancellor.
Dr. Paper? Is that what he said?
Dr. Pepper?
He said first, thank you, Dr. Pepper.
Oh, Pepper.
This is our president, guys. Stop making fun of him. That's not nice.
Your president is very smart. He's such a great guy.
How dare you? How dare you?
Yeah, he's very charismatic, you know? It's better than ours, anyway. I was a
He's
dull
not
boy.
smart, he's smart.
Smart.
Yeah,
He's a
smart.
snipper. He's a
very smart.
smart snipper.
Yeah, I saw him tell me that the economy has never been better. Like, Americans have never had it better. So, I don't know what people are talking about.
Right.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
Stop it.
1.2 billion. So you go ahead and you stack spaghetti sauce at a store and in a supermarket. You control the guy or the woman who brings out the carts on a forklift. What happened?
You know, I have an idea. We should just have a Joe Biden night.
Yes.
Everybody with a soundboard and play.
Maybe
Call
invite
it
him.
Sniff Ladies Hair
Bring
Night.
your best, bring your best Biden moments or something.
Joe Biden rumpusing himself all. He'd be rumpusing himself all night long.
If everybody gets clips from Biden saying different things, and you could actually have, like, Biden saying a bunch of things.
Right.
It would just be his normal.
Right. It would just be like Biden in real life, you know. Like if you would invite him here, maybe he wouldn't even know where he is. So.
Well, he's in the White House and he doesn't know where he is.
Right.
He could just read off the chats and think he's reading from the teleprompter or something.
It moves like a teleprompter. I'm sure he might mistake it for that.
So I'm assuming you guys can hear me fine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound good.
Or am I talking to myself again?
No,
Damn.
we hear you good. I think it's just you not hitting us, I will say.
Did you insinuate that we're ignoring you? That could be possible.
What kind of delay was that? 20 seconds ago?
Hey, Clay, you should get some of those Obama Flat Earth Society quotes from years back and just play them right after the Biden nonsense. Go well together.
Wait a second. We'll do it.
We don't have time for the Flat Earth Society.
What's up, FE family?
Hey.
What's up?
Yeah, Tracy in the house.
Hey, Tracy.
Hey, Tracy.
Yeah. It's me.
Welcome.
Tracy in the hood.
The ladies are pouring in.
Somebody just jumped into the pool. Cannonball. Boom.
I think I made it in time.
Yeah.
I'm here. So why don't we get it started with some FE music? How's that sound?
Kick it.
All right, I got a new FE female artist that I like to play. She goes by the name of Silly Baby. And if let me see, Glad Flobis, I could probably. Yes. What I'll do is I'll put it on the I'll put it in the live chat, and then that way you could play it, I guess. Let me do that real quick. 1 second. Let me see. The song will be called. Her song is called NASA Lies. NASA Lies.
Nice.
All right. So let me go ahead and send it. And let me see. How do I do it again? I gotta remember how to do this. Live. Damn, I forgot how to do it. Let me see. Dang, you guys! My mind is totally blank on how to post. Let me think. Let me see. Oh! I think I remember. I go like this, and then that.
No rush. Take your time.
Okay. I'm going to share it right now to you guys. Boom. And to the live stream, voice text right there. Bam. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's get it popping. It's called NASA Lives Trap House. She's the new Amy Winehouse. Watch. Damn. Trap House, Flat Earth Lady Winehouse.
Okay, are we ready?
Yes, let's get it.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Outer space ain't a real thing, face it. NASA made it in a lab and they faked it. Flat Earth came out, they made the SpaceX. All they got CGI animation, implementing mass indoctrination, controlling cattle through bad nation. Fucking ratchet ass space agent. We're gelling in the chemtrails that they spray. All they're doing is switching and baiting. Want you locked in your house, masturbating. Order DoorDash, Pornhub, and PlayStation. Now your forearm's gonna be aching. Ow! Fry your brains with some eggs and some bacon. The Quran, a complete revelation. Word of God revealed for every nation. There's only one God, so be patient. NASA lies, NASA lies, NASA lies, NASA NASA lives, 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 NASA lives. I got more drift than a faucet. Other rappers just stuck in the closet. Top down and I'm rolling a ganja into the ocean by the rocket. I'm at the Flat Earth Convention. Let's meet up. John Podesta cooked excellent pizza. In the backseat, rolling that weed up. I got silicone, let's eat up. Unseen parasites, a theory monsters. The sky's the ceiling, out of space, an imposter. 1,000 years wasn't added to the roster. Flying over my house with helicopters. 1666, they rewrote the Bible. Now the Quran remains unrivaled. God's word they cannot defile. Even though they try, they can't change the file.
Yeah. Yeah. NASA lies, master lies, NASA lies, master dies. Yeah. Woo! Fire.
I like the energy.
That's what's up right there.
Boy, I'm feeling the heat.
Absolutely. Get it rocking up in here. Anybody in here like heavy metal? Rock? Is there any rock and roll, heavy metal type flat earthers in here?
Thousands of us.
Yeah, there's a lot of us.
All right. Well, I got one for you too.
Let's hear it.
Okay, let me post it, okay? 1 second. 1 second, and it's from the same artist. And she's got one for you heavy metalers. So let me post it. 1 second. Here we go. Let me see.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Nice.
I know that's right. Here we go. The song is called Underwater, and it's by Silly Baby. And I'm sending it to you right now.
What
the Earth is flat.
Girl.
Yes, the Earth. Yeah, the Earth is flat, and that's a fact. There you go. This is for you heavy metalers, rock harders.
All right, 1 second.
All right. You guys can bang your head to this.
Here we go.
Yeah. Another flat earth banger right here for you heavy metalers.
Oh, it's not working. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
Yep.
Discipline, I will refrain from telling you something that make you insane. Yeah, but we came, yeah, that shit that goes straight to your brain. Rockin' my brain, smoking on deck. The earth is a plague and their church is the bank. Desilicate snake. Another my flutter, and under the gutter, mouth flutter, my shutter, my sound like some butter, brick smelling like butter. Another level under the ground, putting it down, silencing you and you making no sound. We've been traveling on this road every day.
Underwater, I'd rather be sleeping. The earth is flat. It's a find my realm. Underwater, I'd rather be
The competition of wealth. Worship of self. Trust in the doctors with health. You won't feel well. Your soul that you sell. The angels that fell. Brainwash computers, the boomers, the coomers, the sharks, the looters, polluters, disputers, the bunkers, the truthers, the statement rebukers, executors, executors. Live it alone until they die. Dead on the inside, they don't have a life.
I'd rather have you sleeping. The earth is flat. It's a finer realm.
That's some pretty interesting music you're playing there, Marty.
Yeah, I'm here to wake them up. Yeah.
Take that.
Flat smacking them upside the head with that hardcore. Hey everybody, all I do is bump flat earth music everywhere I go. I've searched it down and I got the best stuff to listen to, I'm telling you.
Flat Earth!
Yeah, listen, I'm in the dark by myself, and that creeped me out. Okay, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's that real music right there to make you listen. You like, what? What the fuck did she just say? Yeah, because I know, like, you know, there's Helio. He likes heavy metal, and I think God Rockin' likes heavy metal. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and put this on for the fellas that like that. You know, that.
Earth is rock. Oh shit!
Hey, Flat Earth dude, I'm gonna see you tomorrow.
You coming down?
Absolutely, and I'm bringing my homegirls. I got my Flat Earth homegirl crew.
Let's
and we're about
party,
to
yeah.
we about to get crunk up at the beach. I'm gonna flat smack. Hopefully Matthew will be there so I can flat smack him at the beach. I'm gonna flat smack Matthew at the beach in my beach shirt.
Uh-oh.
Woo!
Woo!
Yeah, man.
Yeah, baby.
I can't
Looking forward
wait.
to it. Yeah, that sounds really good.
Yeah, I even got some T-shirts made for anybody who care to buy them. It's all good.
I'll buy
you
one
guys,
for sure.
yeah, it's off the chain. You guys are gonna love my shirts. I came up with the whole idea myself.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I support that. All right.
Thank you.
Cool. Yeah.
Do we got it?
It'll be
Do we
fun
got it?
tomorrow.
Yeah, it's gonna be wonderful, Flat Earth dude.
Yeah.
I got a new name for you. It's called Psycho Baby.
Oh, I'll take that. I'll take that.
Yeah, boy.
Hey, Flat Earth dude, are you gonna by chance be doing a live stream tomorrow?
Most definitely. At least for a few hours or something. I don't know. We'll see
Okay.
if I can put together a decent panel, keep it going, you know. But I should be able to put together a good panel. We'll see.
What's your plan for tomorrow? Tell me.
What's up?
What's your plan for tomorrow about putting together a panel? I'm curious.
What I do is I can either start a Discord panel or maybe a Google Meet because it has better video quality, and I put that together at home on my computer, and then I invite people to join the panel while I'm running around with my phone around the beach talking to people or just staring at the damn beautiful flat horizon, you know.
And what time are you doing this tomorrow? I guess it'd be Pacific? Or whereabouts are you located?
Pacific. Yeah, we're in California. I'll probably start it around noon or 11, and then I'll drive down to the beach. Takes me about an hour to get down there. And then we'll be there, man. And it's right on the beach at our good friend Renee's house. And he's got a cool setup there with like fire pits and trampolines. But it's right on the sand.
Yeah, no, I'd love to share your content.
All right, we'll see if I can.
That'd be super cool.
Put some together. We'll see. I've done it, I don't know, 4 or 5 times over his place.
It's awesome.
Over the years. But yeah, it is awesome. It's great being at the beach, but just hanging out with a bunch of flat earthers is way more fun. Way more fun. There'll be some interesting cats coming, man. Even quite a few from Discord here, man, are coming down. So it's great.
This is stream friendly, right?
It's what friendly?
Stream friendly, right?
Hell yeah.
Love it.
Cool.
Sorry, what beach did you say you were meeting up at?
It's in a place called Sunset Beach in
Huntington Beach.
It's near Huntington Beach. It's close. It's about I don't know, 4 or 5 miles more north of Huntington. It's not far.
Yeah. It's right off PCH, Lulu.
Okay. Well, I mean, how often do you guys meet up? Because I'm not in California right now, but
right. We meet
when I
up
make it there. Yeah.
We'll usually do a equinox, or we'll do a solstice like this one.
Yep.
And it probably twice a year we do it. But then we'll meet up, like we've gone out to Hollywood. We've gone to some different parks and stuff, and there's been people from this group that have gone all the way out to the Griffith Observatory and set up a flat earth table.
Yeah.
Just bringing it. Yeah. You talking about getting a little heckled. Yeah, you get a little heckled over there at the observatory. But
that's the perfect place.
It's perfect. It's so perfect. Because these Mongos think they know something about space, and they don't even know nothing about what the fuck they're standing on. Shit. Anyway, cool group of people. I'm trying to get the word out for the last few weeks, and I think we got a good crew coming. But if anybody's in the neighborhood, man, Sunset Beach, PCH and 19th, you can't miss us. We're right on the sand.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I jump over. Okay.
Yeah, jump on over, man. Cruise it. Catch the Concorde, man. You'll be here in no time.
Right.
They got rid of that. They got rid of the Concorde just as Flat Earth was hitting. They's like, hey, man, let's get on the fucking Concorde. That would have been easy, man. Let's go up to 80,000 feet and see what we see. Nope.
60.
No curvature. 60,000.
Maximum.
It's actually capable of doing up to 80,000. When I was in Las Vegas, there was a big ad in the newspaper in 1987. Said the Concorde's coming to town. You can catch a ride. You can go see the Earth curve, and it was going to go up to 80,000 feet. And you paid $900. $900 for, I think it was 2 hours.
For a curved window.
but $900 back then, man, is about $3,000 today, man. So it's pricey.
Right.
So, if only we could have caught the balloon in Super Mario World 3, where it's got the letter P on the balloon, and we could just float up and wait for the Earth to rotate underneath us.
Yes.
I wonder if any of those passengers on the Concorde ever asked for their money back. Like, hey, I paid $900 for this. I didn't see no Earth curve. Give me my money back.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you this much. Tomorrow, I'm coming prepared big time. I'm bringing my binoculars. Check. I'm bringing my laser. Check. And I'm bringing my telescope. Check.
All right.
And I even have a brand new telescope in the box that maybe we could do some type of raffle. We could do some type of raffle or something, and somebody could win this brand new telescope in the box, never been used. Yeah, that's how I'm coming. That's how I do it. I do this. Yeah.
It's funny.
I'll going
bring my P900 and I'll do a live stream. That's all I can bring. But yeah, there's a lot of Renee's got some really cool binoculars there. Pretty nice.
Cool.
We might have some infrared stuff. I don't know. There's different people bringing different things, so it'll be fun. Well, check it out, man. Check it out.
Yeah. So, where the Globies at?
Yeah, I also wanted to say hi to Karma. She's joining us. Glad to see you here, girl.
Karma!
Hey, Karma. I was just going to skulk in the background.
Hi, Karma.
No skulking, lurking for you. Skulking, lurking, whatever. None of that for you.
I guess we don't have any Globies. And for those who don't know, Globies, that means globe anti-flat earthers mixed with, equal with zombie. Put it together, you get Globies. Globe zombies. Where you at? Come on in. We're here for you.
Well, there is drugs for sale. I don't know. He or she has a ladies' night roll and also just a VC verified. If they can speak, possibly. Drugs for sale.
What's up?
Hello.
What's up? What's up, drugs? How you doing? Drugs for sale.
I'll just use Jay. Just use Jay.
Yeah, what kind of drugs you selling, huh?
Nothing. It's just like a makeup name, basically. I just play around with my friends. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Well, you said what, to call you what?
Jay.
Jay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So hey, Jay, what's cracking? What's your thoughts on the Earth? Like
I think it's pretty flat.
Yeah, it is. It sure is, girl. It's flat, level plane. That's exactly what it is. I'm so glad you found our server. How did you find us?
My friend had joined the server. Actually, she's also a flat earther. She ended up losing her Discord account though, and she hasn't been back in since. But yeah, that's how I found you guys.
Wonderful. Tell her to come on back and she could join again. We're welcome to all flat earthers. We want as many as we can have,
Yeah.
That's what's up.
I heard y'all going to the beach. Ooh, girl.
Yeah, we're going to the beach tomorrow out here in sunny.
I love me some beach.
Are you in Cali by chance? California?
Nah, girl, upstate New York, sadly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're over there.
Ain't no beach up here, man.
Oh, bummer. Well, maybe one day you'll be able to catch one of these meetups because we have them all over the place. So maybe one will be in your town.
Hopefully.
Yeah, that'd be great. There's a few New Yorkers out there that are flat earthers. They might do one and stuff and let you know about it.
All right.
That's what's up. So Lulu, was there another new person? Because we need to get these globies on this microphone.
Let's see. There is. Oh, he's gone.
Oh yeah, that's what they do. They jump and run.
Let me just scroll up and down here.
Okay.
No, just a listening pass. I think everybody's a flat earther up in here. If not, speak up or forever hold your peace.
Yeah, they don't want to. You know how they do. They so scared. They're scared of us. They're scared of the ladies.
Don't be shy.
Yeah.
Oh, we do have a Victor who's just VC verified. I don't know if glow flat.
Yeah. You said his name is Victor?
I'm a flat earther. Yep.
Okay. It's so amazing.
Glad as I am to hear that, I'm a little bit disappointed as well. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't know how to take some roles in this Discord server, but yeah,
don't worry about that. You'll get it in time.
Okay.
Yeah. One day you'll wake up and you'll just automatically have a role that you didn't ask for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You guys want some more Flat Earth music?
Hit it. Before we start the music, I got a question.
Okay.
Do the Flat Earthers support the LGBTQ, or is that out of the question?
Let's not go there.
I was just asking because yeah.
Some of us.
I think it's a personal preference.
Many people here study the Bible. Oh,
We have a lot of different personalities here within the Flat Earth. But to answer your question, yes, we do. We don't discriminate around here.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, Jay.
Because my friend, the one who's saying, I didn't want her, coming in here and, being discriminated against and stuff,
All right, look, here's kind of the thing. We try not to even make it a topic. There's no reason why it should be a topic. It has nothing to do with the flat earth,
I know.
There's gay flat earthers, and we don't give them shit for it, but we don't talk about it either.
Yeah, but it's happened to her in a different server, and I was just checking to make sure before she comes back.
Well, here's the thing. Mainly, especially in the live stream, we keep the topic flat Earth, and there are other channels as you can see, plenty of channels that you can go in and speak with other people. Obviously, everybody's going to have their own opinions about it. Some, you can't control people on the internet with, how they think, and everybody has their own beliefs. So as far as religion, any political stuff, any, LGBTQ, I don't know, I can't keep up with the words. And any medical and any medical stuff, we keep off of the live stream. So you're welcome to talk about it, just not in the live stream.
Yeah, you could talk like that up in Chill Chat. We got a spot called Chill Chat. So if your friend, if she wants to talk with somebody, or if a group of people would like to talk about that subject, they could go to Chill Chat and chat it up all day,
Oh shit!
Most importantly,
we might have to make another room.
Most importantly, it's important to realize that we don't care who you are, where you come from.
Hello, budding mate.
But don't be like a militant vegan in here, on the crusade. You'll notice there's Christians in here, but we're not really trying to convert people. So what the deal is, we don't care what people believe, but if you make a knowledge claim, that's what we care about. you better be ready to back it up, provide resources and show us where this idea that you have came from. So that's the most.
Yep, exactly. And as long as you don't impose any type of any ideas on people, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And got any more questions for us?
No, I'm good. I just wanted to know.
Yeah.
Well, I have a question for you. What is the main thing that convinced you that the Earth was flat?
Well, I came into the server at first, thinking it was a globe, but I had joined a few, live streams and, a few calls and stuff, and it kind of, convinced me. So, there was that.
Well, can you give me, a specific thing that convinced you? What about the Earth itself?
I mean, they had a lot of points explaining on how the Earth was flat, so.
Such as?
Such as, how, you can see, the horizon and stuff. I haven't been here for a while. I'm so sorry if I'm, messing this up a lot, but, they,
okay.
Hold on. Do you, it's, yeah, I'm kind of getting my words mixed up. It's, flat. You can see, you know what I mean? It's hard to explain.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, take your time. We're just trying to figure out, because everybody has their own journey. So we like to listen to new people's journey on how they became or how they were convinced of flat Earth.
Yeah, it's hard for me to explain, but you get what I mean, though, right? Kind of. I'm sorry.
I mean, I just want to know, the main, because flat Earth is not an easy topic. It's just the main thing that was oh my gosh, this is true. It makes sense now. What was that point for you?
It was kind of when I joined. Hold on, let me find the group so I can get it right. Joined the I'm sorry. The flat Earth debates. I was reading it. I'm not in that server, but I was kind of watching the videos and stuff in there, and it kind of just made a lot more sense than the Earth being a globe, I guess.
Are you talking about modern day debates? That channel, or are you talking about
the flat Earth debates best of? Yeah, that server.
I'm not sure.
Oh, you're talking about the channel in here.
Did you mean debate flat Earth? Is it called debate flat Earth?
The channel. I'm so sorry.
No.
It's not server. The channel. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, there's a channel in here that has the debates of flat earthers, on YouTube.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, when you scroll down, it's flat Earth debate best of.
Is that Nathan Oakley?
No. It's a channel in this server. It's a channel in this. If you scroll down, the alphabetical.
Oh, you mean here on 24/7?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a room in here that has a video of all the debates that we find, and you posted in there. And that's what she's talking about.
Hey, I have a quick question. Do they have a similar thing in this channel for music?
Because we need it.
Like a collection of flat Earth songs?
Yeah, there's the Red Pill music. If you scroll up.
Yeah, it's not very complete, but there is a room for that, right?
Yeah.
By the way, Blue, what happened to the radio thing that we had?
Yeah, unfortunately, YouTube threatened lawsuit of all the big music bots and stuff, and so I had the premium for Groovy, which gave us 3 premium bots.
Yeah.
But since then, we're now hosting our own music bot, and it's only one of them. So, I suppose you could steal it and take it up there, but then every time someone wants to use it here, it would disappear.
Oh no, that's okay. I was just wondering because it was so organized and everything.
Yeah, it was kind of a cool feature, but it's gone now.
That's fine. That's fine. It is what it is.
Yeah.
So I guess.
I just want to quickly say that I'm kind of like her in the sense of I mean, I already knew the Earth was flat before I found this server on YouTube. But when I did find this server on YouTube, like I was thinking to myself for like the 2 weeks I was listening to you guys in here before I came in here and made a Discord account, I was thinking to myself, like, wow, if I didn't already know the Earth is flat, I would have just been made a flat earther within that 2 weeks of listening to you guys on YouTube. So I think that's kind of what she's saying.
Hey Jay, so what you're saying is you listened to a few debates and you got on board when you heard that? Are you there, Jay?
She's not here at the moment.
Oh, okay.
I guess she left.
I mean, the Globers really show themselves being crazy.
Maybe she's really new.
Yeah, because I haven't heard her before until today. So yeah, I think she's new, and you know how you get a little bit nervous and stuff talking.
Yeah, but everybody that says that they're a flat earther, that are truly flat earthers, they know like what convinced them. You know what I mean? I
agree.
Thing. So
I agree. I've noticed too, Lulu, that people when they come in now, they say they're flat earthers now. They don't come in saying that they're globe believers anymore. That's what I learned. I've noticed that.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't know if they're flat earthers because they got their information from Flat Earth Society. You don't know what kind of information they got. It could just be.
They're afraid to say. They're embarrassed to say globers that they're globers anymore, and it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse.
They're embarrassed. They sure are. I think that's what it is. They're really embarrassed. They know now that we telling the truth up in here. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord tells the realness about Flat Earth and the bullshit about the globe. That fake sphere.
All it takes is a line in a circle.
Yeah. I'm going to show it tomorrow. I can't wait. Oh, I can't wait.
I'll be back momentarily, guys. Love the chat.
All right.
Cool. Okay, I got another song coming up. It's called On a Plane. We're living on a plane. Flat Earth plane. All right. And if you're in an airplane, you're flying across the plane. 1 second. Let me load it.
The album cover for that whole song would be sitting on an actual plane, like kicking back and just eating and looking out the window. And that you'd have to figure it out when you're listening to the music. That's even better.
Exactly. There it is. I don't know if are you still there, Globe Goddess?
KJ. I just call her KJ because I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that.
Yeah. KJ, you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome.
You can go ahead, Lulu.
Lulu, you
okay, I got you. Yeah, I got you.
Cool.
I haven't done this in a minute, but
check this song out by Silly Baby, On a Plane.
Here we go.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Looking at the sky, looking at the stars, looking at the horizon. God watch me all time, every single night, moving side to side, angles of light, proving sun orbits the sky. I'm on a shrine, I'm on a path incline, drinking turbine, waving signs, fibers of spy, everyone dies, truth they despise, and proof that they lying, bear the track. Nextbase.io/sillybaby. Mint them while they're still cheap. I'm on a plane, 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 I'm Cutting down all the trees, changing our dreams, pushing tyranny, treason, killing sprees, demons in their jeans, spilling all the beans, those like me and fiends, mapping the moonbeams. Don't miss out, go to OpenSea.io/sillybaby. I'm on a plane, 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 I'm on a plane.
We're on a plane, we're on a plane, we're on a plane. Flat Earth.
All right, all right, all right.
Hey, Jenny, what's up?
Man, talk about a bug in your ear. That's the one right there.
Yeah, girl, you know it.
Good to see ya. We got a couple other ladies in here, I'm sure. I'm wish I was at a desktop, but I'm not.
Yeah, we got Lulu, we got KJ, you, and I. So, yeah, few of us in here. Oh, and Karma, too. We got Karma
KJ, Lulu, Tracy, no Van Allen Bell, and just Jenny. Who else?
Selling drugs.
Oh, yeah, and we got a new Flat Earth lady, and she goes by Selling Drugs, but she said we can call her Jay.
Drugs for sale, but hey, you know.
Okay, I was talking to myself. I was on mute.
What did
I
call
you, Tracy?
Oh, my bad.
You call her selling drugs. It's the same thing, though. Come on.
Yeah, it is.
So I have to apologize in advance. My new doggy is getting used to me talking to my phone a lot. So you might hear a bark and then me go on mute, but I'll be back.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, you got that new little puppy, huh?
Yes, he's pretty acclimated. Oh, did you hear him?
Yeah.
I'm
He's back there
outside. He's
barking.
inside.
Yeah, he's like, Mommy, come get me. He wants
You know,
to
and
come out, too.
those little tiny dogs, they bark with like their whole body and shit. It's so funny, man. Nobody believes them when he starts barking and acting ferocious. They just smile. Oh, he's so cute.
Right on. I got something that I want to post and talk to you guys about. Remember, Jenny, we were talking about how we're gonna go over videos and then pause them.
You get all fired up, girl. You got something ready?
Yes, and I'm gonna go get it right now. So 1 second. And then
Tracy, go Tracy, go Tracy.
Yeah.
While you're getting the video, I don't know if you guys are talking about that video you posted in the ladies' chat. I did send out. No. The TikTok girl, I forgot her name.
Oh, Jenny Rose.
Yes. Yep. I did send her an invitation, sort of, because I don't know how to do a personal DM on TikTok. So I just posted like a comment on one of her videos. If any of you guys, girls, have TikTok, just send out an invitation to her. She seems like a pretty chill person.
Epic.
I'll tell you
Yeah.
what. She sounds to me like she's been listening to us here quite a bit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like,
I say the same thing, Lunatic. Me too. I said she's been listening to our live stream or something, because everything she says sounds like she was from here.
Well,
maybe.
I mean, go ahead, hon.
Yeah. I was just gonna say that maybe she is in here, undercover, and or she
Hey, you know
listens to the
what?
live stream.
You know what? That's smart, in my opinion, to kind of get the feel of the place. I mean, I ain't hating on it if she was. Not saying she is, but good on you, girl. You gotta.
Oh no, that's actually a good thing, because what we have, I think, in my opinion, is one of the most up to date as well as accurate information about flat Earth. So if she's using whatever we're using here, then what she's sending out there into the world is accurate. It's not some straw man that, because we get that a lot, right? Like a lot of the more known social media users, they just kind of either make fun of flat Earth or they give out like false information. So I'm glad that I've only seen her like from what you posted. So she's new to me. I have no idea her. I'm actually gonna check her out more now. But yeah, I mean, that's a good thing.
I don't do TikTok. I draw the line myself personally. Facebook, that's it for me. I don't even go on that. I mean, so I appreciate you, Lulu, for going into the TikTok sphere. So
no worries. I got into it because of my cousin. Yeah.
I was thinking what you just said before you said it. So right on, sis. I mean, if she's saying like she's from here, what a coincidence. If she didn't come from our server, so she figured it out somewhere else. And
Okay. Hold on 1 second. I just posted the video that I'm gonna do my little speech on or whatever, talk about this chick. I don't know who she is, but somebody just deleted it. What does that mean? Do I gotta post it again?
It went so fast, I'm guessing the bot took it out because of the drug thing, gateway drug. That's my guess. I could check.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah, the title might have flagged the bot, yeah.
Damn it, because that's the video I needed you guys to watch while I talk about it so you'll understand where I'm coming from. That's why I have the...
Tracy,
that's why I put the middle finger up. See where my middle finger was? I had a video there.
Well, we can play it in the bot and listen to it together if you want.
Oh, okay. Now, let me tell you guys. Let me give you a warning first. This chick and this dude, I guess it's the guy, he has his own show. I don't know if he's a news anchor or it seems like he's a radio, maybe like FM radio or something, and has a, or maybe even online. I'm not sure, but
they all call it a podcast, even though it's not technically one. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Okay, but whoever she is and whoever he is, he's known like in the news or something. But anyway, I want to call it what, but anyway, she said that she has infiltrated our flat Earth movement, and she's been going to. Or in this video, she's claiming how she went to the, I guess the international conference, Flat Earth conference, or either the Flattoberfest. I'm not sure because I didn't go to any of those. But she's on this video telling this news guy, talking mess, saying that the same old shit that people say. Oh, flat earthers are crazy. But anyway, she's acted like she was a flat earther. I guess, and got in good with a flat earther, which that's why I'm here today, because I want to know who the hell is friends with this bitch, because
girl,
I want this bitch to show up tomorrow. I want her at the beach. Okay? She needs to show up since she wants to talk all this mess. You guys just gotta, okay, let's play it. Let's do that.
Nice.
Okay, if you try posting it again.
Okay, one more time. Let me do this. Yeah, you guys are it's just gonna make you guys so upset. It's gonna make me so upset. Let me get it. How do I do this? Okay, I'm gonna post it right now. So catch it real quick, because Lou said the bot's gonna take it out. So here it is. There it is, right there.
No, I'm not gonna rat, but no, the bot's not gonna get it.
Oh, cool. Okay, there you guys go. Let's play that, Jenny, live, so everybody can hear what this, you know what? She's infiltrated. She's become friends with some flat earther, and I want to find out who it is.
Okay, I'm going to play it. How long is this? Do you know?
It's like probably like maybe 7 minutes or 8 minutes, maybe tops.
Okay. I'm gonna play it right now.
Thank you.
Okay. And it's featured from Flat Nasty. Flatter Day Saints is the lucky guy who found this. So let's give props to Flatter Day Saints.
Thanks, Flatter Day.
All right, here we go.
Flat Earth, you don't have time for a meeting of society.
As much as I'll hammer a YouTube or a Facebook for artificially promoting flat Earth, I think it's important that we recognize that institutions with a lot more power, like the mainstream GOP, are now huge platformers of conspiracy theories. They're normalizing it and they're weaponizing it, and theories like QAnon, which started fringe and still make it extremely fringe claims, are being ingested into this bloodstream. But as far as how theories like flat Earth work, I don't think we can entirely silo them into the harmless field just because their core claims are kind of silly. Because what's going on right now is conspiracy movements online are networking. So flat Earth groups, although in around 2017, when I started monitoring them, they did keep to themselves a little bit more. Nowadays, they are promoting QAnon-like theories. They're promoting vaccine hesitancy, and QAnon channels are promoting flat Earth. There's a ton of exchange, and I've even seen that in person in the meat world. Like, I went to a flat Earth conference, and these two women approached me and tried to give me a bracelet, and I'm like, "Why are you giving me free stuff?" And it had a QAnon bangle on it. I'm like, "Are you even flat Earthers at all?" They're like, "Not really, but we thought flat Earthers might be interested in this thing that we believe." So there is a real consciousness that people who might be conspiracy curious could be pulled further in an extreme direction. And I do actually think that's happening in a number of conspiracy movements.
Flat earthing is, a gateway drug, or is it? How much of this is people who are looking to make money, and how much of this is, break down the sort of dynamic, where the lines are in terms of sort of people who are exploiting the desire to belong and whatever the conspiracy provides for them, and then the exploited. How would you draw those lines? I mean, do you have a sense of there's a couple of these people who are just like, I'm chasing the clicks on YouTube because I'm monetizing this stuff, or I'm selling, whatever it is, a special vitamin mix or whatever. I mean, what is it? How does that break down?
I think it actually breaks down along similar lines as most other influencer spheres, which are kind of pyramid schemes in an unofficial way, right? You have the people on top who it's really, really working for, and you only have a couple people who are really profiting from this. And actually, I'd say that the people who get the most clicks in a conspiracy video are not flat earthers or the most clicks in a flat earth video. You have influencers like Logan Paul made a flat earth video. I think Shane Dawson made one. They're not flat earthers, but they recognize that this is a sensational topic and that they can get some good play from
One
that.
second.
Underneath them are genuine flat earthers or people who make their...
Oh, thank you. That was a lot already. Oh my gosh.
I told you, Jenny, it's gonna make you upset. This bitch. And you didn't even get to the good part yet, but
Okay.
she just.
Okay.
Oh.
So this whole idea of her saying that I've gotten so far about it being flat earth being a gateway, she obviously is not aware of what controlled opposition is. And this influencer thing that she brings up and trying to bring it to flat earth, I mean, again, the ones that are doing the debunk videos, that's what you get when you put in search flat earth for YouTube. She probably doesn't know that either. So she's just put her pinky toe in this whole thing. So yeah, I can't wait to hear what she says next. This is good stuff, Tracy. Awesome.
You're welcome, and I'm thanking Flatter Day Saints Flat Nasty because
and thank you. Yeah, keep going, girl.
Yeah, because he found this great interview. I would have never seen this because I don't even know this man who does this whatever news or whatever he's doing, and he had her on his show. But I need to find out who she is. We all need to find out who she is and send her some emails or messages or something, or tell her to come in here and learn the realness, because I don't know who she talked to, but she got the wrong info. And Lulu, I just seen how you said you stopped it. So can you play it again? And
yeah, I'm gonna try to resume, but I don't think it's gonna resume from where.
I know. I just saw that.
I'm sorry.
It's all good. We'll get through it. It was only like 3 minutes.
Yeah, no, it won't resume. So I'll replay it.
We'll just play it all the way through because I'm scared that we won't know how to pause
You
it.
might be able to. I don't know for sure that there's a command for it, but you might be able to like type mplay the link, and then also add in like 3 minutes or something like that, like 3.00. And I know Groovy did that. I don't know if this bot does it.
No, this one doesn't, but I'll try it because I've kind of messed with the timestamp thing for a while and it didn't work. But let me try that real quick.
Okay.
Hi viewers, it's me, Subda Khan. Welcome back to my channel.
What the heck? This is what happens when
आज
Ooh, try it again. Okay. We'll just start again, you guys. No big deal.
Yeah. Let it just play all the way through. And then
with the timestamp. Okay, here we go. Starting now.
We'll discuss it when it's over.
All right.
Flat Earth, you don't have time for a meeting of society.
As much as I'll hammer a YouTube or a Facebook for artificially promoting flat Earth, I think it's important that we recognize that institutions with a lot more power, like the mainstream GOP, are now huge
They do
platforms
not
of
artificially
conspiracy
promote
theories.
flat
They're
Earth.
normalizing it and they're weaponizing it, and theories like QAnon, which started fringe and still make it extremely fringe claims, are being ingested into this bloodstream. But as far as how theories like flat Earth work, I don't think we can entirely silo them into the harmless field just because their core claims are kind of silly. Because what's going on right now is conspiracy movements online are networking. So flat Earth groups, although in around 2017, when I started monitoring them, they did keep to themselves a little bit more. Nowadays, they are promoting QAnon-like theories. They're promoting vaccine hesitancy, and QAnon channels are promoting flat Earth. There's a ton of exchange, and I've even seen that in person in the meat world. Like, I went to a flat Earth conference, and these two women approached me and tried to give me a bracelet, and I'm like, "Why are you giving me free stuff?" And it had a QAnon bangle on it. I'm like, "Are you even flat Earthers at all?" They're like, "Not really, but we thought flat earthers might be interested in this thing that we believe. So there is a real consciousness that people who might be conspiracy curious could be pulled further in an extreme direction. And I do actually think that's happening in a number of conspiracy movements.
Flat earthing is, I mean, a gateway drug, or is it? How much of this is people who are looking to make money, and how much of this is, like what? Break down the sort of dynamic, where the lines are in terms of like, sort of people who are exploiting the desire to belong and whatever the conspiracy provides for them, and then the exploited. Like how would you draw those lines? I mean, do you have a sense of there's a couple of these people who are just like, I'm chasing the clicks on YouTube because I'm monetizing this stuff, or I'm selling, whatever it is, a special vitamin mix or whatever. I mean, what is it? How does that break down?
I think it actually breaks down along similar lines as most other influencer spheres, which are kind of pyramid schemes in an unofficial way, right? You have the people on top who it's really, really working for, and you only have a couple people who are really profiting from this. And actually, I'd say that the people who get the most clicks in a conspiracy video are not flat earthers, or the most clicks in a flat earth video. You have influencers like Logan Paul made a flat earth video. I think Shane Dawson made one. And they're not flat earthers, but they recognize that this is a sensational topic and that they can get some good play from that. Underneath them are genuine flat earthers, or people who make their whole channels out of conspiracy content, and some of them do make a living. They genuinely do from that content, and they become kind of celebrities in the conspiracy world. And then underneath them is this just ecosystem of micro influencers, people selling flat earth books to each other and buying the other guy's flat earth t-shirt, selling conference tickets. And then there are so many people who are just feeding their money into the system, paying $300 for a conference where they buy a $25 hat and a $50 shirt. And, somebody sold me a flat earth cookbook via PDF for $20. You can just waste all your money on this kind of thing. So most people, I think, are getting scammed to a slight degree.
What is it? What's in a flat earth cookbook?
Just the worst recipes. Just telling you how to make pasta. Not worth my time.
Just telling you how to make pasta. How is it different in a like when you live on a globe as opposed to a flat disc?
I think it was more just a branding opportunity. The guy knew that he could, kind of slap the flat earth name on it and people would buy it. I did.
Well, all right, fair enough. So let me ask you this. I mean, do you come across any other conspiracies in the course of your work as a reporter in this field that are clearly just scams? I'm thinking, birds aren't real. I mean, I think like that was developed because somebody wanted to play a joke. It was somebody who was a comedian, I think, and it just sort of grew, and he just wanted to see where. But I mean, have you seen situations where something like this has spawned an actual movement?
You could make that argument, I think, with things like QAnon and Pizzagate. Most of their believers are really diehard believers, but both of those had inauthentic beginnings. QAnon is somebody LARPing as a government official, and unfortunately, they're just inspiring national Republican bloodlust. But I mean, none of these theories are factual. Somebody authoring them either has completely bought into their own lunacy or is consciously deluding people. And I think that's as true with flat earth as it is with political conspiracy theories that are cannibalizing the GOP right now.
On this program now get like, will people come after us on Twitter or on YouTube as like just doing the work of whatever secret society that promotes the idea that the world is not flat?
You might get one or two, but it's listen, I've hung out with them for like years, and I've hung out with them for like years, and I don't feel personally threatened. So join the club.
How do they respond to you? Are there? I mean, does it get to the point of like, oh, she's definitely been sent by the government, or who is the entity that is keeping us shrouded in this belief that the world is not flat? Who is there an entity that is in charge of it, and do you get accused of being like an agent of that?
There's varying responses, because they do ask people, who do you think's hiding it? A lot of people will say the government, or I've heard somebody say it was like witches. It was like witches, and then of course. Standard answer is extremely anti-Semitic, so you can imagine. Do I get accused of being involved? I think I have a couple book reviews to that effect right now. But typically, listen, when I go and report on flat earthers, I tell them who I am and what I believe. I'm a journalist. I believe in round earth. But if you want to hang out and talk, I'm here to listen. And I've found that people are okay with that. People do want to talk, and they often tell me about their feelings, not just, their planetary beliefs. And so I find that people seem to trust me enough to not think that I'm a CIA agent, but to think that I'm mistaken and that I will come around, so to speak.
Have you come around at all? I mean, has it shaken any of your beliefs in the round Earth?
No, I think I can prove round Earth pretty easily, so I feel pretty comfortable on that one.
All right. Lastly, what is the motivation for whomever it is that's hiding this information? What is the motivations attributed to them? I mean, because why are governments spending all this money putting troops at the border of the ice wall when there's an ice wall there? Like, what is the benefit that the Jews or whomever it is that is hiding the fact that the planet is flat? What is the benefit that we're supposedly getting from this?
You can ask 10 flat earthers and get 10 different answers. I typically hear things ranging from mind control to downplaying the role of religion, but I'll leave you with the weirdest one that I've ever heard. So flat earthers don't tend to believe in outer space. They don't think it exists. I was talking to this guy and I'm like, so what's the point? Why even hide it? He says, I think that they are trying to trick us into believing that there is an outer space, so that they trick us into believing there are aliens, so that when Jesus returns, we will mistake him for an alien and shoot him on sight.
All right, fair enough. I mean, I don't know why we would have to be so aggro against the aliens, but all right. I mean, that's at least there's an explanation. Kelly Weil, the book is Off the Edge: Flat Earthers, Conspiracy Culture, and Why People Will Believe Anything. Thanks so much for your time today. Where the lines are.
Breaks down along similar lines as most other influencer spheres.
How would you draw those lines?
Similar lines as that I will come around, so to speak.
What is it? How does that break down? Have you come around at all?
Similar lines as the harmless field.
Has it shaken any of your beliefs in the around Earth?
Believe in outer space.
How would you draw those?
Similar lines as they don't think it exists. I think I can prove round Earth pretty easily.
Flat lines.
And they spin faster and faster. 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 It's kind of amazing that any person can keep their balance when they do.
All righty. We will have to get a hold of the original clip.
Friday, he probably has it, but you can see what her and that man were talking about.
My gosh, we can talk for a really long time. The one that really made me mad was when she said she can prove round Earth, and then she went on to the next topic. It's what? I mean, That was just okay. So what do you got first? It's you shared this first, Tracy. What do you got?
I think that she's just full of shit, and that she knows what we really think, but she's up here telling a lie. Like everything she said was a lie. Like I just gotta meet her in person. That's all. That's all I'll say.
I think it was pretty weak how she said that she went to a Flat Earth conference and someone wanted to give her a bracelet. I'm like, girl, did you just crawl out from under a rock? That's what people do at conferences.
I know.
And people pay good money, oftentimes hundreds of dollars, to go to a conference of their choice. There's all kinds of them all over the place. Once again, she must have crawled out from under a rock. I mean, and this idea that, you're getting scammed.
I know, that really pissed me off right there.
If you don't like the conference, don't go. I mean, why has she got to be so negative? She's got a book. This is incredible that this woman has a book.
She has a book.
I'm inclined to get it. Okay.
I think Matthew even bought it.
Okay,
Matthew,
so
you have it? Matthew,
Yes,
do you have
I have
her
it,
book?
and I have it, and I read it.
Okay, and what the things that she was saying in the video, did she say that in her book also? Like, is that how her book is written, talking bad on the Flat Earthers?
Yeah, it's basically a history of the movement and some related, other ideas. So she talks about even starting way back with Robotham, and talks about some of the history. She talks about Mad Mike Hughes, and then she also ties it in with Huey and some stuff like that.
Matthew, are you saying that the history of Flat Earth starts with Samuel Robotham?
I'm saying
hold on. So she obviously doesn't know what controlled opposition is. And it sounds like her whole book is a trash piece on Flat Earth. I mean, bringing up birds aren't real.
I know.
And connecting that with Flat Earth?
I know.
Words, man. How dumb can you fucking be? How dumb can you be? The bitch ain't looked into nothing whatsoever about Flat Earth. She may have watched one debunk video from P. Dave or some shit.
I know.
No wonder the girl is confused. I mean,
may I present an alternative? You may be right, Jenny, but it may also be the case that she does know that what you're saying is wrong and she's a psychopath.
Or like when she said that weird thing about nobody suspecting her of being a CIA agent. That was a weird thing to say.
I agree. I was thinking that too.
She most definitely is, obviously, because obviously she's putting out false. Everything she said was a lie, and the people that are listening to her and reading her book, that's what they think about us, you guys. So,
I have a question for Matthew though, since he read her book and now he's heard the video. Do you think that what she's representing is accurate?
She's talking about the larger movement, not just sort of the specific type of Flat Earth that's around today, but she's talking about people from like Samuel Robotham. She talks a little bit about the Flat Earth Society, I think, from the 50s and 60s.
Didn't the video mention that?
She's generalizing everybody into one basket, right? So
we're trying to talk about all the different flavors of the movement. That's right.
So she's either a shill, she doesn't know what controlled opposition is. That's fucked up. She's trying to connect Flat Earth Society with us.
And we are not them. As a matter of fact, she didn't even speak about us, the real Flat Earthers. Everything she said was she got her information from anti-Flat Earthers, if you ask me. She didn't meet not one real Flat Earther for her to write a book on, because if she had, it would be the real stuff, not what she said. That was all lies.
Okay,
I'm so
Tracy,
angry.
what about this? Tracy, what about this? You have to admit, without throwing anybody under the bus, here, there's been a little bit of monkey business in our own community, but the fact remains is what they do share is stuff that anybody can verify, unlike the heliocentric theory. So, you know, they may be doing what they do, but they still say, you know, the Earth's flat, and they talk about surveying measurements, and so that to me is enough to get somebody who's really seeking knowledge to get into the topic. So even if it's true, what you gonna do? I mean, all you can do is talk about the truth. And so, yeah, this is just so unproductive. This is so mixed up and everything.
I do want to say I'm not even mad though. Like what she was saying was so ridiculous that it's not even worth getting mad for, you know, because we know what it is, you know. We know that pretty much like 95% of what she said was false, and they do this all the time. The mainstream media, YouTube, basically with censoring and everything. So she's not the first one to go out there and talk BS. So it doesn't even faze me anymore, which is kind of sad, but yeah.
She's basically ridiculing. She's ridiculing flat Earth, essentially, in a roundabout way. And anybody who is seeking knowledge, is their spidey senses are going to go up, and they're going to be, maybe I should look into this for myself, like any individual actually should, which this lady has not, obviously, because she didn't talk about any talking points at all whatsoever. She just blah, 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 blah. You know, so thank you, Lulu, for cutting in. I didn't want to forget to say that because, I mean, seriously, like you said, it was so obvious. And, you know, it just really, you can't make somebody think something from that, really. They have to go out and look for themselves. I mean, honestly, she said, I can prove round Earth, next topic, just like Neil deGrasse Tyson when asked
Jenny,
what gravity is.
That's what I'm trying to say. She purposely is giving false information about our flat Earth, about what we really feel and what we say. She didn't say not one thing that we true flat earthers say.
See, that is true. Silver lining to this. There's a silver lining to this because, just like in personal experience, when there's a huge contrast between how somebody talks about you and then when somebody actually meets you and they see how you actually are, that just raises red flags with all the bullshit. And why are they lying about these people? Maybe I should pay more attention and actually can shift their bias towards us. Like, I've had this happen many times because just like we have decorum and we have rules and we have logic here. Just by being an upstanding person, you can have, like, if somebody says, oh, they do this or they did that, other people be like, that doesn't sound right because I've actually met these people and they're highly logical. So all this BS just makes that very sus. So why is the globe trying to cover up all this shit? They should be able to just prove it. So just make a bigger contrast between us.
I know, but it's because of her. People like her is why people think that we're silly or crazy. Because of her, people like her. Like,
okay, but where
wait, Tracy, can I quickly say something to you? Tracy, you're going to want to hear this. The people that she's fooling are people that would be fooled anyway. So she's not fooling smart people. So don't worry too much about it.
Yeah, that's a great way to put that. Thank you. Yes.
Here's why this is why I wanted to ask Matthew specifically, because Matthew, you've been in this community for a long time. You've been presented with the idea of flat Earth more than most flat earthers. And I wanted to know your thoughts on, do you think that she's representing the community properly? Like, is it accurate information that she's giving out from a Glover standpoint?
So I think because she's talking about lots of different communities, that's why what she says doesn't match what happens here on 24/7. Because she's talking about Samuel Rowbotham, she's talking about the Flat Earth Society, she's talking about other
Logan
people,
Paul,
like all of these people have like different communities. Well, okay, so whatever you want to call them. So yes, so what she said doesn't exactly match everything that we hear here in 24/7. You're right.
She didn't even.
Okay, well, at least I'm glad you said that, because that whatever it is, Matthew, that's why I like you. You're honest, regardless of your beliefs. So if you were to write a book, Matthew, I would actually read it, because I know you've been in this game for a while, rather than somebody like her. That you know what I mean?
so
It's like.
sweet.
Thank you. I made a video.
I'm serious.
I made a 15-minute video about it. It's not quite a book, but I did talk about it some.
Yeah, no, I watch your YouTube videos once in a while, but I'm just saying it's different from somebody that knows the community versus somebody that's just there, kind of, just there for journalism, basically.
Right. She only spent a little bit of time researching. I mean, maybe she went to the conference.
She said she was with Flat Earthers for years. I don't know how accurate that is.
Flat Earth Society.
Yeah. She said for years she's
Flat
been
Earth Society, though.
She said she's been infiltrating Flat Earth for years. Is her word.
She forgot to say Flat Earth Society.
I believe that's
crazy, man.
We need to get her in here. Yes,
okay.
It is.
Yeah, she tells the whole history of the Flat Earth Society, like when it started as a mailing list and the people who ran it. She gives a bunch of interesting history.
Well, she needs to be talking about today. Since she want to do the interview in today's time, she needs to be interviewing Flat Earthers of today. Since she wants to comment
about. She wasn't doing a book about today. She was doing a book about the history of the movement.
But yet, Matthew, she said she went to a conference and talked with Flat Earthers. Is there anybody in here right now, I need to know, that seen or met this woman at the conference? If you went to a conference or a Flattoberfest or any of them, a meet up or whatever, did you see, if you watched the video, did you see this girl and did you talk to her? Answer me, please. Anyone, did you see her at the conferences or Flattoberfests? Because something ain't right. Nobody's came in here telling us about the journalists. How come no one's... We've been up and running for years now, and nobody has ever came on saying, "Hey guys, do you know there was this news journalist lady and she was questioning us about flat?" Where's that at? That's what I'm talking about. That's why I believe she talked to anti-flat earthers, because somebody would have been said, "Yeah, I met whatever her damn name is, and she had the nerve to say this and that." Nobody said that. I haven't heard anybody complaining about this lady.
She doesn't know what a real flat earther is, Tracy. That's all.
I think there were a lot of journalists at those conferences. It was widely covered in mainstream news, I think.
Okay, what about what she said about flat earth being a gateway? In my opinion, very few people start out with flat earth. It's to me, from what I've heard people talk about over the last 6 years, people start out in conspiracy like Federal Reserve, or depending on your generation, 9/11 or the moon landing. And then you kind of look around to politics and just kind of figure out it's all a world stage. And you know what I'm saying? So
nobody finds flat earth first. Nobody's came across flat earth as the gateway, like the first thing. Nobody has.
Well, those
I don't know.
Well, there are few. I mean, the ones that start with flat earth are very rare, and
right,
99% is people who start with something else. Everything
it could
she
be
said.
anything. It could be the stuff they do in the sky. It could be stuff about water. It could be plastic. It could be anything. What this lady obviously does not realize is that there's a conspiracy pretty much for anything. And if there isn't, I want one person to tell me one thing that doesn't have a conspiracy behind it. I mean, this lady sounds like a shill, big time, man.
Big time. She is one. It's obvious.
I mean, I don't like to throw that word around. Remember 3 years ago, everybody used to say that word all the freaking time. It applies now. It applies right now.
And now since I'm just so worked up about this that I need to also say I do not approve of flat earthers acting like globers. I'm going to say it one more time. I do not like flat earthers portraying to be globers on this stream or any other streams. If you claim to be a flat earther and I hear you on another stream acting like a glober, arguing with a flat earther on top of that,
Tracy will just have you eliminated. We will fling you into the void of Discord.
I'm telling you right now. I'm letting you know. And I'm got, because after I saw this bitch saying what she said, whoever you are portraying to be when you play like you're a flat earther or because now I don't even know anymore because I've heard, I'm coming out with it. I've heard, and I'm not saying names, but I know who they are because I wrote them down. I write everything down. And if I hear you one more time acting like a glober, arguing with a flat earther, a person who you are supposed to be friends with or acting like you're a flat earther with them in this summer, and then you were in another one being a glober with a different name. Your name is different. I recognize voices. I know who you are. There's several of you.
Well,
and I'm telling you right now, I don't care. I'm mad because that's the reason why people are making fun of us and clowning us and everything. If you can't step up and be a real truther, flat earther, then don't even be on here. Stick with Jim Panda. Go over there and live over there. Don't come over here and be all buddy and oh yeah, Earth is flat, yeah, and all that, and because yeah, I know you know the arguments, but I'm here to tell you right now, if I hear you one more time acting like a glober, arguing with a flat earther, I'm gonna bust you out. I'm telling you, I'm putting it on blast. I'm gonna tell everybody. I'll even send DMs. And just to let you know, I have recorded you. Yeah, I have done that, and I got it saved in my motherfucking thing right here. And if you ever do it, I'm so upset. I'm upset. Gotta be said. It's gotta be said.
If you can share names with the moderators, and we can take care of that. We ain't got time to play no games.
I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, just share a name, and it's done. So we're good.
Thank you.
No problem.
This flat earth is real to me. This is reality, okay? This is real life. We've been lied to, and for anybody to take this as a joke, it's not. And I don't care that this is the internet and people say, oh, it's the internet. We don't know who you are. We can't see you and all this and that. You keep thinking that. Okay, I'm done.
No, this has gone on way too long for this monkey business to continue. I mean, we need to move towards progress, everyone. You know, yeah. I mean, go if you want to. If you want to monkey around, we can share Jim Panda's server for you. You can go over there.
Yeah, I just don't understand what's the use of coming here, pretending to be a flat earther, and then going over there, and then I don't know if it's a pretending that they're globe earthers.
It's deeper than that, Lulu. It's deeper than that. There's certain people in here. I'm telling you, it's so deep. It's deep, and I got it all recorded. But I'm going to say this one more time. It is very deep, and the people even got what do you call it? What do you call it when we get your label or whatever besides your name, where you get flat earther and or
what?
You know what is it called, you guys? When we got
your card.
Rolls.
Yeah, rolls. Yes, there it is. These people that I have recorded and downloaded, they got rolls in this server, y'all.
Okay, so wait a minute now. You know what that means? This is getting real serious. This is getting serious for a reason because we're on it. We're on the flat earth topic. And some people, I guess, they don't like it too much, and they just want to try and ruin it for everybody. But guess what? We've been around for 6 years. This group, we ain't going nowhere. So your efforts are futile. You will be ejected. Yes.
Just know Tracy Van No Allen Belt has found you and caught your ass, and I'm gonna bust your ass out as soon as I can. You do it one more time. Do it one more time, you motherfuckers. I'm telling you right now.
Get it over with. Let's just do it now.
I think you should, like Jenny said,
no, I am. I'm
gonna mod or something. Yeah, just so that they can keep an eye on that person. Not necessarily maybe bust them out right now, but an eye on them.
I have a question, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who's talking? Wait, did I mute them? My bad. Hold on.
I think it was MDC.
Yeah, it was me. Someone muted me. It's no
sorry.
problem.
I thought you were hot micing for
No,
my bad.
no problem. So I respect everyone. Sorry?
Oh, real quick. I'm so sorry. Hold that thought just real quick. I think we have another lady that joined us. We got Sun Forest Fairy. Hello.
Hi.
And then I think we have is KY? I don't. All right. So anyway, go ahead, man. I just wanted to point out a lady.
Yeah. So good evening, good day, good afternoon, depending where you are in the world. I respect everyone's opinion, and I just like a bit more clarity. So what is it like? I'm a little bit on the fence whether or not the Earth is round or flat. Like I said, I respect everyone's opinion, but I'd like a little bit of input here. So why is it that there's such a strong community believing that the Earth is flat? Like, I'd like a little bit of key points.
It's really simple. Water unmanipulated is always level.
That's right. And you can't have. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. And also, how can you have gas pressure without a container? The globe has no container, and gas cannot contain gas. So the atmosphere moves with us. That goes out the window, figuratively. And then there's no proof, undeniable proof that we're rotating. So what we're dealing with is called scientism. We have a lot of far reaches, and we have scientism priests getting the questions asked to them, what is gravity? And he says, I don't know, next question. And that is verbatim. So we have a problem here. Mainstream people goofing around, not giving accurate information. So yeah, girls, what else you got? What else you want to say?
So Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I understand all that, but so let's take it. Simple question here. Okay, the space station in space, right? Apparently in orbit, going around the world.
Supposedly.
So I was about to say that, supposedly, right? So essentially, they're claiming the world is round, and the space station goes around the world. What is it that they're technically seeing around the world up there, right?
Well, that's what they claim.
From up
Do
there.
you mean from the perspective of the ISS? Like, what are they seeing?